Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if little Harry rescued from GODRICS of Hollow by Sirius Black?
Harry X Luna lo vegó.
Part 1. Here is short summary of story. Sirius Black rescues Harry Potter from a crumbling Godric Hollows, and takes him to Longbottom Hall, before Hagrid ever gets there. Together with Frank and Alice and an old friend, Remus Lupin, he raises little Harry at Longbottom Hall. Through all his adventures and misadventures, as he learns and trains, little Harry become a young man, and he and his friends become a force to be reckoned with. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The Boys Who Lived by Nourish. Sirius coughed as he ducked under another fallen ceiling timber, holding a crying baby Harry close to his chest, wrapped in his favorite blankie. He climbed over a broke toy box and did his best not to step on any of the toys, although something squeaked as his heel came down on its head. Not bothering to check and see what stuffed animal just bit the dust, Sirius fought his way through the rubble to the door and down the long hallway down the stairs. He had to be careful going down the stairs. A couple of stairs were missing, and there were a couple of stairs that were about ready to go at any minute. Sirius covered little Harry's eyes as they passed James' body. He didn't want Harry to remember his father like that. No kid deserves that. They made it outside just as they heard a loud crash coming from somewhere within the house, causing Sirius to jump. Merlin, that was close. Smoke was starting to billow up out of the rear of the cottage that James and Lily had so loved. Sirius could hear the fire and rescue truck coming, and he could only think about one thing: getting Harry as far away from there as possible. He put Harry in his rumble seat of his 1959 Triumph Boonville T120 and strapped him down, then took off. He noticed Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, had just popped into the picture. Practically right in front of the local fire team too. Saw the smoke and wanted to make sure no one was hurt. I did, Hagrid said. Apparently the constable who had just arrived wanted to know what Hagrid was doing at the scene all by himself at that time of night on Halloween. Looks like we got bodies here, constable, probably arson. From the looks of things, a young firefighter said when he came up to the constable that was talking to Hagrid, stated. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, Mr. Hagrid, now would you? The constable asked. Course I wunna. I just got here my own self too. Hagrid looked shocked. Bodies? But how many? Dumbledore had to know about this. Poor James and Lily, and poor wee Harry. Speaking of which, exactly how did you get here tonight? There is no vehicle around here, and it is pretty far to walk even to the next closest neighbor. The constable asked, looking very skeptical at the overly large man. I walked. Yes, I walked. Through them woods there, he said, pointing to a patch of woods over to the east of the cottage. Through those woods there? The constable repeated doubtfully. So how was the swamp this time of night, he asked. Swamp? Hagrid looked confused. Thought so. Call the paddy wagon. We got a suspect to take in. Cuff him, Lewis. With what, sir? Nothing I got will fit? Use your imagination, man. I have some leg cuffs in the boot of my car, so snatch them up and put them on him. And be quick about it too, the constable ordered. The young officer took another look at Hagrid and began to tremble, but went ahead and did what his superior told him to do. Then placed the huge man in the back of the paddy wagon when it arrived. Normally getting away from a bunch of muggles would be easy for the gameskeeper, but unfortunately he didn't own a wand and he didn't have a port key to get himself out of the jail he was currently sitting in. He could always just break out using brute force, but then it would be all over the news and the papers, and then Dumbledore would never let him hear the end of it. No, he had to wait until Dumbledore or one of the others came to find him. But with you-know-who doing all his doings and killing James, Lily, and little Harry and all, Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix might be a bit before they could come get him out. Sirius drove his Boonville through the London fog towards Longbottom Hall as fast as the motorcycle would go, keeping an ever-watchful eye on his passenger, who was safely wrapped in warm, comfy blankets in the sidecar. With everything that had happened tonight, the only people he would trust were Frank and Alice Longbottom. Alice was Harry's godmother, and she would make sure that he was well taken care of. Besides, they had little Neville, and he and little Harry were best buddies. Born only minutes apart at St. Mongos, they were practically raised together, which was one of the reasons that Lily was Neville's godmother and Alice was Harry's godmother. Besides the fact that Frank and James worked together when James was allowed to work, that is, and they became good friends back then too. Lily and Alice were best friends when they went to Hogwarts. Since they were 11, they were practically inseparable. Hell, they got married weeks apart, and then they got pregnant days apart and gave birth minutes apart. That's how bad they were. James and Frank were even talking about getting a place where they could all live once this whole thing was done and over with. But right now that painted too nice a target on one spot and ensured an attack. Sirius saw Longbottom Hall and began to head for the entrance. Even though it was under a Fidelius charm, Frank and Alice made sure that he knew the secret, just like James and Lily had made sure that they knew the secret to their place. He got to the gates and gave the password, then made his way past the gates, making sure no one saw him come in. Frank came running up the pathway to meet him as he went racing down the path towards the grand old home. "What's wrong? What happened? Why did you use the emergency code?" Frank asked as he rushed towards Sirius on the motorcycle with him and little Harry. Sirius stopped the Boonville and reaching over to pick up little Harry, who apparently had loved the ride and was giggling in the sidecar beside him. He got off the motorcycle and turned towards Frank just as Frank managed to make his way to him. "He got them," was all Sirius stated before he started crying. "He got them," he said again, and soon he was sobbing. "Oh, Merlin." Since Sirius was carrying a baby, and Frank could recognize that crazy mop of hair anywhere, he knew that little one was Harry. He knew Sirius was talking about James and Lily. "Oh, Merlin, Voldemort must have attacked and killed James or Lily. No, he got both of them, or Sirius wouldn't have little Harry. Oh, poor sweet little Harry. Got to get them both inside." Frank threw his arm around the sobbing Sirius and still giggling Harry and led them inside the mansion. "Meeps," he called as soon as he got through the door. As soon as he called out, a house elf popped in and waited for his instructions. Frank sent Meeps to go get Alice and let her know that Sirius and Harry were here. Frank took Sirius into the parlor and helped him into a big overstuffed chair near the fireplace. Then went around and stoked up the fire some to make sure that Sirius and little Harry were warm enough. It was only 28 degrees out there right now. Thank Merlin for warming charms, or those two would probably be people's cycles by the time they pulled up here. Alice came rushing into the room about 5 minutes later, carrying a rather sleepy Neville, who for some reason woke up about an hour ago screaming and wouldn't go back to sleep. Chances are they may just figure it out soon enough. Lily always said those boys have some kind of psychic link or something. Alice put a grumpy Neville on the floor with Harry, and soon both of them were curled up together holding on to one another for dear life. Then it was Sirius' turn to explain what happened. "I wasn't there when it happened, but I saw the after effects. James was downstairs dead. Looked like an AK got him. There was a lot of spell damage to the room, so he definitely didn't go quietly. Then I heard Harry upstairs crying, so I headed upstairs to his room. The door to his room was blown off the hinges. The ceiling and roof were gone, like it exploded from the inside out. Everything in the room was pretty much demolished except for Harry's crib, which was damaged on the outside but untouched on the inside. Does that make any sense?" Sirius asked, a look of total confusion on his face. "I understand, continue," Alice said. "I made it about halfway into the room and noticed Lily's body laying in the rubble. I went over and checked just to make sure, and yes, she was dead too. But I couldn't tell exactly what got her. Spell or damage from the demolition of the room, it could have been either really. Then I spotted them, what was left of his robes. There were whose robes and wand and no body. That confused me a little. So I just grabbed his wand and then turned and grabbed Harry and got the hell out of there," Sirius said. "As I was leaving I spotted Hagrid showing up. Wonder what he was doing there. Or better yet, how he got their address. It looked like he had a port key to get there, so undoubtedly Dumbledore did it. That makes me wonder, why didn't Dumbledore come himself? Why send some damn flunky out to check up on them? Weren't they important enough to pencil into his busy schedule, or what? They worked for him nonstop for 3 years, risking their lives day after day until he forced them to go into hiding. And he can't be spared the time to come check and see if they are still alive? I like Hagrid and all, but the man doesn't even have a wand. Merlin, He got captured by the damn Muggles and is now in Muggle police custody. For the love of Merlin, Sirius got up and began to pace back and forth in front of the fireplace. Why the hell would he send Hagrid? Good when you need muscle or when you need help with creatures. But not when you need someone in an all-out firefight. And what was Dumbledore thinking about Hagrid's safety? Huh? If you know who was really there, he was sending Hagrid right into his own funeral. No offense, no real defense. Nothing he could do but grab a tree branch and swing it at the injured bastard. And by the time he did that, he'd be dead. And another thing, how did Dumbledore know to send someone in the first place? I know that James never mentioned any kind of tracker or monitor spell on him or Lily, and he damn sure wouldn't let him put a monitor spell on Harry. James used to call those things nothing more than bait and hook spells. It does no good, except it turns the person into a piece of bait for the person who has control over the spell. He hated the damn things. Refused to use them at work and through the order. So if Dumbledore had one on James, he did it without James' knowledge, which would piss him off and doesn't sit real straight with me either. Ever since James, Sirius, Frank and Alice started working for the Ministry, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to be exact, Dumbledore wanted to be their new best friend. Always wanted to know what is going on at the Ministry, wanted to know what the Minister is doing. Anytime you state you can't give him that information, he brought out that spiel about how you were part of the Order first and so your obligation should be to it first. Then he tried to guilt you into making you do what he wanted you to do, even if it will cost you your job. He is always happy to haul out that some sacrifices must be made for the greater good, you know my boy speech. Sirius had heard it so many times he could practically choke on it the next time he heard it. Dumbledore just doesn't have a good touch with reality. That whole greater good idea doesn't pay the rent and won't buy groceries. His damn greater good didn't save James and Lily, and sure as hell hasn't done a damn thing for little Harry either. Bones? He needed to call Bones. I've got to call Bones. Let her know what happened. Frank looked shocked that he hadn't thought of it before. Absolutely. Use this flu. Sirius got down on his knee and threw the flu powder in and called out his destination. And waited for it to connect. Soon enough there was a rather sleepy Amelia on the other end and Sirius leaned forward and spoke. Amelia. Got some real bad news. Just came from over at James and Lily's place. They're gone. You know who got them. He didn't get little Harry though. I don't know why he didn't go after Harry, but he is okay. Thank Merlin. He is here with me, and I am at Frank and Alice's. Oh, and it looked like Hagrid was being arrested by the Muggles when I left there, so you might need to contact Dumbledore to go get his pet out of jail. Yeah, there were Muggles everywhere, trying to put out the fire and all. So you will need someone to go in and work detail to get the priority switched to us instead of Muggle. It looked like AK for James, although he went down with a fight, and I don't know if it was an AK or what that got Lily. The room was blown apart and I had to climb over the rubble to get to Harry. To get him out of there. Yeah, he is mostly okay. Oh, pretty bad gash on his head. We'll take him down and get him looked at tomorrow. He is asleep right now. Probably down to the goblins. They're the only ones I would trust with him. Besides, they're the best there is. James preferred using them to Mongos most of the time. They always said you can't make money off a dead client, and they mean it. Oh, and Amelia, their secret keeper, was Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore was the one that put up the wards. I was there and saw the whole thing. If you need my memory, that's fine. James told Frank as well, had Peter give him the location of the cottage so they could come over and bring little Neville to visit. As far as I know, that is the list that knows of where they lived, and only Peter could have given the address out to you-know-who. Sirius sat down in the overstuffed chair and took the fire whiskey that Alice offered him and drank it back. Frank got into the fire and verified everything that Sirius had just said, and then added Sirius said that he had you-know-whose wand. No, I'm not kidding. Said he found it and his robes on the floor in the nursery, before the thing collapsed when he was getting Harry out of there. Okay. I'll open it up for you. Give it 5 minutes and come on through. A few minutes later Amelia Bones came through the flue decked out in full Auror garb. On duty, ma'am? Sirius asked, seeing the black uniform with the blue stripe going down the lapels. Always, Mr. Black, always. With a flick of her wand she banished the soot from her robes and turned to Frank and Alice. Alice was over to the side of the room where there were 2 babies curled up sleeping on a big thick rug. Amelia instantly watched her tone due to the sleeping little ones. So you have his wand? Amelia held out her hand to Sirius and he started patting down pockets. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Here you go. Don't want the damn thing on me a second longer. Here. Take it. He handed the wand over to her as quickly as he could, holding it by 2 fingers, as if were a smelly piece of trash or something. Amelia took out an evidence bag and had Sirius drop the wand into it, then sealed the bag. Next she brought out several clear vials and had Sirius give her the memory of Peter Pettigrew being made the secret keeper and Peter giving him the secret of where their address was to him. Then she had Frank do the same where Peter gave him the Potters their address. Finally she had Sirius give her the memory of what Harry's room looked like when he got there and what you-know-whose things looked like when he left. After that she took a complete report as best as she could with Sirius on the verge of a breakdown the whole time. The only thing that kept him from breaking down was the fact that he wanted to be professional about this whole thing. He would break down later, when there were not so many witnesses. Right now he would just sit here and cry silently for his best friend and try hard not to think about what happened. You know, it is that damn fool's own fault. We knew there was a spy in the order, but we didn't know who, and so he thought that if he used Peter instead of me that no one would expect Peter to be the damn secret keeper, and I could act as a decoy. Damn him. Stupid son of a bitch. If he had just made me the secret keeper they would be alive right now. But no, he had to try and be smart about it. And it got him and Lily killed and nearly got my godson killed to boot. Injured moron. Amelia could tell that Sirius was going to be angry at James and incredibly sad that he and Lily were gone. His emotions were in such turmoil that they were driving him a little nuts right now, but he would be able to figure it out in time, she hoped. You get that little rat or I will... Oh, that is something else. Peter is a rat animagus, a common brown rat. An ugly brown, common rat at that. Should have known what he would be like from his animagus, but we trusted him. We trusted him with our lives and he betrayed us. Either you get him or I won't hold myself responsible for what I do. Animagus. Amelia looked at Sirius skeptically. At best Pettigrew was a fair wizard. Not the type that she would expect to be able to become an animagus. Sirius nodded. Yeah, we all 3 had worked our 5th, 6th, and 7th years to get it right. Well, he did at least, James, and I got it right by 6th year. James was a stag, beautiful and royal. Gods, was he beautiful. I'm a Grim. A big black menacing Grim. Then Sirius stood up and changed into his animagus form and poof, there was Padfoot right before Amelia licking her hand. Poof, and Sirius was back. Sorry about that. Padfoot kinda takes over when I let him in, he said with a grin as he watched Amelia wipe her hand on her robes. Okay, I believe you on the animagus part, a common brown rat you say? Anything distinguishing about him? Amelia asked, making notes on her pad. Nothing substantial. He has 3 brown pads on his feet and 1 white one, but you have to look at a lot of rats to find one that has 1 white foot. Other than that, he is completely common. Annoyingly so, Sirius stated. Well, it gives us something at least. Not many rat animagus around. Not registered, I get it? Amelia asked. No, James thought it would give us an advantage in this damn war we're fighting somehow, so we didn't register. The only one that could really be a benefit is also the one that betrayed us. Damn him. He would have been a great spy, but no, he had to go and bat for the other side. He must have been working for you-know-who all along and we just didn't know it. Marlene McKinnon and Mary MacDonald, Fabian and Gideon. Hell, your own brother lost their lives to that bastard's information he gave the other side. Who else did we lose, but we don't know their names? Sirius said sadly. He had dated Marlene for 2 years and had even thought about getting engaged to her when she was killed. Her and Mary MacDonald were killed the same night by a sneak attack on their flat. That was when they were sure they had a mole in the order. There was no one else that knew of their location, and so it had to be someone within the order that told who where they were hiding out. Remus had dated Mary for months and they were getting kinda serious. It nearly broke the old wolf when he heard about the attack. Oh shit, he needed to call Remus. Frank, is it all right if I call Remus? He needs to be here. I need to tell him what happened. I can't do it over the flu. I want him here to see Harry is all right. Without seeing Harry, I don't know what he will do. His pock destroyed and by one of its own. Sirius stated sadly. Frank nodded. He had known that Remus was a werewolf from back in Hogwarts days. It wasn't hard to figure out if you just looked at a calendar and kept an eye on how the boy looked each month. Sure, he needs to know. Sirius got down on his knees in front of the flue and made the call. Remus Lupin. Remus, are you there, buddy? Answer me, please, this is important. Sirius waited a few minutes and tried again, and finally Remus' face came into the flames. "What do you want at this hour, Sirius? It better be important." A sluggish Remus stated. "It is, and unfortunately I can't tell you over the flu. I need you to come through. I'm over at Frank's place. Can you come through? It's an emergency," Sirius stated. At the word emergency, the old wolf was immediately awake and aware. "Yeah, I can come through immediately. Step aside, and I can come through right now." So that is exactly what Sirius did, and Remus came through the flames. Remus was wearing his sleep pants and favorite Rolling Stones t-shirt, but he was there. What emergency? This had better be serious, for real serious, or else I... Then he spotted Amelia, then little Harry and Neville on the thick rug, and quickly looked around for James and Lily and began to panic when he didn't see them. "Where are James and Lily?" Remus asked, half panicking. "That is the emergency." Sirius placed a hand on his old friend's arm. "It was Peter, he gave you know who their location, he got them. Killed them both. I got little Harry out of the house before it collapsed, but..." Sirius started sobbing again, and Remus reached over and hugged his old friend. They held on to each other for dear life. "Why did we trust that rat bastard Remus? Why? He betrayed us." Sirius sobbed. Remus was having a rough time holding it together, and his eyes were turning a golden color as Sirius cried on his shoulder. Sirius could feel his old friend start to stiffen and tremble, trying to hold the wolf back, but he was struggling hard not to let it loose. Sirius leaned away from Remus and looked into those flaming golden eyes and realized just how close the wolf was to the surface right now. Sirius did the only thing he could think of. "We have to focus on Harry right now, my friend. He needs us. We are all he has left. We can't go wild and go after that bastard. We have to leave that up to Amelia and the others. That is why I called Amelia here and gave her all the information I have." This got Remus staring at little Harry, who was laying on the thick furry rug. He calmed just a little, not wanting to let the wolf loose when Harry was around. "That's right, old friend. Pull it together, focus on Harry. We will get Peter. But now Harry is more important than that son of a bitch." Remus sniffed the air and realized that he could smell Harry's injury. "Harry's hurt? What happened? How bad is he hurt? Has he seen a healer? What did they say?" Sirius squeezed his friend's arm and said calmly, "Whoa there, big fella. Harry has a cut on his head, and I haven't taken him to a healer yet. I just got here to Frank and Alice's place a few minutes ago. I am going to take him to the goblins in a minute. That was one of the reasons I called. I wanted to see if you want to go with me." "Absolutely. Give me 20 minutes. I will be right back." With that, Remus headed back through the flames and disappeared. Well, that's one disaster avoided. At least he is focused on Harry and not Peter right now. "He took the loss of James and Lily better than I imagined, though," Frank said, slightly confused. "He would always put Harry's welfare first. Harry is his cub, while James and Lily are pack. Harry is his cub, so Harry has a whole different place in his heart. That is why I mentioned him. I knew nothing but Harry would be able to stop the wolf from coming out and taking after Peter," Sirius said sadly as he wiped his eyes. "Kinda like I feel. Nothing is more important than Harry. That is the only reason I haven't taken out after the bastard. I can't leave Harry alone." Sirius, Remus, Frank and Alice, with Alice carrying both Harry and Neville, fled over to Gringotts Bank shortly after Amelia left. Frank and Alice had to come along since Neville and Harry wouldn't let go of each other without screaming the roof down. They decided just to bring them both. They weren't happy about being woke up again, but at least they were quiet for now. We would see what happened when the goblins had to examine Harry in a minute. Probably another screaming fit, but hopefully not. Sirius went over to a teller and told them what he wanted. There were very few people that knew the goblins had a medical facility, and even fewer that were privileged enough to be able to use it. Thankfully, being a black and a Potter did have some pull within the goblin world too. The teller asked them to wait for a moment and then escorted them to a huge office. There was a very official-looking goblin sitting behind a huge desk at one end of the room. Sirius didn't recognize the goblin, so he assumed that he must be the Potter's goblin. "Mr. Black, I presume?" the goblin asked. "Yes, and this is Remus Lupin, Frank and Alice Longbottom, and she has Neville Longbottom and Harry Potter in her arms." Sirius pointed to each person as he introduced them, and each one nodded their head as he said their name. Griphook stated you wished to see a healer. For what purpose, may I ask? Harry was injured tonight. He has a gash on his head. It looks pretty bad and we wanted to have it looked at. We can't go to St. Mongos, and that left on Madame Pomfrey, and bless her soul. She is great with a scraped knee or wizarding flu, but well. Sirius let his voice fade off. He loved Hogwarts Mediwitch, really he did, but that is exactly what she was, a Mediwitch, not a doctor or anything. He wanted someone with a little more experience and know-how under their belt looking after Harry. I am Ragnarok, the head of Gringotts of London, and your request was sent to me because of how unusual it is. Normally we would not allow a human see our facilities. What makes you think we should do so now? Ragnarok asked, placing his elbows on the desk and folding his hands together. I know you have done so for James once or twice when he was injured real bad. He said he trusted no one but the Goblin Nation and their healers. Something about them being the best there is, and that no one could possibly come close to the skill and talent that the goblins have when it comes to healing. I will pay whatever you require naturally, but I want Harry to have the best. I think this cut on his head is more than just a little cut. It feels, I don't know, different somehow. I need someone that knows what they are doing to look at it and tell me what it is that I am feeling coming off of it. Ragnarok thought about it for a moment, then nodded. James Potter was a friend of the Goblin Nation and had been since he caught that thief trying to disguise himself as his brother and make a withdrawal from his brother's account, and James apprehended him, stopping him and preventing a huge mistake on the goblin's part. The fact that the man was his identical twin was irrelevant as far as the courts were concerned, but James was able to tell the two apart and stop the wrong twin from making the withdrawal. Very well, Mr. Black, if you would follow Griphook, he will take you to the medical facilities and get Harry Potter checked over. Ragnarok finally said. Thank you, sir. Sirius bowed to Ragnarok, as did Remus, Frank and Alice, which was a little hard with both children in her arms, but they just held on, looking around to see if they could figure out what was going on. Griphook opened the door for them and led them down a long hallway that had many doors, and finally came to a door that looked like any one of the other doors, but he knocked once and went in. They walked inside, and the room was stark white with 4 examination tables. There were cabinets and shelves with instruments of all kinds lining the walls. There were 4 people in the room. Everyone was dressed in that same stark white uniforms, but one goblin was quite a bit taller than the other 3. 2 to the other 3 appeared to be female and 1 appeared to be male. That was the first time Sirius had ever seen a female goblin. He hadn't even known what one would look like. They were kinda cute in a goblin sort of way. This is Mr. Harry Potter, son of James Potter, friend of the nation. He is to be treated as such as well. So said by Ragnarok himself. Griphook stated with his chest puffed out for some reason. The tall goblin looked over to us and spotted Harry, who was staring right back at him, and nodded. Very well. If you could put the boy on the table, I will examine him. Well, that brought about a series of fits. Neither Harry nor Neville wanted to be too far away from each other, so it ended up with both babies sitting on the exam table. Alice holding Neville and Sirius holding Harry. The first thing they did was a general scan, and that led to other scans. The head goblin was apparently not happy with the results he was seeing. I need you to take your hands off of the child for a moment, so I can do a complete scan on just him, please. The tall goblin did the scan again. Still frowning, he turned to Neville and asked the same of Alice. Could you please not touch the child for a moment? Again he got results he did not like. Sirius couldn't stand it any longer. What did you find? Both these boys have monitoring charms on them, one for life and one for location. And all 4 were placed by the same individual, Albus Dumbledore. What? How dare he? Remove them at once. James would never knowingly allow such things to be placed on his son. How dare that wrinkled old bastard put one on my godson? Probably how he knew to send Hagrid to try and get him earlier. Sirius fumed. He was getting a little mad, and it was beginning to scare Harry, so he had to tone it down some. Hey buddy, I'm not angry with you. I'm just upset about something that a whiskered old fool has done. Don't take me too serious. Okay, pup. He smiled at Harry. This brought the smile back to Harry's face, thankfully. Take them off of my son as well. We never authorized them to be there and never would. Frank said, and Alice nodded. What else did you find? Sirius asked, almost afraid to ask. The talk goblin looked him in the eye and said, Each boy has a seal on their magic, also placed on there by Dumbledore. It looks like about a 70% seal. So they're working with only about 30% of their magic at this point. What? Both Frank and Sirius exploded, causing Harry and Neville to start crying. Remus took over trying to quiet down Harry, and Alice worked with Neville trying to stop the tears he was crying. How dare he? Take it off immediately. I don't care how much it costs. I want it off my godson. I will have his neck for this, Sirius stated. You'll have what is left after I have finished with him. Get that thing off my son, and I want written proof that it was there to begin with and documentation that it was him that put it there, Frank said, reaching over and brushing a brown curl out of his son's eyes. Same here, I want the documentation it was Dumbledore and anything you can give me about it, when it was put on or anything like that. Also the same with the 2 trackers. Those are illegal if they aren't authorized, and I know for a fact that James would never authorize them, so I want documentation on those as well, Sirius said. That's right, and I know for a fact that I never authorized it, Frank said. I'm going to see that bastard behind bars before I'm through with him. This one has something very dark behind that scar of his. I need to examine it further, but can't do it while anyone is touching him, the tall goblin stated. Remus instantly let loose of Harry, making sure he could sit there on his own. Harry just sat there looking around at everyone trying to figure out what was going on. Then the tall goblin touched his scar and he started crying and reaching out for Sirius, who came over immediately but didn't touch Harry yet. Not until the goblin said he could. It was a couple of very long minutes, and finally he moved away from Harry and allowed Sirius to reach over and grab his godson and hold him close once more. So what is it? What's wrong, Doc? Sirius asked, dreading what the goblin might say. He has a soul fragment behind that scar. How it got there I have no idea. But thankfully we can remove it fairly quickly and easily. It will just take a few moments to ready the ritual room. The biggest problem would be that the boys would have to be separated for the ritual. Perhaps a slight sedative to make them sleepy would work, he suggested. Alice thought about it for a second and nodded. Anything would be better than listening to Neville cry his little heart out when his Harry was too far away. She guessed it was because of the near-death thing that Harry had just been through, and Neville is afraid of losing him. But Harry is also afraid of losing his Neville as well. Those two really are closer than 2 brothers ever could be. The doctor looked down to one of the female goblins and said something in Goblin to her, and she nodded and headed off to do whatever he instructed her to do. Then he turned back to the 2 boys. I am going to give each one a mild sedative, and that should take care of any discomfort they may feel at the inconvenience of being separated for a short time. Then he went over to a short cabinet and pulled out a bottle of orange liquid and poured a small amount in each little cup he had there. Then he walked over and handed a cup to both Sirius and Alice to give to the boys. Both boys sipped at the drink quite willingly, so Sirius guessed it tasted good. Since it was orange, it was either pumpkin flavor or maybe orange flavored. Never know, with goblins they might choose something weird like orange flavor. It only took a few minutes and they were both out like a light. Well, I guess a light goblin sedative is a little stronger for a human than I thought. Oh well. It won't last long, and we need to hurry with this ritual to remove that soul fragment. The doctor took Harry and placed him on one of the small gurneys and wheeled him down the hall and into another room. 10 minutes later there was an unearthly scream from that room and a slight rumble that had Sirius and Remus racing down the hallway. Just before they got to the door, the doctor was wheeling the gurney out with little Harry on it. His scar that had once been bright red and inflamed was now barely noticeable. In fact, you had to search for it to actually find it. In a few days it would probably be gone completely. Sirius walked with the gurney back to the main exam room and watched Harry the whole way, as if he expected him to suddenly wake up and start crying or something. But thankfully they made it back to the main room and they put little Harry next to Neville again, and the doctor said that the only other thing that he could tell that was wrong with the boy was that he had a slight cold, but it wasn't too bad yet. Plenty of fluids and rest and he should be fine. Sirius sighed in relief and took all the paperwork that the young nurse had handed him and Frank and thanked them and then bowed, which surprised the doctor and nurses, who bowed back. Sirius then picked up a sleepy Harry and headed out. Alice picked up a still dozing Neville and they all went back out to the main lobby of Gringotts. They decided to take a little side trip and head over to grab something to eat before heading back to Longbottom Hall, so they went over to this nice little Muggle restaurant that Sirius had found when he had worked as a Auror, called Antonio's. It is an Italian restaurant that sold all kinds of pastas and salads, but its specialty is this thing called pizza that Sirius just loved. Turned out that Remus loved the stuff now too. And once little Harry woke up enough to realize they were now sitting down eating, he wanted some too, and he loved it. He was so cute, sitting there with pizza sauce all over his face with a pepperoni in each hand, eating them both, grinning like there was no tomorrow. Sirius wished he had had a camera. Oh well, there were always a pensive. Elsewhere in a drafty old castle somewhere in northern Scotland, 2 whirling little doohickeys on a shelf exploded. Then a third and fourth, then the 5th, 6th and 7th. Albus Dumbledore nearly fell out of his throne-like chair when the first 2 mechanisms exploded, but when the rest started exploding he began racing across the room towards them with his wand in hand, trying to prevent the next one from going up in smoke. But he was too late. The last one was gone. What in the name of the 7 hells had happened? All his monitors and blocks on both Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom had just exploded. And since they were injury-based, that could only mean one thing. The boys must be dead. He had no way to trace either of the boys now, and had no idea where Longbottom Hall was located since it was under a Fidelius charm. He had sent Hagrid after Harry Potter, but Hagrid had never come back. So Harry must have been injured badly and just passed away now. Poor, poor Harry. To die before he could meet his destiny. But that meant that the Longbottom boy must have battled Voldemort tonight as well. But he had lost too. Tonight was a dark night for all of the wizarding world. The only ones who could save it had been killed. And the worst horror of their times was only going to get more horrific with each passing breath. Well, he guessed it was up to him then. He didn't want to do this. He had sworn never to kill after the incident with Ariana. But this was for the greater good, and he had to save the wizarding world after all. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Sirius woke up with little Harry snuggled into his chest, slowly rising and falling with each breath that he took. Then Sirius felt it. Ick. Wet diaper. Slowly he woke up and got up and changed to sleepy Harry and a still sleepy Sirius. Yawning Sirius walked downstairs and placed Harry in the travel cot with a still sleeping Neville. As soon as they knew the other was near, they rolled over and snuggled up to each other. Then the 2 of them fell deeply back to sleep again. I don't know what this connection they have is, but it is so much like a twin thing it is ridiculous. I have seen twins that aren't that close. Sirius chuckled. Frank nodded as he sipped his coffee. I know what you mean. Neville can tell the minute that Harry enters the house. He calms right down and just snuggles down and waits for Harry to get to him and go to sleep. And he's like a Harry magnet. If he is in a separate room, Harry immediately wants to be wherever Neville is. They play together no matter what they are playing. Whichever one started playing first, the other will join in. There is no fuss, no argument, just, hey cool, we are going to be playing building blocks, or, yeah, we're playing dragons. Or maybe, hooray, we are playing with Teddy today. All the same to them, no fuss, no muss. The second one always just joined in doing whatever the first one was doing, until the first one tired of doing that. Then it was the second one's chance to pick the activity. Who knows who picked their way of doing things, but it works for them. And it was fair and logical. No one gets their feelings hurt, no one gets left out or upset, it just works. And they aren't even 2 years old yet. Sirius shook his head at the intelligence of the 2 little ones as they played castle. Building the castle block by block and making each block fit where it was supposed to go. Together they made it work. Together. Harry sat there on the floor and wanted to put a block up high but couldn't reach it. He struggled and struggled, but it was too high. He almost gave up, but he looked at the block in his hand and frowned. Then the block began to float in midair. Soon the block was making its way to the tower that he wanted to place it at, and plink, it was there and in place. Neville watched Harry do this and put a block in his hand and frowned at it, then looked at it real hard. Then sure enough, the block began to float as well. Up, 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 it went to stack on top of the one that Harry had just placed there. Grinning, Neville raised his arms above his head and let out a little yell, as did Harry. Both very proud of each other. Then it became a game of who could stack the blocks higher. It was doing great, almost 7-foot-tall tower of blocks. Until Salem, Alice's cat, charged at the tower and knocked it down, which brought about a round of tears and blocks being thrown at a certain black and white tomcat. Sirius and Remus, Frank and Alice, had all watched the boys build their tower block by block, holding their breath as each block was placed, and finally breathing as the block was added to the stack successfully. When the tower came down, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They ended up laughing due to the dodging cat that was squalling and running everywhere to get away from the flinging blocks. Alice finally went and rescued Salem, and took him out of the room and put him in the library where he didn't have to worry about things like towers and flying blocks. Poor kitty. I don't know, Frank. I hate to be a burden on you guys, Sirius said as he sipped on his tea. They had been there 3 days and they were already talking about moving in. You're not a burden, if anything you guys ease a burden. Neville can barely sleep without Harry, and having you two here means twice the babysitters, so that's half the burden. We can actually go out and do something on our own if we want. Oh, I know we could ask Mom to watch Neville if we had to, but all he does is cry the entire time we are gone when we do. She thinks he is some form of mentally retarded squib or some such thing. She rarely has anything nice to say about him. She thinks we spoil him and that he is a bit touched in the head, and that is the reason he always cries when she has him. Not that he simply doesn't like her. Like every baby is supposed to like her or something. Alice freaked out the first time she suggested that Neville was a squib. I thought my sweet little wife was going to drop a house on her or something. Remus, the more familiar with Muggle literature of the two, caught the reference to the Wizard of Oz, but Sirius was totally clueless. Look, let's just say there is plenty of space at Longbottom Hall, and Neville wouldn't be as happy without Harry around. So quit arguing about it and just agree to move in for a while. It's not like it's forever. 10 to 20 years should do it. Frank laughed at his own joke, until he got this real serious look about him. Someone breached the east wards. They didn't break the wards, but they triggered the proximity alarms. Find Alice and the boys. Get them into the front parlor, that is the only one with a flu connection. Flew over to Mother's and wait there. I'll put the place on lockdown and notify Amelia, then follow behind you. Frank said, then turned and rushed out of the room. Sirius and Remus rushed out of the gentleman's study and headed to the nursery where Alice and the boys were. Each one grabbed a baby and told Alice to grab a prep baby bag that they always had full and ready to leave at a moment's notice. Fully stocked with appropriate clothing, diapers, food, milk, and a few toys, just in case. They always had a few of them sitting around the house just in case of emergencies. Alice grabbed the bag and raced after Sirius and Remus, not even pausing to ask questions. Being a Auror and going through Auror training taught you when to question and when to follow orders, and this looked like a damn good time to follow orders. The three of them raced into the front parlor but found that it was already occupied by 4 others. Bellatrix Lestrange, Barty Crouch Jr., Rodolphus Lestrange, and Rabaston Lestrange were there waiting for them. Sirius skidded to a halt and had his wand in hand before you could blink, but Bellatrix was faster and a red streak blazed by him, just missing him by inches. Well, if it isn't my whittle cousin Sirius. Come out to play did woo. Damn Bellatrix and her stupid baby talk, Sirius thought. Sirius handed Harry over to Remus and then put himself between Remus and the rest of them. Get the hell out of here, Bella. Why, you still can. Sirius aimed his wand at Bellatrix's head and waited for her to so much as twitch. She twitched, and soon flashes of light were streaking this way and that around the room. Remus took both the babies and rushed into the study and put them into the study and closed the door, then rushed back to the firefight between Sirius, Alice, and the others. Remus got there just as Bellatrix shot a Cruciatus curse at Alice, who hit her knees at the force of the blow. Alice screamed as the curse ripped through her body. Feeling every pain sensor trigger at once, she tried to fight it, but it was no use, the curse was too strong. She fell to the floor screaming. Harry and Neville were just across the hall in the study when they heard Alice's screams. They looked at each other to see what they should do. "Stop it," Harry asked, looking at Neville. Neville nodded. "Stop it," a look of pure determination on his face. Okay, the first obstacle they had was the door to the room was shut. Harry kept looking at the door knob over his head and trying to figure out how he could reach it without being quite tall enough. He was thinking about the blocks problem, and then he felt a tug on his rompers and looked over to Neville. Neville was pointing to the little cat door that was at the bottom of the big door, that Alice insisted be placed in all of the doors. Not wanting Salem to get locked in a room and forgotten somewhere and end up starving to death or something. So Neville went over to the little cat flap and got down on his knees and poked his head through. Surprising enough, his whole body could make it though. Maybe it was a dog flap and not a cat flap or something. Or maybe it was magical and would resize itself depending on what was being sent through it. Harry would have to think about it another time. Now was definitely not the time. Neville and Harry raced down the hallway to the parlor and peeked into the room. Sirius was exchanging curses with Rabaston and Rodolphus. Remus was exchanging fire with Barty. and Alice was being held under the cruciatus by Bellatrix. While the light show was pretty, the only thing the boys knew was that the lights hurt, so don't get hit by the lights. And it was the sticks that made the lights. Also, they didn't have any sticks. Now what could they do? Harry thought for a moment, then held his hand out and focused real hard, and all of a sudden a little yellow ball was in his hand. A yellow ball of light. Just like what the others were making out of their sticks. Harry threw his ball of light at the scary woman's face. Scary woman shrieked and dropped her stick and grabbed her face, screaming. Neville saw the scary woman drop her stick, and he rushed over to pick it up. Then, taking Harry's hand again with a look of determination, he pointed the stick at Bellatrix and shouted out, "Bad kitty! Naughty!" The next thing you knew, there was the terror of Voldemort's followers was flying backwards across the room and was now stuck to a wall about 4 foot off the ground. The funny part was that Frank, Amelia Bones and 6 of her Aurors got to witness the bad kitty shoot across the room and smack into the wall under the power of a couple of 16-month-olds with a wand. "What the injured hell!" exclaimed one of the Aurors. "Watch your language. There are children present," Amelia stated as she reached down and took the wand from Neville and said, "I've got the bad kitty. Now boys, why don't you go over there and watch everything from the sidelines?" Johnson watched these two. Keep them out of trouble. They could still hear the exchange of curses from within the parlor, so the rest of the Aurors raced in, and in a matter of minutes it was over with. The Aurors had Crouch Jr., Rabaston, and Rodolphus in a body bind faster than you could blink when they were focused on what Sirius and Remus were doing from the front. When Amelia and Frank told them what happened to Bellatrix while they were having the medic look over Alice. "Bad kitty?" Sirius asked, looking totally confused. "Naughty?" Remus repeated, looking equally bewildered. "Yep, they are still trying to unstick her from the wall too. Go look at her." Frank pointed to Bellatrix, who was spread eagle against the wall, and the 3 Aurors that were trying to remove her from the wall, whom she was currently having a rather heated discussion with. "Perhaps you 2 handsome young men would like to help me take the bad kitty off the wall, so we can take her out of here?" Amelia tried. Harry looked at her and stated, "Bad kitty bad." Then Neville nodded and stated, "Bad kitty naughty. I know she is bad. And naughty. That is the reason that I need to take her with us, so that she can't hurt anyone else," Amelia stated. Harry and Neville looked at one another for a moment, then looked over to where Bellatrix was plastered against the wall, and nodded. So the 2 of them stepped across the room to stand in front of her once again. Amelia gave them a stick again, Bellatrix's wand. The first thing they did was Harry took the stick and said, "Bad kitty, play night-night." Then all the shouting and swearing and vulgarities that were coming out of her mouth suddenly stopped. Bellatrix was hanging there limp, fast asleep, much to the astonishment of the others in the room. Then Harry handed the stick to Neville, and he pointed it at the bad kitty and said, "Bad kitty go." With that, Bellatrix dropped from the wall and into the arms of the 2 waiting officers, who were astounded to say the least. "Bad kitty go. And we tried everything in the books, and even a few that weren't in the books yet." "Geez," Edwards commented as he lifted the out-of-it Bellatrix Lestrange onto a stretcher and pushed it out of the room. "That wasn't as bad as Bad Kitty, play night-night. I can't wait to tell her when she wakes up that it was a 2-year-old that knocked her out. I bet she will go apocalyptic, her ego. Oh yeah, we are going to hear her screeching from booking," Dawlish stated, shaking his head. "Bad Kitty, play night-night," chuckle, he couldn't help it. He had to get those 2 kids working for the Force. When they were bigger, they would be a riot and unbeatable. If they could take on Bellatrix Lestrange at the age of 16 months and win. With that, Amelia rewarded the boys with some biscuits and milk for taking care of the bad kitty and being so brave. They didn't understand the last part, but they did understand biscuits and bad kitty, so they let it slide. It has been 4 days and none of the specialists have been able to wake her. Not even the Department of Mysteries guys could do it when they took a crack at her. It's been verified she is just sleeping, though nothing out of the norm. Not unconscious, no coma, nothing like that. Just sleeping. Shacklebolt said he was new to the station and Bones liked his work, so he became her assistant as soon as the position became available. Amelia Bones was not having a good day. They had 3 wanted felons in her holding cells and one of the most wanted in Britain, sleeping away in her cell that they were unable to question, and no one was able to wake her up. "Well, what do you suggest? We have tried everything we have available to us and nothing seems to work." "Not everything, ma'am. he said with a thoughtful look. Kingsley Shacklebolt was a tall black man that preferred to shave his head and enjoyed to wear tribal accoutrements when available to him. He was just over 6'2" and sturdy built, the kind of man you didn't want to meet in a dark alley anywhere. But he had a gentle, intelligent nature about him, and that is what Bones liked about him. He had brains. "All right, what do you have in mind?" Amelia's interest was piqued, she had to admit. "Well, it worked before, why not try it again? Potter and Longbottom, the whole bad kitty play night-night thing is all over the office. Why not have them come in here and wake her up? Geez, that is why I have you around. Call Frank and Sirius and see if they can bring the boys down here. I hate to have them see this place, but I am not letting her out of a cell at this point. Put her in interrogation room 3, cuffed to the table. Then have the boys wake her up. We will be ready to use the Veritaserum on her and start with questioning immediately, and she will be secure." Shacklebolt suggested. "Sounds good, go make the calls. I'll get her ready." Amelia smiled and headed out of her office down to the holding cells. 20 minutes later, Frank Longbottom and Sirius Black came carrying their sons into the OR headquarters and headed directly into Amelia's office. They were met there by Mad-Eye Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Amelia Bones. Alastair Moody had heard about these boys and wasn't going to let an opportunity of seeing them in action pass him us, so he decided to tag along. "Moody, long time no see. Great to see you. Thought you were doing training and recruiting now, old friend." Sirius smiled and held out his hand that didn't have a Harry in it. Moody looked at the 16-month-old little boys and at Frank and Sirius and stated, "I may be here for some recruiting if what I hear about these two are even half correct." "It's all correct. Captured Bellatrix Lestrange and had her incapacitated until help got there to take her in. Just the two of them with Bella's own wand at that. Neville, Frank's son, stuck her to a wall, and then Harry, James' son, my godson, put her to sleep so they could transport her. And Neville took her off the wall. Simple as that. It was beautiful, Alastair, you would have loved it. I can get you the memory and you can see the whole thing." Frank volunteered with a grin. "You do that, I don't believe half of what I've heard coming out of these idiots' mouths. Something about Bad Kitty." Moody chuckled. "That's what the boys call her. Bad Kitty. Don't know why, but it seems to fit and it works so." Frank shrugged. Amelia chuckled at the memory of what happened and motioned for the group to follow her. "We are heading to interrogation room 3. We have her secured there." The group walked down the halls to the interrogation rooms until they got to number 3, and they went in and found the bad kitty cuffed to the table in front of her. Both Harry and Neville took one look and gasped, "Bad kitty," they exclaimed. "It's all right, boys, see, she is cuffed to the table with these big metal bracelets. They won't let her get loose. She can't hurt you. But we need her awake so we can ask her questions," Amelia stated. Frank and Sirius sat the boys down on the ground, so the Hatta handed them Bellatrix's wand, since that is what they had used each time before. This time Harry had the wand and looked doubtfully at Bellatrix, but he pointed the wand at her and said, "Bad kitty up." And the next thing you know, Bellatrix was once again wide awake and cussing and shrieking profanities at everyone. "Bad kitty, no hiss," Harry said, and suddenly the room was quiet again. Although Bellatrix was wide awake and her mouth was moving, no sound was coming out. Mad-Eye watched this all with more than a little bit of surprise. He had known what they had done to try and bring about the Lestrange bitch, but nothing had worked. Not even the Dom had been able to get her wake, and these two toddlers had done it just by saying, "Bad kitty up," and making her silent by saying, "Bad kitty, no hiss." This was making his false eye twitch. Shacklebolt knelt down to where he was even with the boys and began to whisper to them. "Boys, we kinda need the bad kitty to hiss. We need to ask her questions and she has to answer them for us. We put a special medicine on her tongue and she will then answer our questions honestly. See, messin'." The boys leaned in close together and whispered for a minute and began to giggle, then looked over to the silently shouting bad kitty. Then they turned and started to stick their tongues out at her and make faces at her, giggling the whole time. Harry passed the wand over to Neville and stuck his tongue out real far and said, "Na na na," to the bad kitty. Well, she couldn't let that stand, so she did the same. Neville waved his wand and said, "Bad kitty, stop." And Bellatrix was frozen in that position with her tongue out and staring at the two boys, trying to figure out what was going on. Both boys looked up to Mr. Shacklebolt and said, "Like that." Shacklebolt laughed and took the bottle of Veritaserum and dropped 3 drops on her tongue. then said, "Exactly like that, boys. Now can you unstick her and make it to where she can hiss again?" Neville looked at the bad kitty for a moment, then nodded. "Bad kitty, go." He waved the wand. Then he passed the wand over to Harry, and Harry pointed it at Bellatrix and said, "Bad kitty, hiss." With that, Bellatrix sat back in the seat and had this dazed look about her. Moody could tell it was the effects of the Veritaserum. The boys had done it. No fuss, no muss, just simple 3 or 4 word commands and it was done. With her own wand too. He was definitely going to have to recruit both these boys when they get older. And keep an eye on them while they are growing up too. Sirius took the wand from Harry and gave it back to Shacklebolt and then picked up Harry. Frank reached down and picked up Neville and they turned and started out. "I think this little adventure deserves ice cream. What do you say?" "Yeah, ice cream." The boys loved that cold sweetness, messy as it was. They didn't know what they did to deserve it, but it didn't matter, they were getting a goodie, and they were going to enjoy every sticky minute of it. "Thanks, guys. This makes our job a whole lot easier. If we need kitty control again, we'll call." Amelia joked. Chapter 3. On their 5th birthday, they decided that since their birthdays were so close they would just share one and make it 2 days long. Childhood logic, who knows? They were going to have their very first birthday party, and they were very excited about it. They had invited several people, mostly big people, but that is who they knew most, but some of the big people had kids, so there should be some kids too. Like Amelia Bones had her niece Susan, who they met about 6 months ago. She is really nice. She likes to play blocks and tea party, although they don't really like to play tea party too much. She says it teaches them manners, whatever those are. Then there is Mr. Diggory. He has a son named Cedric. He talks a lot about a game called Quidditch, and you play it on brooms. He even came by and taught Harry and Neville how to use their beginner brooms. While Sirius and Frank had done most of the real work, holding them on there till they got the hang of balancing themselves and how to go up and down and left and right, things like that. Cedric taught them the neat stuff like how to make a tight corner, how to stop on a sickle, how to switch directions mid-flight, things like that. Neville could even do a figure 8 now, and Harry could do really tight circles or spins. They were getting better at catching a ball while on the back of a broom too. Sirius and Frank seemed to think they would be the greatest chaser team ever known to Hogwarts. Then there was Mr. Weasley. He had a bunch of kids. Most of them were pretty nice. Charlie liked dragons. Percy liked to read them stories. The twins liked to get dirty and try and get into trouble. The one they had problems with was Ron. At first Ron was alright until he decided that he only wanted to play with Harry and not with Neville. He kept telling Neville to go away that he and Harry were playing. Then one day it made Neville cry and that was it. Harry called Ron a bully, and that was one thing he hated, was a bully, and he turned around and raced after Neville, and the two played together the rest of the day, completely ignoring Ron. Ever since then they refused to play with Ron at all. They barely even talked to him, and then only if the big people made them. Then there is Mr. Lovegood. He has a daughter who knows how to see things that other people can't see. She used her imagination and bam, there it is. Thing is, she knows things she shouldn't ought to know, like things that are going to happen before they happen. And she is really good at it too. She doesn't want anyone to know about it because she is afraid people will hurt her if they knew. But she told Harry and Neville because they are her friends, her best friends. Her only other real friend is Ginny Weasley. Next there was Mr. Tonks. His name is Uncle Ted and his wife's name is Aunt Andy. They had a daughter whose name is Tonks, which is a little silly. It really isn't her name, and they found out her real name but couldn't say it, so they just call her Cousin Dora. She can make her hair change colors just by thinking about it, and her eyes too. She once gave herself a pig nose. No kidding, a pig nose. Last there was Mr. Abbott. He has a daughter named Hannah. She likes all kinds of animals. She loved playing teddy bears and dragons. She is best friends with Susan. They spend a lot of time together. Whenever Amelia has to work, Susan stays with Hannah and her family. Apparently they live very close together. And they had invited Mr. Shacklebolt and Mr. Moody. They worked with Sirius and Frank a long time ago. Mr. Dawlish was going to try and make it too. Once everyone got there, the party finally started. The kids started with a piñata and Neville was the one to break it. Candy and goodies went everywhere. Ron tried to take it all, but Luna picked up a couple of handfuls and gave one to his little sister Ginny, who was too shy to let go of her mother's hand to play the game. Then they played tag and Harry tagged Cedric, who was good at being it because he was so much bigger than everyone else. He won by miles and miles. But little Hannah Abbott scraped her knee and had to have her daddy kiss it and make it better. although he really waved his wand over it, then kissed it afterwards. It still got fixed. Then they played hide and go seek. They thought they lost little Luna, but she had hidden in a tree out in the backyard and had fallen asleep and didn't hear people calling her name. So she didn't know they were searching for her. Her mommy found her though. She has a special pendant that can always locate her no matter what, and after they found Luna and woke her up, Sirius said that he was going to get one of those things too. They put on some music and danced for a while, and that was really fun. Ron didn't want to play, so it made that much better, and everyone else had a lot of fun. Fred and George were a lot of fun to dance with. So was Luna. She dances like a fairy and enjoyed dancing the most with Harry though. Next they did cake and ice cream. Ron's mother had to tell him to stop going back for more and to let the other kids have a chance to have some, which made him cry, and he ended up having to be given a timeout. He threw such a fit. There were 2 cakes. 2 whole cakes, each boy ate a small piece of each one. One was strawberry swirl, the other was chocolate swirl. And they had chocolate chip and strawberry cheesecake ice creams. When it came time to have presents, almost everyone got the same things for both boys, which was fun. Sirius bought both boys a Comet T60 broom, and all the safety stuff that went with it. They were real brooms, not some baby brooms. It wasn't big brooms like Cedric's, but they was just their size. Ron was so jealous he got mad, and tried to make Neville give him his broom so he and Harry could ride together. When Neville said no, he punched him. That got Ron sent home. Neville had an injured nose, but Aunt Andy fixed it right up. Did you know she was a doctor person? Luna got them an encyclopedia of magical creatures. It has lots of books in it. Luna loves magical creatures, like unicorns and nargles. Alice is going to teach Harry and Neville how to look things up in the books and how to read too. They already knew their letters and could read small books, but not big books like these. The Weasleys got the boys a selection of candies from Honeyduck's candy store. They got some more chocolate frogs. They are frogs made out of chocolate, and when you open them up they jump at you just like a real frog. But if you bite it, it stops jumping. It was gross the first time Harry ate one, but after that it was fun. Neville cried the first time he had to bite one. He thought it was a real frog and didn't want to hurt it, but Frank told him it was just a candy, so it wasn't real, and he went ahead and bit it. Then he was okay. Now he knows they are just chocolate. Now they are both trying to collect the cards, but they decided to share their cards, and so they have a pretty big collection now. The Diggories got Neville a set of yard tools, which he loved, and Harry a little compass for his broom, which he loved. They knew that Cedric had picked out their gifts because only Cedric knew that Neville liked to play in the greenhouses with the plants. Susan Bones and Amelia got the boys a new set of building blocks that interlink, so they can make huge castles now. Their old set is great, but it is too easy for Salem to knock over. This set will be harder for that bad cat to knock down. Hannah Abbott got the 2 a real chaser ball, a quaffle, a real one, not the practice size one they had been playing with. This one was way bigger, so they may have to wait to play with it until they are bigger, but they had a real one now. Alastair Moody got each one of them a practice wand. It lights up when you say Lumos and shuts off when you say Nox. It works just like a real wand, only it is for little people. Mr. Shacklebolt got them each a desk set that had a book on how to learn to use a quill and their very own quill and ink set. Mr. Dawlish got them a miniature Hogwarts Express set. He said they would have to let Frank and Sirius play with it too though, and everyone laughed about that for a while, although Frank and Sirius were real excited about that gift. Alice got them clothes, a whole new wardrobe of stuff, especially play stuff, thank goodness. They run out of play clothes pretty quickly. Mud seems to do bad things to clothes that you never can undo. Frank got them several costumes and little outfits to play dress up in, and he got a toy box to put them all in. He also bought a set of dragons, so when they were playing knights and dragons they would actually have a dragon to fight, or dragon riders they would have their own dragon they would be able to ride. The Tonks bought each boy a bicycle and spent a couple of hours teaching them how to ride it. They had training wheels, but Uncle Ted still did all the hard work. It was great fun. Neville actually liked it better than brooms since you didn't have to be off the ground to do it. But Harry liked them both equally, although the broom went faster. Just as they were getting ready to sit down to eat lunch, the alarms went off all over the place, and in a sudden red shower, in popped a man and a giant flaming chicken. The man had on a set of purple robes with gold stars shooting across them this way and that, and he had a really long beard. All around the room wands were drawn and pointed at the old man, and curses were on the tips of each person's tongue until they realized who it was. Then some people decided not to curse him. Unfortunately for him, the two guests of honor has no such thoughts going through their heads. "Bad whiskers," was all they said, and with only their raised hands this time, they sent the old man sailing across the room and into the wall. Splat! Just like Bad Kitty. Harry and Neville went up to the old man, and Harry raised his hand and said, "My wand!" And sure enough, Dumbledore's wand shot out of his sleeve and into Harry Potter's hand. Dumbledore couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Wand of Destiny had a new master, and it was a 5-year-old little boy named Harry Potter. "Bad whiskers, naughty!" Harry passed the wand over to Neville, and before Neville could say anything else, Amelia stopped him and rushed over to the boys and stopped them for the moment. "I know that he ruined your birthday party, boys, but we have to find out why he was here before we punish him." "No, he's naughty. He scared little Luna. Look." Neville pointed over to where Xenophilius and Luna were standing, and there was Zeno with his wand drawn like every other adult, but between his legs, huddled on the floor, was his daughter with her hands over her eyes, and she appeared to be crying. "Well, we will get Persephone to take care of little Luna, and let me take care of naughty Whiskers. For the moment, you can keep your wand on him, though, if you want. Okay?" Amelia bargained. Apparently scaring their little friend was a huge bad thing to the boys, and this was the best bargain she was going to get for now, she hoped. The boys looked at each other, then nodded. Both of them looked at the naughty Whiskers and squinted, waiting for him to make any kind of bad move. "All right, Dumbledore," Amelia said. "What are you doing here? I know for a fact you were not invited and you are not wanted here, so why are you here? If you will remove me from this wall, I will give you the gift I brought for young Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said. Amelia looked at him and shook her head. "First, I didn't put you there, so I can't take you down. Second, the fact that you brought a gift for one of the boys and not the other just insulted one of the hosts of this party, so I don't see them wanting to let you down anytime soon. And third, you don't have to be released from that wall for me to reach into your robes and get the item in question. So, no, it is in the front left inside pocket of my robes." Dumbledore sighed with resignation. This was definitely not going the way he expected it to go. Amelia reached into the aforementioned pocket and pulled out a neatly wrapped soft packet, then looked at it, scanning it several times, then handed it over to Sirius and Frank to scan it some more. Once satisfied, Sirius opened it and couldn't believe his eyes. It was James' invisibility cloak. They had been through the wreckage of the cottage half a dozen times and hadn't found this thing, and it was one of the things on the list to find too. "You stole James' invisibility cloak. You injured bastard." Sirius took aim and fired a shot at Dumbledore's head, but Amelia fired as well, and Sirius' shot hit Amelia's shield and fizzled out. "I only borrowed, I didn't steal," Dumbledore exclaimed as he dodged as best as he could, plastered to a wall. "Liar. James would never let this out of his sight knowingly. This could have saved them. You stole this and they died for it," Sirius shouted, starting to get red in the face. They had wondered why it hadn't been in the ruble of the cottage, but just assumed it has burned up before the fire could be put out. Harry and Neville didn't understand much about what was going on right now, but they understood this, that Whiskers had somehow stolen something that belonged to Harry's daddy that could have saved both his mommy and daddy's life. Neville, who had the wand at this time, aimed it at Dumbledore and shouted, "Bad Whiskers, tell the truth." Then a sparkling ring encircled Dumbledore's neck, and he gasped for air. Yes, I stole it." James had no clue what it was. He had no clue how valuable it was. Bad Whiskers stole from Harry's family? "Give it back. Give it all back," shouted Neville as he pointed the wand at the old man. Before their eyes, a huge pile of books appeared, joined by a massive pensieve, 2 golden thrones, one he used in the dining hall, one he used in his office, and gold and gems, piles of the stuff. And the things kept coming, trinkets and pieces of jewelry of all kinds, wands, daggers, picture frames. Even 2 house elves popped into the room, looking around the room trying to figure out what was going on. A huge mirror, several brooms, more books, and several robes. All quite distinguished looking, 3 large 7-compartment trunks. The room was getting a little tight, so Frank moved the lunch table to over against the wall to allow for more stuff to appear. And it did appear. Bottles of wine and liqueur, some candelabras and several candlestick holders, and racks of potions. Then all the popping stopped. Everyone held their breath for a minute and waited to see if it was over with. You stole all this from James and his vaults while we were in mourning? How dare you? Sirius started to approach Dumbledore again, and this time it was Moody and Frank that were holding him back. Amelia took charge of the situation and immediately ordered Shacklebolt and Dawlish to catalog each and every item that had appeared, and to leave the wrinkled wanker where he was until they were finished with that. Not that they could do much about it anyway. It would be the boys who would have to let him down in the end. To start placing the catalogued items in the 7-compartment trunks, leaving out the wine and liqueur, thinking that may come in handy in a little while. Alice went and got them some parchment and ever-ready quills, and they set to work. Dawlish started with counting the gold, and Shacklebolt started with the bigger things, and shrunk them down and put them in the trunk first, like the pensieve and the thrones. Neville passed the wand back to Harry and glared at the old whisked man on the wall. Stealing was wrong. Both the boys knew that, and they were only 5. Harry kept tapping the wand against his leg, causing different colored sparks to shoot out of it every now and then, which seemed to interest Luna some, so Harry kept it up, calling out whatever color she wanted and making sparks appear to her delight. Both boys were just glad she was no longer hiding and took turns making sparks shoot out of the end of the wand. And as long as the boys were distracted, Amelia was happy. An active wand in those boys' hand was a dangerous thing. Then they heard Luna say, "Butterflies," and sure enough Neville made butterflies come out of the wand. Then it was Harry's turn, and she squealed and said, "Hummingbirds!" And again little hummingbirds shot out of the trusty wand. "All right, Moonchild, that is enough now. These young men are spoiling my little Moondrop." Zeno laughed and tickled his daughter, who giggled and blushed. But thankfully she quit calling out new ideas for things to float out of the end of the wand, or else they might have ended up with a menagerie in Longbottom Hall. Mrs. Weasley didn't like the way that Dumbledore was plastered against the wall until he admitted to stealing the cloak, and then things that he had stolen from the Potters started popping up. Now she practically wanted to rip every scraggly hair out of his mangy beard. Stealing from the dead, and from heroes no less, and then from a child. He should have his wand snapped. And when they get all that mess out of the way, that is exactly what she was going to tell him too. Give him a good piece of her mind, she would. Alice went over to the little elves and asked them their names.
"I'm Jeeves, Mum.
And this is Misty. We were Lord James and Lady Lily's house elves before their passing. But since then Professor Dumbledore has been looking after us." "Jeeves? Jeeves, it is you. I thought you died in the fire." Sirius heard the elf say his name and turned towards the sound and wrestled free of Frank and Moody and rushed over to the little elven pair. He knelt down and hugged them both. "Jeeves, Misty, I am so glad to see you are alive. I can't believe he stole you too." "How?" "We were hiding from the Muggles, and he showed up saying he was there to take us to Hogwarts, on Master James' orders. So we went. We had nowhere else to go, and we thought little Master was gone. We are so sorry we failed him." Both elves started to cry and try and hit themselves with things that were around them. But Sirius stopped them and called Harry and Neville over to them. "Harry, Neville, I want you to meet Jeeves and Misty. They helped take care of James when he was little, and then you when you were little. Misty was right there when you were born, and the one to change your diaper the very first time. She even taught you Mother how to give you a bath and put you to sleep at night. Would you like for them to live with us again and help take care of the two of you?" Harry looked over at Neville and smiled, who smiled back and nodded. Then they looked over at the elves and nodded. The little elves, who were not that much smaller than the boys, began to dance around and hug each other. They had their family back. Frank looked at Remus and asked, "Just curious, I noticed how Jeeves talks. How is it he talks so much better than a normal house elf?" That was purely Lily. She said that if they were going to be around baby Harry while he was learning to speak, then they were going to learn how to speak correctly, and she spent her whole pregnancy teaching them to talk like they do now. Remus stated, smiling a mile wide, remembering some of the lessons that Lily used to give these two back when she was pregnant. That must have driven James nuts. Frank laughed. Proper speaking elves. What would she think of next? It took the little things months to convince her they didn't want to be freed. They moped around the house on the verge of tears all the time, afraid to be in the same room as her alone, afraid she would give them clothes. Then James finally got it through her head that they needed to work and be close to a wizard or witch in order to live, and that freeing them was basically putting them to death. Finally she quit and started treating them like family. She told them she would never give them clothes, but she wanted them to wear uniforms, which I am surprised they aren't wearing. Remus spoke up, "Hey Padfoot, where are their uniforms?" Sirius looked over to Jeeves and Misty and suddenly there was a pop and there were their smart little matching uniforms that they had made for themselves was back in place. Both of them were clapping and dancing again, happy to have them back. No longer in a Hogwarts tea towel. "Does that answer your question?" Sirius asked with a grin. Harry and Neville were happy for the two, so they started dancing and clapping too. This brought a round of giggles and laughter from all around. The seriousness of the Dumbledore problem seemed not so bad right this moment. Frank thought he might as well let all the kids enjoy it, so he brought out a wireless radio and put on some music the kids could dance to, and let the kids dance while the adults dealt with Dumbledore. "I have all the miscellaneous things packed and we have most of the gold counted. We were up to 50,000 in gold when I stepped over here to talk to you," Shacklebolt said in a low whisper to Amelia. "You're kidding. He must have been stealing that from the inheritance vaults of the Potters that even James hadn't gotten into yet." "I think so. A lot of those galleons were 100 galleon gold pieces. That is why we're able to count it so high so fast. I think about 70% of it is at least," Shacklebolt said at barely a whisper. Amelia shook her head, glancing over at the coins. One of those coins was worth more than the Weasleys earned in a month. More than 3 months was more like it. As soon as Dawlish had finished with the coins, he came over to the two of them and handed them the paper he had been keeping track on, and both of their eyebrows went up and they looked at him to get confirmation. Yeah, almost 60,000 galleons in that pile at Dumbledore's feet. And he knew it. The real question was how much had he stolen that couldn't be replaced. Amelia went over to Frank, Alice, Sirius, and Remus and asked to speak with them in the other room. They led the way into the study, leaving Moody to guard Dumbledore. Dumbledore tried to talk to the others to get them to let him down until Harry noticed what he was doing, and he aimed his wand at him and said, "Be quiet, Bad Whiskers." Sure enough, Bad Whiskers was silenced. "What do you mean 60,000 galleons? There wasn't that much money there?" Sirius argued. "Most of what was there was in 100 galleon gold pieces, Sirius. Over 70% of it." Amelia stated, "What the hell? James didn't have any 100 galleon gold pieces. He would have bragged about that for days if he would have had one." Sirius stated, "I am thinking this came from James' inheritor accounts, and this is some of the old Potter money. Maybe even Peveril money. Probably hasn't seen the light of day in a millennia until Dumbledore broke into the vault, that is. I want him charged, fully charged. We all saw it all appear and we have plenty of witnesses, including yourself, Moody, Shacklebolt, and Dawlish. If I can't have him charged, I am going to challenge him to an honor duel." Sirius stated, looking more serious than Amelia had ever seen the man look before. "No need for that. I fully intend to file charges, the least of which is grand theft. It moves up from there. What I want to know is how he got access to the inheritor vaults to begin with. Either he was going in saying he was taking an account of things and loading down those 7-compartment trunks full and using that cloak to hide it all under, and then he just walked out of there with it. Or maybe he used another means. Let's see if the boys can get him to tell the truth about that, shall we?" With that, everyone went back out into the dining room where everyone else was waiting, and went over to where Harry and Neville were dancing with Jeeves, Misty, and Luna. Frank stopped the music and everyone went but Frank explained they needed to ask Whiskers a question. They stopped moaning and grumbling. "Neville, do you think you can do that thing you did about getting old Whiskers to tell the truth again for a few minutes?" Amelia asked. Neville thought about it for a moment and then nodded. Harry handed Neville the wand and Neville looked over to Whiskers and said, "Bad Whiskers, tell the truth." And a sparkly ring of magic appeared around Dumbledore's neck just like last time. "Thank you, Neville. That is exactly what I needed." Amelia hugged each boy and then went over to Dumbledore and began to question him. Amelia began, "All right, Dumbledore, I have a couple of questions for you. The first is, how did you manage to get all of these things out of James' vaults?" Dumbledore fought the urge to answer her question, but it was no use. The spell was too strong. "James had written a note to the goblins for me to be able to get into his main vault and make a trust account for Harry and get out a sum of gold from his main vault. I simply changed the wording to his inheritor vaults and took the note to the goblins. They tested the note for verification. It had James' injury and signature on it, so they let me in the vaults. I went in and found the 3 trunks, I found what I wanted and filled the 3 trunks with what I wanted and left. How much gold did you take? Amelia asked. A little over 100,000 galleons, Dumbledore stated, shaking his head, fighting the spell. Everyone in the room gasped at the sum of money that was stolen. What did you do with that money? Amelia asked. Bribed some people, paid off a few for votes, bought some nice things for myself. I deserved it. The boy would never miss what he didn't know about. Who did you bribe? Amelia asked. Dumbledore began to list several people on the school board and miscellaneous members on the Wizengamot and a few politicians, including the Minister for Magic himself. Then he listed the people he bought the votes of, and that was more people from the Wizengamot. All total there were over 20 people that were now on Amelia's list for accepting bribes and payoffs. She even got him to tell her the amounts and what it was for each time so that she had all the information. What bill Dumbledore wanted to pass, what person Dumbledore wanted to be elected to what position, and preventing Severus Snape from being fired several times. The list went on and on. The next question I have is, why do you want Severus Snape to not be fired so much? You have prevented him being fired 3 times now? Amelia questioned. He is my spy, I want to keep him close to me. He tells me everything and helps me control the Slytherins. He is my best connection to all of the more wealthy individuals within our society. Dumbledore stated. But according to everything I have heard from my recruits, he is a horrible teacher. Why don't you fire him and choose someone else? Amelia just had to know. He swore his life to me if I tried to keep Lily Potter alive, and I did. I suggested the Fidelius charm. I didn't know that Pettigrew would betray them. He was their best friend all throughout school. Dumbledore stated. So you keep him around because he is your puppet? Is that correct? Sirius asked. Sirius? Amelia frowned. Yes, he must do anything I ask of him, even die if I told him to. Dumbledore frowned now too. You gave quite a bit of money to secure Minister Fudge's election. Why did you do that? Amelia asked. The man is an idiot. He is malleable and can be molded into whatever I want from him. All I need to do is talk with him for a few minutes and I have the results that I want. He is easily influenced, and if mere talking doesn't work, then bribery always does. Dumbledore stated through clenched teeth, as if he was fighting saying it. Well, the fact that you owe Harry Potter all that money back is going to clean out your accounts now, isn't it? Frank asked. Yes. I barely have that much in my accounts, but I should be able to cover it, maybe. Albus Dumbledore admitted. That doesn't matter. What matters is that you are going to pay him back and that you will be doing so immediately. Where do you keep your vault key? Sirius asked. Amelia looked at Frank and Sirius and shook her head. I can't let you two do that. Not legally anyway. You would allow him to keep the money he has stolen from Harry? Sirius asked. Of course not, but it has to go through a court of law. Amelia answered. Since you know he will either bribe people to vote the way he wants them to on the Wizengamot, since you have proof that he has done so before, you have 2 choices at this point. You can either go down to Gringotts and put a freeze on his accounts, or let Frank, Remus, and I go down to the accounts and get what he has already admitted to stealing from the vaults and bring it back here and hold on to it until the trial is over with. I don't care which one you do, but I am not letting this bastard get off scot-free because he used Harry's money to buy his way innocent. Sirius stated. Frank and Remus nodded. Amelia thought about it and agreed. Dumbledore did owe Harry the money. It was actually his money to begin with, and they were just retrieving it. Dumbledore had admitted that he had stolen the money and that he had the appropriate amount in his vault, hopefully. Amelia nodded. All right, but count it out and take no more than the amount that should be taken. If he has more than 35,000 galleons in that account, leave what is left there. Understand. All 3 men nodded and went over to the closest empty 7-compartment trunk, and Remus shrunk the trunk and reached down to pick it up. It was about the size of a shoebox now, so it was easy to carry. Harry, we are going for just a little bit. We will be right back. Don't have too much fun while we are gone. And watch Old Whiskers while we are gone too. Harry looked a little doubtful about them leaving, but nodded and kept his wand focused on Dumbledore just in case he moved wrong or something. Harry had just handed the wand over to Neville to hold for a while, cause his arm was starting to hurt and his tummy was making weird noises too when the 3 men came back smiling. We're back, buddy. Told you it wouldn't take too long. Now how about that birthday lunch we promised you? Sirius could hear Harry's stomach growling from the door. Amelia came over to the 3 men and asked, Did he have enough gold in his accounts to cover what was stolen? No, but it got close. I left one sickle in both vaults but took all the gold that was there. There were a couple of small jewelry boxes with stuff in it, so I took those to make up the difference. At first Amelia looked skeptical about that, but then just nodded. That's fine. And she took back the 2 keys and put them back in Dumbledore's pocket. At first Dumbledore wanted to say that they couldn't do that, but he knew that they could, and he knew that with the truth spell on him, he would only verify their right to do so. So he kept silent, frowning over to Sirius, the ringleader of the 3 men. This was not how this was supposed to go. Now he was broke and destitute. His source of funds discovered, his house elves taken away, his fineries taken, his pensive taken, even his thrones were taken from him. What was he going to do? Amelia spent the next several minutes writing up her report and allowed Shacklebolt and Dawlish to join the lunch as she finished up a few things. Like asking Albus questions she would have asked down at headquarters but decided just to go ahead and ask them here. She had Alastair Moody standing with her as she asked the questions as a witness, and to help with the questions. Harry and Neville went back to being the hosts of honor and enjoying the party. Each one loving the attention and their friends and family that were there. Even though Dumbledore had messed up their party for a while, it turned out to be fun. After lunch the kids went outside and played on the bicycles and brooms. Frank even let the older Weasley kids and Cedric borrow the brooms from the shed to use. They used the quaffle that Hannah had gotten the boys and played ball for a while. Although only Cedric and Charlie actually knew how to play Quidditch, they were trying to teach the others what they knew. They played outside until Amelia asked Harry and Neville to come inside for a moment, that she needed their help with something. The boys went into the dining room and found Amelia looking at Bad Whiskers with 4 new Aurors standing there with her. Boys, I need you to let Bad Whiskers loose, so that I can take him in, just like we did with Bad Kitty. Do you mind? Harry and Neville looked at Bad Whiskers, and then at each other. Then Harry took the wand he had placed in his pocket out and pointed it at Bad Whiskers and said, "Bad Whiskers, play night-night." Then put the wand away. Then Dumbledore was knocked out. Then they both raised their hands and said, "Bad Whiskers, go!" And Dumbledore was released from the wall. Thankfully, Amelia had anticipated this, and 2 of the Aurors caught Dumbledore and were holding him there. What she hadn't expecting was the night-night part. She probably should have if she thought about it, though. She had told the boys to do the same thing after all. Well, it saved her a lot of headache, since she was sure that Dumbledore could do wandless magic and he might have a portkey or something on him, and she hadn't been able to do a proper search of him yet. No problem. She just created a stretcher, and the 2 Aurors lowered the now asleep Dumbledore onto the stretcher and began to lead him out of the residence. Okay boys, you did really good. Now I will need you to come down to headquarters and wake up Bad Whiskers just like you did with Bad Kitty, but it can wait until after your party. Okay? Amelia asked. Both boys smiled and nodded, then headed back outside to play some more. It was near sundown when the guests started to leave when the boys decided to go ahead and go down and help Amelia out with Bad Whiskers. Frank and Sirius took them back down to headquarters, and Amelia had Dumbledore ready and waiting in Interrogation Room 3 just like before. They had searched the old man and found a spare wand and 3 portkeys on him and had removed them all, so they were pretty sure that they were safe at this point. But they put him in magic restraining cuffs just to be sure. Boys, if you could wake up Bad Whiskers for me, I would appreciate it, Amelia stated, looking down at Harry and Neville. Both boys looked doubtful but went ahead and nodded. Harry pointed the wand at Bad Whiskers and said, "Bad Whiskers, wake up." Dumbledore was awake and suddenly aware of his surroundings. He realized he was in an interrogations room at Auror headquarters, and immediately he tried to do the stupidest thing he could have done. He tried to get into Harry's head. He just had to know how strong the boy was. How was he able to do all this without any practical knowledge or education? No sooner had Dumbledore attempted to use legilimency on Harry than Harry shouted, "Bad Whiskers out!" and he threw the old man out of his mind. Dumbledore was just lucky he was chained to the table, or he would have been knocked across the room. As it was, he was just jarred really bad and would probably have some pretty badly bruised wrists. Well, that was stupid. Trying legilimency on a minor is illegal, you know, and in front of the head of the DMLE no less. What kind of an idiot are you? Actually, I think they have made a whole new breed of idiot just for you, Frank stated. Amelia noted on her paperwork the new charge and shook her head, then turned to Harry and asked if he was okay. He nodded and said he didn't like the feeling of Bad Whiskers in his head. so he kicked him out. Sirius was about to go rabid on Dumbledore, but Amelia managed to calm him down to a dull roar, stating that he can't let little Harry see him act like that, even with Dumbledore. That was about the only thing that stopped Sirius from going postal on his ass. But it was a close thing. Amelia could see him visibly shaking where he was standing, so he was having a hard time holding in the grim and keeping the animal side of him from ripping Dumbledore limb from limb. He had dared to try and hurt his little pup, right in front of him no less. Mind rape him in front of him. Oh, Sirius was at a boiling point, and so was she. Now that you have committed another crime in our presence, which I must thank you for, you do realize that to use legitimacy on a minor without the consent of their legal guardian is illegal, do you not? I had to know? Dumbledore gasped, barely able to get the words out. He was in so much pain. Had to know what exactly? Amelia asked. How he is doing all this. How strong his magic is. How he can do wandless magic. How he can use my wand. Dumbledore choked out. Well, those are some things you may never know, since you may be locked up for a very, very long time, Amelia stated. Amelia looked over to Harry and Neville and asked if they would mind doing that tell the truth thing again, and they did it. The sparkly ring appeared around Dumbledore's neck and Amelia began her questioning. She allowed Frank and Sirius as well as Harry and Neville to stay for the questions. At points Frank and Sirius that is, had good suggestions as to question to add to the ones she had already thought of. From the looks of it, Dumbledore had dug his own grave and was just waiting to jump right in and cover himself right up. Stealing, bribery, mind rape, not just on Harry, the use of illegal potions and possibly 2 counts of homicide, if the theft of the cloak is considered. No, Dumbledore was going away for a long, long time. Chapter 4. Since the issue with Bad Whiskers and before that Bad Kitty, Sirius and Remus, Frank and Alice had decided to start training Harry and Neville. Even though they were only 7 years old, they were still old enough to start age-appropriate training, and that is exactly what happened. Alice wanted the boys to learn gymnastics for flexibility and agility. She wanted to focus on balance and stamina as well, so they did mixed tumbling, rings, and beam routines. Both boys loved doing it and worked very hard at it. It was hard to tell who was better at it. It seemed to be pretty well even with the 2 of them. Then Frank wanted the 2 of them to learn martial arts, so he got them signed up for Taekwondo. Later, when the boys have mastered that, he is going to move them on to karate and then kung fu. Each form of martial arts had a different focus and used different weapons, so he wanted the boys to study several different branches if possible. They were already brown belts in Taekwondo and doing absolutely great in it. Their gymnastics classes were helping a lot with their balance and stamina when it came to their martial arts classes too. Remus wanted Harry and Neville to be trained in occlumency. Ever since Dumbledore tried to read Harry's mind using legilimency standing right there in front of them, he realized that the boys were totally unsafe and unprepared for that type of attack, and so he had started them on meditation and finally teaching them how to protect their minds. Both of them had a good imagination, so they could create a mindscape all right, but the problems was they were also easily distracted, especially Harry. While they were a little young to start learning it yet, Sirius wanted them to start learning wand magic, but only when specifically supervised. Mainly by either Amelia or Alastair and himself. They were focused on defensive magic mainly, but they were learning some offensive stuff too. Oddly enough, they thought the boys could handle the offensive stuff on their own. You know, Bad Kitty and Bad Whiskers Go Night-Night were pretty good offensive spells. Most of what they did was read about the spells right now, but they did get to practice a little. Recently they were beginning to explore that use of the colored ball that Harry had created in his hand and hit Bellatrix with. Both boys could do it now, and depending on what color they wanted the ball to be, the associated spell would alter. Red for stunning spells, bright red for fire spell, yellow for blinding spell, light yellow for lift up spell, light green for freezing spell, dark green for sleep spell, bright green for bad spell. Don't use it. Orange for binding spell, white for blast back spell, black for blow apart spell, light blue for water spell, dark blue floating spell, purple for paralysis spell. They practiced quite a bit with these spells, since they could do them without a wand and without any words. And Moody wanted to get them to where they could create a ball of magic in one hand and hold a wand in the other and use both. That was his end goal. The kids may be young, but their small balls of light packed a punch. Neville Stunner could knock out Shacklebolt with one hit, and since they appeared to be a solid mass, they could make it through most shields put up, so this thrilled Moody even more. And Harry's blow-apart spell, Blasting Curse, could put a good-sized dent in a wall from 20 feet away. Luna said she wanted to see what would happen if they tried a rainbow-colored ball or a polka-dotted one, but no one had gotten brave enough to try one yet. So that was still up in the air. Amelia realized most of them were probably listed as curses rather than spells, but she called them spells, so that the boys wouldn't be afraid of them or be afraid to use them when necessary. She was amazed as she watched Shacklebolt and Harry exchange low-level curses and spells, and with just the light balls that Harry knew, he always won. It was a blow to the big man's ego, but he had to admit the little guy was a powerhouse and Neville wasn't far behind him. Where Harry was a 9 on a scale of 1 to 10, Neville was an 8 or 8.5. They were so close it was pathetic, really. Their main difference was speed. Harry was faster at creating the little balls than Neville was right now. But that only took practice to change. Besides all that, the boys were taking lessons in Latin and French. Alice wanted them to have a well-rounded education, so she had them studying literature and music as well. They loved their music classes. Neville played the violin while Harry played the piano. They liked to play with Luna, who played the flute, and Susan, who also played the violin. Remus taught them history, both regular and history of magic. Sirius taught them astrology and runes. Frank taught arithmancy and math. Persephone taught potions. Jeeves and Misty taught them manners and decorum, as well as proper speech, as taught to them by Lady Potter. And Amelia taught them penmanship and calligraphy. In the end, it was Harry, Neville, Susan, and Hannah all doing the normal school stuff together. And it was a lot of fun. Luna came a lot of the time and joined in. She could do most of the work they did, even though she was a year younger than they were. Her father was thinking about getting special compensations from the ministry and having Luna join Hogwarts a year early. All she had to do was pass the entrance testing and she would be allowed in, and since she was doing the work of children a year more advanced than herself, it shouldn't be that hard. Harry hoped they would all get to go to school together. He liked Luna, and she was fun to play with. The week was really full for Harry and Neville, but they enjoyed doing their school work and practicing their magic. However, they always loved the weekends. The weekends other kids got to come over and they played Quidditch, learned to swim, had picnics. They even had sewing bees. Don't get confused about this, it wasn't some girly thing, mind you, like what Ron said. Everyone would get together and help make costumes for make-believe games, and Harry liked to do it. He had a good imagination and could come up with some great costumes. They would have music shows too, that Ron hated those two. He said they were stupid, but that was just because he couldn't play an instrument. Sirius bought the twins' drum sets and Ginny a tambourine. Cedric could play a guitar and was teaching Percy how to play one too. Cedric gave Percy his old guitar since he had gotten a new one for Christmas this year. With Harry on the piano, Susan and Neville on the violin, Luna on the flute, and Hannah on the cello, they had a remarkable band that played really interesting music. Some classical where the twins didn't play much, and some more rock and roll or jazz. It seemed everyone liked the soft jazz styles they played the most. Then they had dances. Most of the time they got to dance to whatever they wanted to, but Alice and Luna's mom, Persephone, wanted them to learn ballroom dancing as well, so they would have all the kids pair up and dance together. Cedric usually had to dance with either Amelia, Alice, or Persephone because everyone else was too short for him to dance with. Usually Ron didn't even come over on the days he knew they were going to be dancing, which actually made the day more fun. Harry and Neville would dance with Susan and Hannah, the twins would dance together, Luna and Ginny would dance together, Charlie or Cedric would dance with Dora if she came over, the other one would dance with one of the adults. Dora loved to dance, so she tried to make it over every time. All in all, the kids had a great time. They had plenty of friends to play with and plenty of things to do. One of the things they especially loved is when Aunt Andy and Uncle Ted would take them out into the Muggle world and allow them to sightsee. They got to see movies and go to an amusement park and out to eat. They went to the castle and saw the changing of the guards, and they got to go to an aquarium where you could walk under the fish and play with the dolphins. Neville's favorite was when they went to the royal gardens and saw all the plants and flowers. Harry's favorite was when they went to the zoo. Well, it would have been his favorite if it hadn't been for the bully, that is. They were watching the lions wrestle around on the ground and play when this big kid pushed little Luna to the ground, causing her to hurt her hands and scrape her knee. It made her hands and knee bleed and made both Harry and Neville mad, but they knew they couldn't use magic against them, since they were muggles. So Harry just helped Luna up and brushed off the gravel and looked at her little hands and frowned. "You shouldn't do that. You big bully. You should say you're sorry and apologize, you hurt Luna." Harry glared at the boy that pushed Luna down. The boy was easily a head taller than Luna was and the size of a baby whale. He was so fat that Harry was surprised that he didn't need 2 extra legs to carry all that fat around. Apologize to who? She was in my way. Why should I apologize? She should apologize to me for getting in my way. The fat kid shouted at Harry and Luna. Luna told Harry it was alright, but Harry didn't think so. So he stood up for Luna. Her apologize to you? For what? Being here first? Being smaller than you? Being more polite than you? Being a girl? No. I think you should apologize for being a pathetic bully. Pathetic. I'll show you pathetic. And with that the boy hauled off and hit Harry in the eye with his fist as hard as he could. Neville, who was standing right behind him, caught Harry and kept him from falling down. Thanks, mate, Harry said to Neville. Then Harry turned and before the bully could so much as blink, he did a perfect roundhouse kick to the kid's face and bloodied his nose for him really well. About that time there was a horrible screech from a horsey-faced woman not too far away from the bully, and she rushed to his side and put a handkerchief to his nose and began to threaten to call the constable on Harry. Sirius, who had stood by and watched this whole thing, had had enough. He went up to Harry and put his arm on his son and said, "I think that is a perfect idea," and called over to a constable that was standing a ways away from them. He flagged him over and began to tell him what all happened. This young man came up to the lion's pen and didn't like the fact that Luna here, Sirius pointed to the now crying Luna, was standing closer to the pen than he was, and he shoved her out of the way. When he did, she landed in the gravel and it scratched up her hands and knee. See here. Sirius got down on one knee and showed the constable Luna's knee, which was bleed quite badly now, and her poor red hands, they hurt so bad. Then when my son called him a bully, he blacked my son's eye. My son is a brown belt in Taekwondo, and he gave the boy a roundhouse kick to the head and gave him a nosebleed for his trouble. I want this boy charged with assault and escorted off the property. The constable was looking rather stern at the fat bully and the poor little girl. He got down on one knee and took out a medicine pouch that he carried with him and began to clean her knee up some and put a plaster on her knee to help stop the bleed. Then he used a wet wipe to clean off her hands, and it helped with the redness. Soon Luna wasn't crying anymore. She smiled weakly at the constable and thanked him. Then he took a look at Harry's eye. It wasn't too bad, he would have a shiner for a while, but it didn't break skin, so a cold pack and a little TLC would do it just fine. The eye itself didn't look damaged, but he recommended that he go to the doctor to have it checked anyway. Then the constable stood up and went over to where the bully stood with his mother, who was cooing and coddling her son, talking about mean bullies hurting her poor baby. I need your name, and the name of this boy here, if you don't mind. My name is Petunia June Dursley. This is my son Dudley Vernon Dursley. I want that bully put behind bars. He attacked my son for no reason. I am still determining what happened here, ma'am. With that, he walked over to Sirius and asked him his name and the names of those involved. I am Lord Sirius Orion Black. This is my son Harry James and his friend Luna Elizabeth Lovegood, future Lady Lovegood, that is. I am sorry, m'lord, I apologize for this whole incident. We try and make this place as pleasant as possible for the general public, the constable stated, feeling a little out of his league right about now. I understand completely. My son has been a target before due to his standing. There was a kidnapping attempt when he was just 2 and another attempt on his life when he was 5. That is the reason I had him take Taekwondo as a self-defense. He is only 7 after all. To have him and his friend attacked for no reason out in broad daylight when there are plenty of witnesses around on a simple school outing is not something I expected to have happen. We will deal with this with the full extent of our ability. Thank you for your understanding and time, Lord. The constable nodded to Sirius and then went over to a couple of bystanders and asked a few questions of each one, then thanked them and went to the next one. After about 5 people, he made a call on his little walkie-talkie, and then went back over to where Mrs. Dursley and Dudley Dursley were standing, still trying to get his nose bleed under control. If you would come with me, ma'am, I think we will have this settled, the constable stated. Come with you? We haven't seen but half the park, and I paid good money to see the full thing. I will do no such thing. Now, why isn't that boy being taken away in handcuffs for what he did to my son? Petunia demanded. The reason that he is not being escorted off the property and you and your son are, is because self-defense is not illegal, ma'am. According to 5 different witnesses of different ages, ethnicities, and genders, who have given recorded statements that your son is the instigator of this incident. He approached Miss Lovegood and pushed her to the ground without cause, injuring her to the point she needed medical assistance. Then when Lord Black's son Harry James verbally defended her, your son physically attacked him and punched him in the face again, injuring him to the point that I suggested he go and seek medical attention for the injury. Harry James then responded as trained through his mastery of Taekwondo. He responded by kicking your son. Your son received an injured nose which has stopped bleed already if I am not mistaken. At this point the only one that did anything inappropriate is your son, Dudley Vernon Dursley, which is why you and your son are being escorted off property. Your son will be charged with assault on a minor. Since he is a minor as well, that will be a £350 fine. You are to be removed from this park, and you and your son are restricted from ever entering any property owned by the Zoological Society of London. Is that clear, ma'am? What? You can't do that. That boy attacked my son. He kicked my little Dudley, and you are punishing him. How dare you? I will take this to court, I tell you. You haven't heard the last of this. My husband will have you fired. Petunia screeched. Threatening an officer of the law is an offense, ma'am. If you continue, I will charge you with that offense as well. Now myself and these other constables will be escorting you and your son to the main office, where I will give you written documentation of what I just verbally explained to you. Also, you will be notified by mail of when the court date for the fine will be, and you can fight that in court if you so wish. The constable then pointed out the two other constables that had showed up to help escort Mrs. Dursley and Dudley off property if necessary, and apparently it was going to be necessary. Ted Tonks had agreed to be their barrister as he had been for the other two cases they had been present for, Bad Kitty and Bad Whiskers. Bad Kitty had gotten life in prison for using an unforgivable, and Bad Whiskers had received 25 years. Thankfully, Dumbledore had not been the judge for either of the two trials. Griselda Marchbanks had. Dumbledore had been at an ICW meeting for Bad Kitty's trial, and well, you can't be the judge at your own trial, now can you? So those two trials went quite smoothly. Judge Marchbanks had a little problem believing that Harry and Neville could incapacitate the vicious queen of Voldemort's army, Bellatrix Lestrange, them being not even 2 years old yet. So she asked for an example, and she got one. Little Harry and Neville walked down to the center of the courtroom, and with a nod from both Sirius and Frank, Harry and Neville joined hands and raised their other hands towards the bailiff, who had stupidly volunteered for the job, and said, "Bad man, go away." Then the bailiff went flying across the courtroom and splat, hit the wall, and was stuck there. Then Ted gave the Bad Kitty's wand to Harry, who passed it over to Neville. Neville raised the wand and said, "Bad man, play night-night." And the bailiff went to sleep, that is, but only for a few moments. The judge asked them to let the nice man loose, and they nodded, so they said, "Bad man up," and the bailiff was awake, but still stuck to the wall. And then the boys handed the wand back to Uncle Ted and turned in union to the bailiff and said, "Bad man, go," and sure enough the bad man was unstuck from the wall. Thankfully, two other bailiffs were there to catch him as he crumbled from the force of the release. They quickly put him in a waiting chair, and he just sat there staring at the boys in wonder. That was pretty much how most of the courtroom was. Two boys not even 2 years old had indeed captured Bellatrix Lestrange single-handedly, and with her own wand no less. She was never going to live this one down. Not even if she lived to be 200. Dumbledore was practically the same, caught by two 5-year-olds. He had stole over 100,000 galleons of gold and almost double that in jewels, jewelry, books, and whatnot, directly from the Potter's vaults, and the Gringotts goblins had not caught him, two 5-year-olds had. Gringotts was furious to say the least. They wanted Dumbledore's head, and would have had it if Harry Potter had not had the bigger claim on it first. One thing they did find odd was that Dumbledore's wand worked for no one except Harry now. It was loyal to Harry and Harry alone. And again outmaneuvered by two 5-year-olds, the great and powerful Dumbledore, defeater of Grindelwald, Order of Merlin First Class, Supreme Mugwump, Grand Sorcerer, and Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, got outclassed by two 5-year-olds. Again with his own wand. When Ted led Sirius, Xenophilius, and Persephone, and the kids into the courtroom, everyone was dressed in their best Muggle attire, as chosen by Aunt Andy. Andromeda took Alice and Persephone and the kids on a shopping trip to Harrod's Worlds of Wonders, also known as Harrod's department store in London, and found new outfits for everyone, even Sirius and Theodore. To say that both women were amazed was an understatement, and to say that they spent just a tiny bit of money was an even bigger understatement. Everyone waited until the introductions were completed. Ted called his first witness. The Crown calls to the stand Dudley Vernon Dursley. After he was sworn in, Ted started rather slowly. Dudley Dursley, do you know the difference between telling the truth and telling a lie? Dudley looked over at his father, who nodded and smiled at him. Then he said, the truth is something that is right and to lie is something that is wrong.
Okay.
So if I told you that the sky was green, would that be the truth or a lie? A lie. The sky is blue, so it is wrong. So it is a lie. Dudley thought it out. And if I said that the sum of 3041 times 69 is 22,005, would that be a truth or a lie? Ted asked. Truth, no a lie. Dudley looked confused. Well, which is it, Dudley, a truth or a lie? It can't be both? Ted asked. Objection, relative. The Dursleys' barrister called out. It will become relative. Overruled. But hurry along, please. Ted nodded and continued. Well, Dudley, which is it, a truth or a lie? I don't know. I can't do math that high yet. Dudley looked down at his hands. That would have been the truth then. Stating I don't know is a truthful statement in a court of law. Making up a story based on some facts and some things that might be true but you're not sure is considered a lie. Do you understand? Ted explained. Dudley nodded. Ted continued along the same lines. Now, in a court of law, to lie is very bad. It is called perjury and is against the law. It is illegal. A person can go to jail if they lie under oath while in a courtroom. Do you understand that, Dudley? Yes, sir. Very well, then we will start with the day in question, April 12th, 3 weeks ago, in fact. At the London Zoo, you and your mother, one Petunia June Dursley née Evans, were at the park looking around, correct? Yes, sir. You went over to the lion's enclosure, and why don't you tell the courtroom what happened? Ted encouraged. I was watching the lions wrestle around and this little girl knocked into me and fell down. Then her boyfriend got all mad at me and started cussing and calling me names. He was waving his hands around all over the place and it scared me, so I put my arms up to cover my head. I guess I must have hit him when I did it, 'cause the next thing I know is he kicked me in the face and bloodied my nose. Then my mum come over and called the constable over. Dudley said, then looked over to his father, who was sitting just as proud as could be watching his son. I see. Are you aware that there are multiple cameras on that park filming at all times, Dudley? For you see there are placards just exactly like this one. And he held up a sign, just like this one, that clearly states that cameras are in use and that you are being filmed. Every 100 feet, as required by law due to the Amber Laws. And it is these cameras that I wish to discuss with you right now. Ted went over to a huge big screen television set and turned it on, then turned on the DVD player beneath it and picked up the remote. Alright, now here is the lion's enclosure, and while there were 4 cameras that are focused on this area, I thought this one would give us the best view of what happened during the incident. It is apparent that Luna Lovegood and Lord Sirius Black's son Harry James and their school group are here first, since I do not see you anywhere in this picture. The first lie you told, I am afraid. Now here you come, and here you are pushing little 5-year-old Luna Lovegood out of the way and onto her knees. Again another lie. Luna turned 6 2 days later, but that was irrelevant really. The zoo trip was part of her birthday present from her parents, and it would have been great if not for Dudley. Here is Harry James and Neville Franklin Longbottom helping Miss Lovegood up, and Harry James getting onto his knees and checking her for injuries and brushing off her knee and hands. Then we see him turn around and calmly talk to you and verbally exchange some words. You will notice that his hands are at his side and resting the entire time. Again another lie. Then you pull back and physically punch Harry James in the face hard enough that he falls backward into Mr. Longbottom and would have fallen to the ground if it had not been for him stopping Harry James from falling. Again another lie. Then when Harry James is righted, he does as he is trained to do through his years of taekwondo training. He performs a perfect roundhouse kick to such a degree to give you an injured nose. The Crown would like to point out at this time that the depth of skill it took for Harry James to deliver a kick with such an accurate amount of strength is remarkable. He could have chosen to break your jaw or knock you out, but he only bloodied your nose, is a sign of pure restraint on his side. And before you think that he just has a really weak kick, keep in mind that in order to gain the brown belt that he so proudly bears in taekwondo, he must be able to kick that very same kick he used on you through a 1 by 10-inch piece of wood. In other words, he could have caved your head in if he had wanted to, Dudley, and he merely gave you an injured nose, that according to the constable, had stopped bleed by the time you reached the gates. Ted continued. Now the constable that looked at Miss Lovegood's knee and hands, and administered medical first aid, and advised Lord Black that she might need stitches on her knee. And when that same constable looked at Harry James' eye, he stated that, while it hadn't broken the skin, he suggested that he take him to the accident and emergency room just in case, to make sure there was no damage done to the eye itself. And according to the medical report that I have right here, there was significant bruising and swelling, as well as associated pain due to soft tissue damage in the afflicted ocular region. However, the eye itself was not damaged. And thankfully Miss Lovegood did not need stitches. So in short, the Crown has just proven that you Dudley Vernon Dursley, unprovoked, attacked and injured 2 minors to the point of requiring medical attention. You then perjured yourself in a court of law to hide your crime, committing a further felony. The Crown is finished with this witness. Ted concluded. Since the defense barrister realized that Dudley had blown his defense all to hell, he simply said, "No questions for this witness." Vernon reached over and grabbed the barrister by the arm and squeezed it real hard. "What in the name of God do you think you are doing? We had this all planned out. You were supposed to cross-examine Dudley and prove that he was just a frightened 7-year-old little boy who did the wrong thing under pressure. Mr. Dursley, let go of my arm or you will be your family's only barrister. I only took this court case due to the fact that your boss is a friend to my sister and she asked very nicely. Now continue to assault my person and you will be seeking a new barrister. As far as cross-examining your son, he changed his story, Mr. Dursley. The story he told on stand is nowhere near the story that he told me when we had a conference. What he told on the stand was nothing but lies. Hence he is now viewed as a liar and anything that he says is viewed as lies. Do you honestly want me to question him and allow him the opportunity to destroy what little defense we have left? Because that is exactly what will happen. Barrister Tonks came into this courtroom prepared to the hilt, and the fact that he had video of the whole incident shows that he is willing to go to any length to get your son convicted, and you wife and son found guilty of the charges they are now facing. Do you honestly want to risk their freedom? For that is what you will be doing if I were to put your son back up on the stand. Vernon practically growled but released the man's arm and turned and looked at his son as he walked back to the seat behind the defense table. It wasn't supposed to be like this. They had figured it all out and it had made Dudley look like an innocent bystander that got picked on by a bully. Now it appears that he is a bully and hooligan that beats up on little girls and kids weaker and smaller than him. Which was impossible that his son was. His son was anything but a bully or a hooligan. Big for his age, yes, but not a bully. That video didn't tell the whole story. There was no sound, so who knows what that skinny little kid said to his son. That's it, that kid must have said something that made his son so mad his first reaction was to hit him. Yeah, it must have been really, really bad whatever it was. But that doesn't explain his son pushing that little girl. Vernon didn't know how he was going to defend his son's actions at this point. Right now it looked like his son truly was guilty of the charges he was accused of. The Crown would like to call to the stand Petunia June Dursley if we may. Theodore requested. The defense lawyer was actually dreading this. The woman was delusional at best when it came to her son. In the conference that they had had, she believed her handsome, perfect, little baby could never have done what they were accusing him of. Even when they had listened to the recordings that the constable had gathered. That person couldn't see anything. They are obviously too old to see what really happened. That person must be black. They always lie about what white people do. That man sounds gay. He probably was a pedophile. They shouldn't take anything they say as fact. They have to lie just to keep themselves out of prison. That person must have been bought off by that Lord Black or knew him before. Just listen to the way he praises the other little boy. That woman must have been attracted to the Lord Black and wanted to get into his pants. Just listen to the way she talks. She even mentions that he was attractive. The woman was obviously delusional, and now the whole courtroom was going to know it too. Sigh. Petunia took the stand and vowed to tell the truth, and Ted immediately attacked that idea. Do you know what the truth is, Mrs. Dursley? That is a stupid question. Of course I do. Petunia gave a pompous sniff. It is not a stupid question, considering your son's testimony just a few minutes ago and the fact that he stated he knew what the truth was, and yet he did not utter one single true statement while he was on the stand. Either your son does not know what the truth is, or he blatantly broke the law on purpose. Ted stated. My son is not an idiot. He knows what the truth is. Petunia shouted, definitely not liking her son being viewed in a negative light. Ted nodded, then looked over to the defense table and stated, then he blatantly broke the law on purpose. just as he did on April 12th. My Dudley is no hoodlum either, you're twisting my words, just like you did to my poor Dudley. She practically shrieked. Well, what do you call accosting a child at least a head smaller and 50, if not 75 pounds lighter weight, than you are, not to mention that it was a little girl of only 5 years old? Ted looked straight into Petunia's eyes. Sometimes Dudley forgets how big and strong he is. It's not his fault, Petunia stated, and that pompous sniff again. Exactly how often does he forget these facts, ma'am? This can't be the first time little bitty Dudley has been accused of being so big and strong. In fact, I found out that he was kicked out of preparatory school due to the fact that he forgot that fact 5 times in a 3-month period, and ended up sending 2 little boys to the accident and emergency room. Is that not correct, Mrs. Dursley? The boys were picking on my little Dudley, and he only fought back. They were bullying him and calling him names. So he of course is going to defend himself. Petunia stuck her nose in the air, as if she was proud of her son's actions. According to this write-up, Dudley broke this one boy's arm because he wouldn't give him his lunch. That does not sound like the boy was picking on Dudley or calling him names, or needing to defend himself in any manner. It sounds like your son being a bully and taking his anger out on a smaller and more vulnerable child, but not getting away with it, since he got suspended for it. That teacher always lied about my Dudley. She hated him from the minute she saw him, always saying horrible things about him, always making up lies and trying to get him in trouble. We knew the truth though, Petunia stated. Here we fall back on the truth. Isn't it the truth that Dudley has a rich and vibrant history of violence and lies and has been caught multiple times only to be excused by yourself and your husband as some sort of mistake or inconvenience? Isn't it the truth that this is not the first time that Dudley has been kicked out of somewhere and barred from returning? Wasn't your son barred from going to What's Up Doc's Play Center not 6 months ago for beating up a boy 2 years younger that he is just because he's one of those freaks, as it was stated? Although what kind of freak that younger boy was never discovered, and is not the family of the little boy is now suing you for £500,000 for medical bills, pain and suffering their son has endured due to your son's reaction to their son being a freak. It is all a bunch of lies, and we will prove it when it goes to court too. You will see my son did nothing wrong. They said that my son nearly beat that boy unconscious, but that is a lie. That boy was sickly to start with and probably shouldn't have been out of the house in his condition. Yes, my son hit the boy one time, but the boy called me a foul name and my son was defending my honor, like any good son would do. Again Petunia put on a proud air about her, and looked over to her son with admiration. So the fact that the first words out of your son's mouth were, "Why, you little freak," and he proceeded to kidney punch the little boy repeatedly, until a bystander broke up the fight by dragging your son off of the little boy. An ambulance had to be called for the boy and he was rushed to the accident and emergency where they found that his left kidney had been ruptured and he was bleed internally, and required immediate surgery. This was all what? The little boy's imagination. And you say that the boy was sickly and shouldn't have been allowed out of his house. So your son in the habit of beating up sickly little boys now as well as he? As I said, it was one hit and the boy was sickly to start with. They are probably just looking for some easy mark to pay their son's medical bills. Well, we won't have it. My son didn't do all that damage and we are not taking responsibility for it. We are not going to be their patsy. Petunia sounded firm about this. It was almost as if she really believed it. What about Carnival World 2 months ago? According to the constable's report, your son knocked a little girl's head into the game Rocket Man, knocking her unconscious. The girl in that incident weighed nearly 80 pounds less than your son and was 7 inches shorter than he is. The little girl in question was in a coma for 3 days after your son attacked her. And aren't her parents also suing you for £550,000 for medical bills plus pain and suffering? Ted asked. He was building a series of similar events. And they definitely didn't look good for Dudley. It was showing he was a serial assailant and that he had put multiple children in the hospital when given the opportunity. Ted had verified 3 children so far that Dudley had put in the hospital with his actions, one of which he put in a coma and another he almost killed, all of which were with no provocation. And this was at 7 years old. Yes, but that was another boy. Dudley told me that there was a taller black boy there that actually did it and that he was too far away to stop him, but he saw the whole thing. They are just blaming my son because he rushed over there to help the little girl and was beside her when the clerk and her father got there. Petunia stated. Ah, and you are aware that Carnival World also uses cameras just like the London Zoo does as part of the Amber Law, and it is also posted that you are on camera every 100 feet as required, are you not? No, I never really paid attention. Petunia began to look a little worried. Well, they do, and the Crown just happened to ask Carnival World if we could borrow the footage of the aforementioned incident for this trial, and they were happy to oblige. So if you will look at the screen, Ted queued up appropriate section of video and begins. As you see the young girl playing the game Rocket Man, and apparently doing quite well at it from her visible joy at this point. And here comes Dudley, and as you can see he is the only other individual around at this time. Apparently he says something to her and she refuses, and there you have him smashing her head into the side of the game. She then crumbles to the ground and he steps over her and takes over her position at the game, paying no further attention to her whatsoever. It takes nearly 2 minutes for an attendant to notice the little girl and come rushing to her aid, and then call for assistance. Her father shows up just as the ambulance is getting there. Here is the constable questioning Dudley and detaining him, and here is the owner of Carnival World explaining to the constable what happened, and the constable escorting Mr. Dursley off the property into a waiting black and white, where Dudley is taken down to constable headquarters and booked as a minor offender and put in jail until you can be notified and retrieve him 40 minutes later. Now those are the facts, Mrs. Dursley, not the lies that your son told you. He was not some innocent bystander. There was no larger black boy. He did not go over to the girl to lend aid. And he was not unjustly accused. Would you like to change your story at this time, Mrs. Dursley? Petunia looked a little ill right now, as she looked over to her husband for help. But all she could see was him holding his head in his hands and shaking his head back and forth as if not believing what he was seeing. She didn't know what to say, so she remained silent. Unfortunately for her, silence at this point was a bad sign for her. It is apparent that you are a parent that will go to any lengths to protect your son. Even to the length of assaulting a constable and threatening to have him fired for daring to suggest that he caused the fight that we have recently proved that he did indeed cause. And before you state that you did no such thing, the officer was recording the incident at the time you stated your husband would have him fired, and later when you stated you would have his badge for this, and again you were on camera when you slapped him. Would you like to see the video of that incident, Mrs. Dursley? He called my son a bully. I had to protect my son, Petunia stated, practically in tears now. So like your son, you react to verbal statements with physical attacks. Perhaps that is where he learned it from. But that is neither here nor there. The fact is, you just admitted to attacking an officer of the law, which is quite illegal, as are verbally threatening said officer. The Crown has nothing more for this witness. Ted walked back to the prosecution's table. I have nothing for this witness, the defense lawyer stated again, looking over to Mr. Dursley in disgust, and looking at Petunia as if she had just stepped in something quite nasty. How was he going to save this case? As of now, he had nothing really that he could present that would help his case in any way really. Yeah, his specialist might help, but an anger management specialist may only make matters worse, not better. Especially since Mr. Tonks made Dudley out to be some form of 7-year-old sociopath, and his parents the enablers to the whole thing. The Crown calls Harry James Potter Black to the stand. Harry had been adopted by Sirius as his birthday present on his 7th birthday. Sirius had debated on whether to do it or not, but decided that Harry was his son in all ways but injury, and making it legal just proved it to the rest of the world. Harry got up and headed over to the witness stand and sat down, then took the oath like the others. Now, Harry James, do you know what a lie is? Ted asked. A lie is when you tell the opposite of the truth, or you exaggerate or misrepresent the truth, Harry said. Very good. For a 7-year-old, you're pretty smart. Ted smiled. Thanks, I try. Chuckle. Then let's start. We watched the video of what happened, but can you tell us what was said, please? Ted asked. Harry nodded. The boy had pushed my friend Luna down and hurt her. He made her cry. I checked her knee, which was bleed pretty bad, and her hands, which were all scratched up and red. Then I turned to the boy and asked for him to apologize. He stated that he would not apologize to Luna and that she should apologize to him for getting in his way. I couldn't believe him. I said she didn't need to apologize to him. And for what? Being there first? Being smaller? Being more polite? Being a girl? Then I said that he was a pathetic bully. That is what made him mad. Not me calling him a bully, mind you, but calling him pathetic. When I said he was pathetic, he said, "Pathetic? I'll show you pathetic," and he punched me. Harry stated. And this is the truth. Since this goes right along with the 5 recorded statements from witnesses that the constable collected at the scene merely moments after the incident. From witnesses of various ages, genders, and ethnicities, I might add, as required by law, when available. Did the fact that he was between 50 and 75 pounds heavier and at least 6 inches taller than you not make you frightened or have any bearing on your reaction? Ted asked. No, sir. I am trained to defend myself from adult attackers. In comparison to some of the scenarios that I have faced in my Taekwondo training, Dursley was a kitten. Like you said, I could have taken him out with one kick. But my objective wasn't to take him out, only to defend myself, which I did. I don't fight to be mean or bully someone else. I have been taught physical violence is a last resort, and to use it as a means of defense only. I am sorry Dudley got an injured nose, but I am not sorry I defended myself, Harry stated with confidence. Understandable and quite well said. The Crown has nothing more for this witness. Ted walked over to the prosecution's table and opened up his briefcase and started rummaging through it. The defense barrister got up and went over to the witness stand and asked, Mr. Black, do you regularly get into fights? No, sir. I only do fight for exhibitions and training. Fighting should be kept in the ring or when absolutely necessary for self-defense, Harry stated. So what made the issue so different that you had to resort to physical violence? There were adults around. Why didn't you let an adult handle the situation and merely step back from it and take care of your little friend? I admit that would have been the wisest choice of action. Unfortunately, my training kicked in and my gut reaction was to put down the threat.
No hesitaste.
You hesitate, you could lose your life, Harry stated. How long have you been training exactly? He asked. This is my 2nd year. I have reached my brown belt status as of March of this year, Harry answered. That is quite fast for someone your age. Quite impressive, I must say. So do you like to fight? No, sir. Fighting for the sake of fighting is a sign of weakness. Just like being a bully is a sign that you are just a coward and you're too frightened of the other person to treat them with respect. So you have to hurt them in order to bring them down to below your level to make you feel safe. But it is a false sense of security, since once that person is no longer in pain, they will again be bigger or stronger or smarter than you are, and you will still be a coward. Harry explained. That is very insightful. Where did you learn that? The lawyer asked. That is one of the first things we learn when we actually start on combat drills with an opponent. It teaches us that picking fights or fighting is not something to be proud of. It is something to be used as a last resort. The drills we go through teach us discipline and control. Then the techniques we learn teach us style, form, and agility. We learn that causing pain is not the end goal, safety is. Getting away safely, escape, evade, or avoid is the goal. If that fails, engage, Harry explained. But you didn't do any of those things. You didn't try to escape, evade, or avoid. You went straight to engage. Why did you do that? If this is your mantra, why did you go against it and attack Mr. Dursley? He asked. Actually, I did follow my directive. I tried to avoid the fight by simply asking for an apology. That got me a black eye. If I had attempted to escape or evade the situation at that time, I would have left Luna, who was already injured, vulnerable. So those two were not an option, therefore my only option left was engage, Harry stated. The barrister was getting frustrated. This kid was making him look like he was an idiot, like he was a bully trying to pick on a little kid right now, trying to rip him apart and only getting spanked for his trouble. So he decided to cut his losses. No further questions. And he walked back over to his table and sat down. Ted stood up and walked over to the witness stand and stated, The Crown calls Constable Franklin McMasters to the stand, please. And Constable McMasters was sworn in and sat down in the witness stand. Then Ted began. Constable McMasters, how long have you worked with the force? Ted asked. 23 years come this July, he said proudly. Quite a distinguished record there, sir. And how many of those years have you spent working at the London Zoo? I've worked for the zoo part-time for 5 years and full-time for 3 years. So 8 years altogether, McMasters stated. Excellent. So the Crown is sure you have seen your share of mishaps and squabbles in your time, haven't you? Ted asked, smiling. More than you would imagine. Not a week goes by without something happening. At least once a week we get a drunk or something just looking for a fight and we have to escort them off property. Was there anything about this specific incident that was different from the rest? Yes, sir. The age of the assailant. Usually I get 20 to 40-year-olds picking fights, but 7-year-olds? I haven't had anything close to that. The youngest I have had previously is 17. And the kid was higher than a kite and had to be escorted off property and banned from the property before we finished with him. Constable McMasters stated. Yes, the Crown can see how the age situation would cause you quite a bit of an issue. Did you have any other problems with this situation? Ted asked. The parent, Petunia Dursley. She was quite combative and argumentative. In the end, we had to charge her with striking an officer of the law, issuing verbal threats to an officer of the law, obstructing justice and trespassing. Trespassing? Ted inquired. Yes, she was asked to leave the property after we booked her and her son at the main office. She refused. She stated that they paid to see the park and she was going to see the park. After 2 more warnings, we had no option but issue a ticket for trespassing, and then escort her bodily off the property. So there are additional charges that have been filed against Mrs. Dursley? Ted queried. Yes, she was given 2 days to sign documentation stating that neither she nor her son would ever set foot on any London Zoological Society properties again, and if she didn't, the zoo would be pressing trespassing charges against her and would continue to do so until she signed those papers. To this day, she has not signed the papers, therefore she has an added charge of trespassing. And that goes for Dudley Dursley as well, since he was ordered to leave the park at the same time and refused as well. Very well, that will be noted in the record for the court. Would you say that the behavior of Dudley Dursley was normal when you observed him the day of that incident? Ted asked. Normal for your run-of-the-mill sociopath, maybe. Normal for a healthy 7-year-old, not at all. He showed no remorse for what he did, no understanding that what he did was wrong, no care that he was in trouble. In fact, the whole time he was simply more and more mad. He seemed to blame Miss Lovegood for getting in his way, Mr. Black for daring to ask for an apology, and the constables for daring to have the nerve to say what he did was his fault. I doubt if you ask him right now if he would think it was in any way his fault. He thinks everything he does wrong is somehow everyone else's fault because they made him do it. It reminds me of when I worked the beat and a battered woman would tell me that if she had just kept her mouth shut, her husband would not have had to hit her. They hit their wives and then say, "Why did you make me do it? Why?" As if it is their wife's fault that they're a bastard. Ted nodded. The Crown has heard a batterer use that same phrase, so the Crown is familiar with what you are saying. This time it was a bully saying, "She got in my way," instead of, "Why did you make me hit you?" Different wording, but the result was the same thing. If something is not done, the boy will turn out the same way. Objection. Calls for speculation. The Dursleys' barrister shouted. Withdrawn. No further questions for this witness. Ted stated. Mr. McMasters, when did you get your degree in psychology, sir? The barrister asked. I got my degree 2 months ago, from the University of London. I brought it with me just in case you would like to look at it, for verification. Constable McMasters stated with a grin. Apparently the Dursleys' barrister was trying to trip up the constable, especially after he used the term sociopath to describe Dudley. But that not only was shot down, it now had a lot more credence since he had a degree to back up his judgment. So he tried a different avenue. So exactly how many sociopaths have you run across that you feel comfortable judging a 7-year-old that you met for a few minutes as being one? A sociopath has a very distinct pattern of behaviors that they routinely stick to, which is what makes them a sociopath as opposed to a psychopath. These behaviors are immediately observable and obvious to the trained eye. It takes only a few minutes to recognize the pattern. And they are constant without fail, the same in every instance. That is why they can be labeled as such. I wouldn't label a child as anything unless I was sure of my diagnosis. Also, the behaviors always start to develop in their juvenile years. It just depends on the child what age they are diagnosed. They are frequently diagnosed in their mid to late teens. And to answer your question, quite a few, since it is a 4-year program with full clinical. McMasters answered. Just curious. Why would a constable get a degree in psychology? The lawyer questioned. I want to be a profiler for the yard. It is what I have always dreamed of, and I now have the opportunity to do so. So I am finally going to make my education work for me. Constable McMasters smiled real big. No further questions. The lawyer cut his losses on this witness too, and walked back over to the defense table and sat down. The Crown rests its case, my lord, Ted announced, feeling quite sure about the case at this point. The defense asked for and was granted a recess, and then everyone went down to the cafeteria to grab something to eat. While they were eating, the defense lawyer came over and wanted to talk to Ted, who excused himself for a moment and after about 10 minutes came back with a smile on his face and said that they have accepted a plea bargain. Both mother and son are going to plead guilty. Dudley is going to plead guilty on 2 counts of assault on a minor, perjury, and trespassing. Petunia is pleading to assaulting an officer of the law, threatening an officer of the law, and trespassing. Both trespassing charges will fall off if they sign the papers to never enter any properties owned by the London Zoological Society. The end result is that Petunia will be spending 6 months in jail, and all total there will be £12,000 in fines. Plus he negotiated down to £50,000 in medical bills, pain and suffering for each Luna and Harry, as well as paying all court costs and lawyer fees. Ted said, smiling. Pain and suffering? Harry asked. I think he is afraid the 2 of you would try and sue for another $500,000 like his last 2 victims did, and they won as well, so he thought if he gave you a small amount right up front now, he might not have to worry about what huge sum the court would grant. Ted stated. I think we are over here, folks. And hooray for us. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Neville and Harry had been 10 years old for nearly a month when Luna asked them to come over to her house and spend the day. They frequently went over to their friends' houses for play dates, so they didn't think anything was odd about it until they got there. Luna pulled them into her room and in a hushed whisper she said, I don't know what, but something horrible is going to happen to Mummy today. I have to be there. If you 2 are there with me, it may make the difference in her life. I don't want to lose my Mummy. Please say you will help me.
Luna cried.
Neville smiled. Of course we will. We would never let you lose your Mummy if we can help it. That's right, Luna. Don't worry. We're here for you. Anything we can do to help, we will. Harry said. But why didn't you tell your dad or some other grown-up? Because it had to be the 2 of you. I don't know why, but it just did. Luna tried to smile, but it didn't work real well. Thank you for being here for me. Now let's go stay with Mummy. I don't want to leave her alone too long. I don't know when it will happen. Just that it will be today. Luna wiped her eyes, and with a wave of her hand you couldn't tell she was ever crying at all. Then she was heading out the door. Neville and Harry followed close behind her and headed over to where Persephone was just finishing up with the kitchen. Well, you 3. I am just going to be working on my spell weaving today. What are you going to do? Persephone asked as she wiped her hands on a towel. We wanted to watch you work. I told my friends all about your work, and they want to watch you like I do sometimes. They are so excited about it. Please. Luna gave her mother that dreamy look of hers and broke her Mummy's defenses. All right, but you 3 will stay out of the way and at a safe distance the whole time, understand? Persephone looked each one of the kids in the face and waited until each one nodded. Then smiled and led the 3 of them out to her workshop and began to set up her project she wanted to work on for the day. She had Luna, Harry, and Neville stand way over to the side away from the large cauldron she was using to make her potion. Her project was to make a shield that would keep the cauldron from boiling over no matter what the circumstances. Unfortunately, she couldn't quite get the shield right. It still boiled over with certain potions, mainly the more abrasive and dangerous ones, and those are the ones that she wanted to protect against the most. Right now she was working with one that if it boiled over it could cause an explosion, so it was very delicate work and she had to use extra precautions to get this to work right. Persephone had been working on the shield for about 5 minutes when it happened. The cauldron began to shake and thrash, about then it exploded. Smoke started to fill the workshop immediately and the kids started coughing as they looked over to where Persephone had once stood. She had been knocked down and landed in a heap over underneath a big piece of lumber that had fallen when the cauldron exploded. Harry landed on top of Luna, so he got up and helped up Luna, who was crying, looking everywhere for her mother. Neville had been knocked back into a table. He was a little bit scratched up, but it wasn't too bad. He got up and helped Harry get Luna up on her feet and dust her off. Then they all looked over to where Persephone was a moment ago. Luna gasped when she saw the crumpled form of her mother. "Oh, Harry, Neville, you have to help me. That piece of wood is broke, Mummy, and that potion is almost over to where she is."
Luna gasped.
"Don't worry, we'll save her," Harry and Neville shouted. Harry raised his hands and yelled, "Up!" and the big beam began to rise off of Persephone. Slowly, ever so slowly, the timber moved, and then it was Neville's turn. Neville raised his hands and shouted, "Float!" and Persephone began to float up about a foot off the ground away from the potion that was quickly making its way towards her. Luna rushed over to her mother and began to push her mother's body away from the cauldron.
"Harry, Luna.
"I can't hold this much longer," Harry gasped out as his hands began to get really heavy. Luna pushed her mother over to the side of the workroom and away from the big beam. As soon as she got her mother out of the way, Harry lost his grip on the timber, and it crashed to the ground and burst into flames as it did so. As soon as the timber touched the potion, it exploded and caught fire. The smoke was getting thick, and it was getting harder to breathe in the little workshop. "Harry, we have to get out of here. This smoke is making me feel sick." Neville coughed. "I know, it's making me queasy too. Come on, help me with this door. This shelf is blocking it. And the cauldron with all that potion is in front of the shelf, so we have to move it first." "Okay. First let's get that cauldron upright. Try not to splash the potion anywhere it is like acid or something." Neville wiped the smoke out of his eyes and tried to see through the haze of smoke in the workroom. Together Harry and Neville focused on the cauldron and slowly set it upright and moved it over to the opposite side of the room. With another wave of Neville's hand, the rest of the potion was corralled into a far corner away from where there were. "Now we are going to have to move this cabinet from in front of the door," Harry said. Both boys focused on the cabinet, and with all their might they said, "Lift." With that, the cabinet began to lift upright, but one foot had broken off, and so it toppled down the opposite direction, which was fine as long as it was in the other direction of the door. Boom! The door exploded as Xenophilius, Frank, Sirius, and Remus came rushing into the workroom. "Harry!" Sirius and Remus called out.
"Luna!"
"Persephone!" Xenophilius screamed. "Neville!" Frank shouted out. Each one rushed to their prospective individual. Sirius helped Zeno with Luna while Remus got Harry, and they all reached the door as they heard a deep rumbling within the workshop. "Everyone out now!" Sirius screamed. They all raced with their person to the door and had just made it through when the roof of the workshop caved in with a horrible rumble and a belch of black smoke. "I think the kids are okay, but Persephone is hurt bad. I need to get her to St. Mongos as fast as I can." Holding his wife as gently as he could. "I think we need to take everyone to get checked out. I didn't like that smoke," Sirius said as he tried not to cough up a lung. "Mobilis corpus," Xenophilius called out, and then gently laid his wife down on the conjured stretcher, making sure that he didn't hurt her any more than she already was. "Let's go into the house and use the fireplace there. We can flew over from the parlor," Xenophilius suggested. Sirius, Remus, and Frank carried the kids as Xenophilius guided his wife through the house and into the parlor. "I'll go first and warn them that everyone is coming through," Sirius suggested. With that, he carried Luna and disappeared into the flames of the flue to St. Mongos. "Emergency! Emergency! We have an emergency here," Sirius shouted. The welcome which came running over to see what was going on, and Sirius explained quickly what was happening. "Potion accident, 3 injured children, ages 10 and 9, and 1 adult female. I don't know how old she is, but she got hit by some falling timbers or something. She is hurt real bad. We're bringing her through on a stretcher. They are all coming through right behind me." The kids all inhaled some nasty fumes. They might have some burns or something too. Sirius coughed and wheezed his way through quickly, as Remus brought Harry, who was wheezing pretty bad and coughing a lot. Next came Frank with Neville, who had turned an odd shade of pale off-white to pale green. He didn't look very good. Then finally came Xenophilius with Persephone. She still hadn't woke up or moved in any way. Zeno was really worried about her. "Healer! I need a healer immediately!" he screamed as he pushed the stretcher into the almost full waiting room. Attendants came from every direction for Sirius and Frank's screams, rushing to see what the emergency was and see if it was life or death. They took one look at Persephone and hurried her past the crowd of waiting people and into a room, then checked the kids over and hurried Neville into a room first, then the next attendant took Luna and finally one came back for Harry. They did a bubble head charm on each child with pure oxygen going into their lungs and then gave them a potion to help clear their lungs from the residue of the potion. Took a while but they finally quit coughing and wheezing so bad. Neville took the longest but finally he got his color back and he looked normal. After the kids were treated, the healers began to check out Remus, Frank, Sirius and Xenophilius, who were still coughing and wheezing themselves. A single lung-clearing potion and they were fine though. The one they were worried about was Persephone. They put the 3 kids in one room to monitor them for the night, with the breathing treatments going on. And they were not allowed in the room while they were working on Persephone, so everyone was gathered in the room with the kids. They were there about 20 minutes when Alice, Andromeda and Ted arrived. Frank had flooded Alice and told her what had happened, and she had called Andromeda, who brought along Ted to the hospital. Andromeda went into the room where they were working on Persephone and got them an update on her condition, then came back out. She is doing much better than when she arrived. She still is unconscious, but they have her breathing problems resolved. She had some damage done to her lungs, but they have fixed that too. The problem they are having is that she had 3 broken ribs and a broke left leg, which they are having to regrow her bones, and her left kidney was damaged. The kidney has been fixed, so it isn't the problem. The major issue right now is the babies. They honestly don't know if they can save the pregnancy. Pregnant? Xenophilius looked over to Andromeda with a glazed look on his face. He was standing over Luna, but he honestly couldn't tell you where he was, much less what his own name was right this minute. Did she say Persephone was pregnant? Yes, with twins. She is about 3 months along, 1 male, 1 female. They are in crisis right now, so it is touch and go. The injury to the kidney caused some internal bruising and shook her up inside. So they are hoping it won't cause her to lose the little ones. But they are going to keep her here for a while to make sure. They have her on potions to keep her sedated right now so that she is feeling no pain and to make sure that she is as still and calm as possible. After they stabilize the pregnancy, they may end up putting her on bed rest for a while to make sure that she and the twins are all right before they let her get back to normal activities. But we have to get her through this hurdle first. Andromeda stated. Pregnant? He asked again. This time he had that same dreamy look that Luna sometimes wears on his face. Yes, Zeno, pregnant. Now did you hear the rest of what I said, or do I have to repeat all of that? And he grinned. This made the poor man shake his head and halfway come to his senses. No, I heard everything you said. My poor darling. You said they are keeping her sedated. She is not in pain. That's right, the healers decided to keep her sedated so that she wouldn't move around and that she wouldn't feel the pain of regrowing the bones in her leg right now. Although it is bound to be uncomfortable, at least, skill grow is never a pleasant experience. Her ribs will only take a couple of minutes to fix, but the leg will probably take all night. They said they will move her into this room so that you can all be together and that you will not be running back and forth between your daughter and your wife. Andromeda stated. Zeno sighed and looked over to the door when it opened and the attendants brought in another bed and set it up next to Luna's. He couldn't tell them how much he appreciated the gesture. He didn't want to leave his little moonbeam, but he knew his wife needed him more right now. So he was split who to spend his time with. Now he wouldn't have to be separated from either one of them. Thankfully, Persephone woke up slowly, and she knew she was not in her big bed at home almost immediately, so she almost didn't want to open her eyes. When she finally did, she realized she was at St. Mungo's almost at once. It was then that the bad break moments right before the explosion leapt back into her mind. The children. Oh no. Her Luna.
Luna.
She screamed as she lay there trying to throw off the blankets that were on her legs, but they were too heavy. My Luna. She screeched again. And before she could take another breath, her arms were filled with a little blonde-haired rocket who was sobbing into her chest. Mummy! The little figure cried into her chest.
Luna.
My sweet, precious Luna. Persephone hugged her daughter with every ounce of strength she had, which right now wasn't that much, but it was all she had. She is right here, my beloved. We have just been waiting on you to wake up. Another form hugged her, Xenophilius. The boys, Harry and Neville, are they all right? Persephone hesitantly asked. They're fine, they went home days ago. They should be by sometime today to visit. The children mostly just inhaled some nasty smoke, and the boys put a big drain on their magic getting you out of there. But other than that, they are just fine. If it hadn't been for those boys, we never would have gotten to the two of you in time. And I would have lost you all. Don't you mean you both dear? Persephone smiled. Persephone, the healers told me. You're expecting. When were you going to tell us? Zeno brushed the platinum blonde locks of hair from his wife's brow. She smiled at her beloved husband and daughter and said, Actually, I had decided to tell you this weekend. I was starting to show just a little, so I knew I couldn't keep it a secret much longer. The baby is okay, isn't it? The potion fumes didn't hurt it, did it? Well, first of all, it isn't baby, it's babies. And second, no, they are fine. Xenophilius smiled lovingly down into the silver-blue eyes of his wife. Babies, twins? Twins. I am going to have a baby brother and a baby sister, Luna said from her place on her mother's chest. Twins. Persephone clarified again. Yes, my love. And they both are doing just fine. The healer has been checking on both you and them multiple times, and while it was touch and go when you first got here, they are both strong and healthy. No signs of distress at all. You had your left leg broke and your left kidney badly damaged, but they regrew the bones in your leg and they fixed your left kidney. The possibility of losing the children was the biggest fear, but they are stabilized and doing good according to the healer, and everything looks good. We were just waiting for you to wake up. Oh my! And you are sure that the babies are all right? The potion fumes didn't hurt them in any way. Persephone was worried that the fumes might have damaged their developing lungs. She knew that she shouldn't have been working on those silly spells, but she thought she had put up every possible precaution. Evidently not. They checked their lungs, and they have good strong lung development, and they even let us listen to their hearts, he said. Yes, it sounded funny, but it was beautiful at the same time. I wish there was a way to make it the background sound to one of the songs that we play with the band. Maybe we can write our own song for the little ones. Or take a song that is already out there and use their heartbeat as the background sound. Like the twins' drum beat, only different. Luna suggested, thinking of every song she had ever heard of and how it would sound with the baby's heartbeat in the background. That sounds beautiful, darling. We will have to record it, so that you can see what you guys can come up with. Persephone smiled down at her daughter, who had yet to lift her head from her mother's chest, apparently quite content to listen to her mother's heartbeat and talk with her. Here, why don't you sit up, Moonchild, so that your mother can sit up just a little? I am sure that she would want to sit up after so long laying down flat on her back. Xenophilius pulled Luna upright, then helped his wife sit up and fluffed the pillows behind her, so she could lean back against them. How long have I been in here? She asked. For days, my love. The children were only in here overnight, so don't worry about them. They just kept them overnight for observation, but they had to regrow your left leg, and they wanted to make sure the babies were stable before they released you. They said as soon as you woke up that you could be released to go home after the healer gave you one final once-over. Now he said you would be on bed rest for 10 days to 2 weeks, but that isn't that long, and it will give a chance to spoil you a bit now, won't it, loveling? I don't want to be spoiled. I want to be treated as you have always treated me, Zeno. I am pregnant, not dying of some horrible disease here. Now I want your word that you won't go all clingy on me. You know that I hate that. Persephone reached over and carded her fingers through her husband's hair. She realized it would be hard on him to not pamper her a little, especially with the scare they just had, but she would have to put her foot down if it got too ridiculous. After all, she was a grown woman and wished to be treated like one, not some invalid or something. I can't promise not to drive you nuts with attention, but I can promise to love you every minute of my life and adore you with every breath that I take. Will that do? Zeno gave her the most pitiful puppy dog eyes. He was too good at this. She couldn't help but think. But then again, he was a professional writer. That is why he owned a newspaper. Those poor pitiful puppy dog eyes didn't help any either. Oh, very well. But if you get too bad, I am going over to Frank and Alice's until I am off of bed rest. Understood? Of course, my love. Anything for you. Zeno smiled that smile of his. It so set her heart on fire. Just then the healer knocked on the door and came into the room. Glad to see that Persephone was awake and alert. Well, it appears that my favorite family is now complete. How are you feeling this morning, Mrs. Lovegood? A little stiff and my joints are sore, but other than that I'm fine. At least I hope so. I want to go home so badly, she said. Well, just let me scan you and we shall see. The healer came over and waved his wand over her a few times, focusing on her stomach area, and then smiled. It looks like you are going to be going home. Now, like I was explaining to your husband, you will be on bed rest for 10 days to 2 weeks. It will just depend on how your checkup looks in 10 days. I want to see you in here every 2 weeks after that so we can keep a close eye on this pregnancy. But other than that, you are free to go home whenever you wish. Luna bounced around in a little circle and clapped her hands when the healer said that. She had so missed having her mummy at home. It didn't seem like home without her. She had so much to thank Harry and Neville for. If it had been just her there to help her mother, they both would have died, or her dad would have been able to save her and not her mummy. Either way, her mummy would have died and her little baby brother and sister along with her. Xenophilius, we have been through this already. It has been a week and you have to let her do things on her own. She can walk to the bathroom on her own. She doesn't need you to carry her. In fact, you are stopping her from getting strength back in that leg by carrying her everywhere. You don't want her to end up having to use a cane the rest of her life now, do you? Alice questioned. No, of course not, but it has only been a week. She is still on bed rest. And that means she should stay in bed. Not be gallivanting around the house, getting up and fixing herself a snack or going to the bathroom without someone there to make sure she doesn't fall. Zeno stated stubbornly. Zeno, if you continue like this, Persephone is going to move into one of our guest rooms until you promise not to baby her. You don't want that to happen now, do you? Because we would love to have her as a house guest.
No.
I will try to tone it down some. But you have to tell her to stop getting up if there is no one there to make sure she doesn't fall, until she gets the strength back in her leg. Xenophilius tried. That is a fair compromise. I will talk to her and see what she says, but you have to tone it down and work with her on this or you will drive her away with the constant fussing. Take a step back and try to understand how you would feel if you were in her shoes. Alice stated. Then Alice pulled her head out of the flue and looked over to her husband, who was softly chuckling over to the side of the fireplace. Remember how bad I was that first 2 weeks after you told me you were pregnant? And it wasn't even twins, or I hadn't nearly lost you only days before. He is just scared. He will calm down with time. I know, and at first it was nice. But after a while it got to driving me crazy. It took less than a day for me to be uncomfortable and wanting it to stop. Persephone has been more than patient with him, and I think that it is high time she put her foot down and he began to respect her wishes. Alice stated. I know. I just know how I would feel if that would have been you. Frank reached over and pulled his wife to him and nuzzled at her neck, holding her close. Alice patted him on the back and she stated, Well, I am glad I am not having twins too. What do you mean, love? Frank looked confused as he pulled back from his wife. There was something in her tone that made him a little leery. I said I am not having twins, thankfully. Honestly, Frank. I am pregnant. Alice spoke very slowly so that her husband could understand what she was saying.
No.
Yes, 2 months along. A little girl this time. Alice smiled and raised her hand to cup her husband's cheek. You're pregnant? Really pregnant? Frank looked shell-shocked but thrilled at the same time. He had a huge grin on his face when he reached down and picked up his wife and swung her around and whooped up loud for the sheer joy of it. Then he realized what he had done, and he sat her down gently and said sorry several times as if he was afraid he had broke her or something. She then popped him on the back of the head and told him to remember what happened last time. So Frank just looked at her with all the love in his heart and pulled her close to him, gently mind you, but right now she would give him that. It was 4 months since the workplace incident and everyone was doing marvelous. Persephone was practically glowing, although she stated that she hadn't seen her feet in so long that she thought they flew south for the winter. And Alice wasn't that much further behind her. Although she wasn't pregnant with twins, she seemed to be carrying the baby low, and so it made her feel that much bigger. At first, when both women started to markedly show their baby bulges, Frank and Zeno had become almost unbearable to live with. But the women put paid on that quick enough. Alice quit talking to Frank until he changed his tune. And Persephone ended up taking a feather pillow to Xenophilius when it had just gotten to be too much, but she thinks she got the message across. Now both women were doing great and practically glowing with health and life. The band had decided to record the Longbottom's baby heartbeat since it was just a single heartbeat and would be less confusing to listen to than two quick heartbeats, and they were all working on what music to put it to. Neville wanted to do a lullaby, but he had not found the right one yet, and since it was his little sister's heartbeat they were using as the background sound to the music, everyone felt he should have final say in the choice of music. Harry was just as excited as Neville was about the new baby sister. Although Sirius had adopted him, he was still very much a child of Frank and Alice's. They had practically raised him after all. He had always wanted a little sister, so he and Neville decided to share the new baby and take care of it equally. 2 weeks shy of Persephone's due date, and she was baking biscuits with Luna in the kitchen when she felt that familiar tug on her tummy. She waited a while and yep, she was having labor pains. Nothing major yet, they were about 5 minutes apart so far. So she went in and called Andromeda and Alice, and then she called Xenophilius. Both women came through, and then Zeno. He had been over at the Quibbler and he had to shut down the printing press before he could come through, but he made it over as quick as he could, which in all honesty was only a few minutes. Just enough time to work himself up to a pretty good frenzy. Where is she? He looked around for his wife and gasped when he saw her standing there holding on to the edge of the couch with one hand and holding on to her very large stomach with the other. Hurry! Let's get you to St. Mongos before you have those babies right here on our living room floor. He rushed to his wife's side and took her hand, helping her walk her way to the flue. Grabbing a bit of flue powder, he threw it into the fire and called out St. Mongos, and he gently led his wife through. As soon as they got there, he led her over to the welcome witch and stated that they were having twins and she was in labor, or rather she was having twins and she was in labor. That Andromeda Tonks was her healer and on her way. The welcome witch got Persephone a wheelchair and had an attendant wheel her back to a room and to wait for Andromeda. The couple had been there less than 5 minutes when Andromeda showed up and took over Persephone's care. 3 hours later, Xenophilius walked into the crowded visitors' waiting room with 2 arms loaded down with babies. "We have babies," he said happily. He would have shouted it out, but he didn't want to frighten the little ones. Luna rushed over to see her new brother and sister. Both has the trademark platinum blonde hair, but since they were both asleep, she couldn't tell their eye color. They looked so precious, so perfect. Her father let her hold her little sister as he said, "Luna, I want you to meet your little sister Astrea Andromeda and your little brother Sebastian Adrian. We wanted to name our son after you boys, but we couldn't make up our minds on Harrison Neville or Neville Harrison, and we didn't want to favor one boy over the other, so we decided just to make you boys their godfathers instead. Neville, you will be Astrea's godfather, and Harry, you will be Sebastian's godfather. Without you 2 boys, they never would have born, and I would never have had the chance to be standing here holding them in my arms. I can never thank you enough. Alice is Astrea's godmother and Andromeda is Sebastian's godmother. They have both already accepted their appointments, and I hope you boys will as well. It is a huge responsibility, so think about it before you decide." Xenophilus. Harry smiled real big and looked over to Sirius and then back at Zeno and the new baby. "I don't have to think about it, I accept."
Idoto,
said Neville, his chest puffed out with pride. Frank put his hand on Neville's shoulder and beamed down at his son proudly, and then looked down at Astrea, thinking of his own little girl he would soon be holding in his own 2 arms. A month later, it was Frank's turn to be in the birthing room. Although his turn didn't start off quite as easy as Xenophilius. It was 3 a.m. in the morning and Alice felt that sudden tightening in her stomach. At first she just tried to ignore it and move to a more comfortable position, but it seemed the feeling in her stomach just wouldn't go away. That is when the sleepy Alice realized that she was in labor. She tried waking her husband up, but that didn't work. She took away his pillow, that didn't work. She took away the blankets, that didn't work. Finally, she physically kicked him off the bed and he landed hard on the floor, waking up with a start. "Hey, what's up?" Frank asked sleepily. "I'm having contractions, you moron. I have been trying to wake you up for an hour. Now get up and get dressed, you're taking me to St. Mongos." Alice groaned as another contraction hit. Contractions. Oh, Merlin. Frank was stumbling all over himself and the shoes he had left at the end of the bed. But he managed to right himself and go around to her side of the bed and help Alice sit up and get her slippers on. Then he grabbed his clothes and started putting them on quickly. Okay, that is her blouse. Not his shirt, not a good combination, next choice. Finally, He had gotten dressed, and she had almost made it down the hall to the parlor to the Floo connection. Then she called for Jeeves and Misty to have them to wake the family that it was her time. The two house elves popped away, and within moments a wide-awake and fully dressed Neville rushed into the room carrying his shoes. "Mom," Neville called out. "Right here, love," Alice replied. "Oh, thank goodness. I thought I had missed you," he said. "Not yet, we are waiting on your father. Could you Floo Andromeda while we wait and let her know I am in labor?" Alice requested. Then her water broke. Quickly, Neville rushed over to the fireplace and made the call, but was quickly back by his mother's side, and putting on his shoes. A few seconds later here come Harry and Sirius. It wasn't a moment later and Frank rushed into the room pulling on his jumper and carrying her overnight bag with him. A bruise beginning to form on the side of his face where his head hit the bedside table as Alice had knocked him off the bed. "Okay. I'm here, let's go." "I'm sorry. I couldn't find your bag. Do you think you can walk?" he asked. She nodded as she tried to breathe her way through another contraction, holding tight to Neville's hand, sighing as it stopped. "Just give me a second and we can go." Then she nodded to Frank and he gently helped her through the Floo to St. Mongos, and Neville rushed over to the welcome witch and explained what was up while Frank assisted his wife through the semi-crowded waiting room. Just as they got Alice situated into a wheelchair and headed to a room, Andromeda showed up with Ted in tow. Waiting in the delivery waiting room was annoying for everyone, but today there were 4 families waiting for a new arrival. Some had been there for hours. Others had just got there. One person, this was their first child. 2, this was their second, and the 4th, it was their 4th delivery. All in total, there was over 20 people in the small room waiting for new arrivals to be delivered. The first to be delivered was the one with the 3 kids already, and it was a little boy. They named Bartimus Nicodemus Holmes. The next was one of the ones who had 1 kid already, and it was a little girl they named Eloise Faith Marple. Then came Alice's turn to deliver. A beautiful little girl they named Lillian Persephone Longbottom. She came with an adorable head full of chestnut brown locks all over her head and bright blue eyes that seemed determined to take everything in from the moment that she was introduced to everyone. As soon as she looked at Neville, she reached a hand out to him, and his big brother heart melted. Too late, he was sunk. All the firm but understanding big brother thoughts that he had planned went right out the window. Now it was just a matter of not spoiling his little sister rotten that would be the problem. Frank let Neville hold Lillian, and it was love at first sight. She wrapped her hand around his finger and wouldn't let go. Neville grinned a big mushy grin and did his best not to cry. "Don't worry, son, I did too," whispered Frank. Neville just nodded and sniffed at his little sister. Another precious Longbottom at the huge Longbottom Hall. Neville fed his little sister a bottle, as Harry fed Sebastian and Luna fed Astria hers. All 3 kids had taken to be big brothers and sister amazingly well. Even messy diapers weren't too bad. Well, not after the first few times they weren't. Took a while for you to get used to it though. Whenever the kids fed the babies and gave them their baths, they got to pick out their outfits for the day, so it was an all-around fair trade. Neville loved picking out the little dresses for his little sister, and so did Luna. Harry liked dressing Sebastian in something that matched whatever Astria was wearing, so they always looked so cute. Harry didn't know they could make robes for people that tiny, but they could. But oh, the tiny snaps and buttons, geez. It was only a few months since they were born, so they still mainly slept and ate, but they were getting better at staying awake for short periods of time in between naps. Xenophilius walked into the nursery with a letter in his hand, smiling and waving the letter around. The ministry had just sent over the documentation that Luna had passed all her entrance tests and she was accepted for entry to Hogwarts a year early. So all the kids would be going to go to school this year. Luna sort of felt bad for Ginny, but she really hadn't been that supportive of her when she found out that she was going to try to get in a year early, and had even gotten mad at her. Ginny hadn't spoken to Luna since she had announced her intention of going to Hogwarts a year early. Not about the accident, her mother's health, the pregnancy, her brother and sister, nothing. So Luna just let it be, deciding if Ginny didn't want to be friends any longer, that was her loss. Harry and Neville should be getting their letters for Hogwarts in July, and here it was June already, and the 3 kids were really looking forwards to Hogwarts. Although Harry thought Luna was probably the most excited, she didn't show it much. She always seemed so calm and cool about it. He could tell she was really looking forward to it though. The only problem they had was that all 3 of them were going to miss their little brother and sisters. Luna spent more than one day holding a baby crying about how much she would miss her little ones. But then they would do something especially adorable and make her all smiles again. Giggling about how adorable they are. She made her mummy and daddy promise to get lots of pensive memories and send them to her, especially since Harry had found a pensive in his inheritor vaults at Gringotts, and had Sirius get it out for him. Now they could all watch the babies grow up without missing a thing. July rolled around and sure enough the kids' Hogwarts letters arrived. All 3 of them on the same day. Hooray! Sirius, Remus, Persephone, and Alice decided to take the kids out to get their school things. They wanted to do some clothes shopping while they were at it as well. That is why the women were coming instead of Xenophilius and Frank. They were staying with Sebastian, Astrea, and Lillian. The first place they hit was Gringotts to get some money out. Harry wanted his own pocket money, and so he had it linked to this new card thing that they could use in the shops on Diagon Alley or in the Muggle shops too. So it would work great when they went into Muggle London to get the different everyday clothes they were wanting to get. Next was Ollivander's wand shop. Harry had decided to go ahead and get another wand even though he could easily use Bad Whisker's wand and it worked really well. It was a strong wand too, so he was going to keep it as a second wand for himself. But he needed a wand that was just for himself. Luna's wand turned out to be acacia wood and unicorn hair. Good for charms. Neville's wand was made out of cherry wood and unicorn hair as well. Well made for earthbound magic. Harry's took forever to figure out, but when they finally found the right one it was holly and dragon's heartstrings. Specifically Hungarian horntail, excellent for defense. He also bought wand holsters for everyone, including his second wand. Then they went by the cauldron shop and the shop that had the telescopes. Sirius insisted that Harry buy the best of both, not the run-of-the-mill shelf stock that was available. So Alice and Persephone did the same. They wanted their kids to have every advantage possible that they could get. Then they went off to the potion shop and got the top-of-the-line potion kit with all the accoutrements like the special stirrers, silver-bladed knives, 2 different kinds of mortar and pestle, and personal chopping board. They also got extras on several of the common ingredients in case they wanted to practice on some of their potions they could. They had been working on potions with Persephone for years now, so they pretty well had the first 2 years of potions class down pat. It would all basically be review for them. But they were excited about it nonetheless. They had heard that there had been another legal battle in the school council about Severus Snape at the end of the year again. And without Dumbledore there to save him, Snape's job was pretty much gone. But they had no proof of it yet. There hadn't been any write-up in the paper about it yet. So Harry was just waiting to see if that was just a rumor or if Snape really did get fired. He hoped he did, but Harry wasn't going to say anything just in case he was wrong about it. The next shop they headed to was Madame Malkin's robe shop. Each one of them got a complete wardrobe setup instead of just the bare minimum. And instead of the standard cotton robes, they got the better quality robes of higher quality. Brushed cotton/silk blend that made the fabric slightly shiny and very soft. At first Harry couldn't figure out why he needed a whole new wardrobe, then he realized that he had grown 3 inches this past year, so yeah, he needed it. All his slacks were too short and showed his ankles and his shirts felt too tight across the shoulders. He never really paid any attention to it until he tried the bigger sizes on. The ones that fit properly. Harry had just come out of the dressing rooms wearing a set of black robes with green underlining and he really liked the color combination. It brought out the green in his eyes. When a blonde-haired boy was put up on the platform he had just been removed from for measuring. Hogwarts? The boy asked. Yes, first year. Harry stated. Same here. My name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Harry James Potter Black at your service, sir. Harry did an eloquent bow jokingly. Black? My mother was a Black. I see you are planning on Slytherin. Good. It's the best house at Hogwarts. Nothing can beat Slytherin. That's where I intend to go as well. Malfoy puffed up his thin chest and tried to look important but quite honestly was failing at it miserably. Actually, I haven't decided which house I prefer. They all have their benefits and detriments. Each one has had some amazing individuals graduate from it and had a rich history behind them. So I am just going to wait and see. Harry said as he checked the cuffs of the outfit that he had just put on for length. You're kidding. Hufflepuff, that herd of puffers hasn't had anything but a bunch of losers come out of it. So why would you want to be part of it? Malfoy inquired. Newt Scamander for one. Him being one of the greater magizoologists known to exist was a Hufflepuff. as was Theseus Scamander, one of the greatest aurors of the early 1900s. Hengist of Woodcroft is another proud puff that I could mention was the founder of Hogsmeade Village. Let alone Helga Hufflepuff herself, one of the greatest botanists in recorded history, and she was a noted warrior as well. Our own Professor Sprout has put out numerous papers and authored many articles on various plants that should be duly noted. Like I said, each house has their noted members and each house has their achievements. Harry turned and started to head back into the dressing room when Malfoy stopped him. You would actually go into Hufflepuff if you were placed there? Malfoy looked at Harry with confusion. Of course. That is what a man would do. A man would look at it as a new challenge, an adventure, and meet it head-on with sword in hand and ready to tackle whatever came along. A child would run back to daddy and demand a resort and beg to be placed in a different house, or demand it and leave the ultimatum that they would be put somewhere else or they would leave the school. Coming to Hogwarts is all about challenges and new experiences. If you are afraid to meet those challenges, then you should just stay home. It is a turning point in your life where you turn from a child to a man. At Hogwarts you learn how to do magics that make you an adult and give you the right to stand beside your peers in the Wisengamot or the Ministry and say, I am no longer a child, but I am one of you now, so I am permitted to sit amongst you and be a part of your world. If you are not ready for that, then you need to just stay at home. I didn't say I wasn't ready. I just said the only house that I am going to go into is Slytherin. It's not the same thing, Draco stated firmly. And if it wanted to put you into Gryffindor instead, what would you do? Harry asked, curious. I would leave. My father would never allow that. As I stated, a child's reaction, not that of a man. A man would simply look at it as a challenge and face it head-on, become the best damn Gryffindor they had seen in ages. Set out to make yourself stand out and become noted as one of the greats rising out of that house. Make your father proud that you wore the Gryffindor colors, not ashamed that you were chosen to be placed in that house. If you can't face any other house other than Slytherin, then you aren't ready to go to Hogwarts. You are only 25% of the way. When you can see each house for its benefits and detriments, then you are ready to enter into its great hallowed halls. How dare you? I am more than ready. I have been taught by some of the best paid tutors in Britain. I bet I know twice if not 3 times the spells that you do. Malfoy was getting red in the face, but he carried on. Expensive tutors and lots of knowledge doesn't make you an adult, any more than having no proper schooling or experience makes you a child. It is a way of thinking and your actions that decide your standing as an adult or a child. The fact that you haven't figured that out yet is just proof that you are still a child. With that, Harry headed into the dressing room to try on the black robes next. Draco Malfoy was fuming. This boy had the nerve to call him a child. Him, Draco Malfoy. He had worked for years to get his Hogwarts letter, and when it had came he had been so excited. But his father has simply said, of course. As if there was no other acceptable outcome. It wasn't that he was a child that he had to go into Slytherin either. It was that his father would accept nothing else. Anything else was unacceptable. It was that simple. That didn't mean he was a child, he was just determined and knew what he wanted. Yeah, that was it, he was determined. With that thought in mind and a smirk on his face, Draco Malfoy continued to get his clothing selection, ignoring the words of wisdoms a wizened young man had just given him, thinking only of the convoluted excuses that his own mind could come up with, and focus even harder on becoming that determined young person that he wanted his father to be proud of. Harry, on the other hand, made his selections based on what looked best on him, not on what house he would be in. Therefore, he had a well-rounded wardrobe that was appropriate for all occasions and affairs. He also got several different styles based on what was listed as acceptable within the regulations of Hogwarts bylaws, instead of plain black robe, as described in the list of necessities for Hogwarts. Just like what was the telescope and potions kit, it said the minimum that was required, not that that was the only thing you could buy. People just didn't know that and therefore got exactly what was on the list and no more. Neville looked best in browns and golds, even some darker reds, so that is what he picked. Those bring out the auburn tints in his hair and the golden highlights that framed his face that he got from his mother. Alice loved the way his hair did that in the summer, that soft golden hue about his face, and in the summer they would normally let his hair grow just a little so he would end up with little curls at the tips of his hair, so according to Luna he looked almost angelic when he stood in the sunlight. Luna, sweet adorable Luna, was always gorgeous in any blue she could find, but especially in the deep dark midnight blues that contrasted with her hair. or the silvery frosty blues that matched her eyes. Even teals and aquas looked good on Luna and she enjoyed wearing them. They gave her an almost nymph-like quality. She didn't especially like the idea of wearing black all the time, but she would if it meant she got to go to school with Neville and Harry. After the clothing selections came the books. Flourish and Blots, what kind of a name is that? Oh well, Harry was used to the extravagant names of some of the shops by now, so he just ignored it and went in to make his selections. He noticed most specifically the notes that Persephone had made in the margins of his papers where the potions books were mentioned. There were 3 additional books that weren't listed that she insisted that he and the others get. Potion ingredients, their uses, blends and creations, potions masters and their legacy, and the history of potions. The last 2 were by the same author Harry noticed, but they looked interesting so he was excited to read them. The other one seemed more of a reference book. Then there was the fact that they had been taking runes and arithmancy at home and it wasn't given as a subject until 3rd year, so all the kids just bought the 3rd year books to get a head start on them anyway. Remus had recommended a couple of history of magic books that were not on the list too, so they got those as well. All in all, Harry ended up with 14 books that were not on the list, mostly defense. Neville ended up with 12 books that weren't on the list, mostly a mix of herbology and defense. Luna picked out 16 books that weren't on the list and hers were from all subject matters, even a couple of books on fairy tales. From there they went to the trunk store where Frank insisted on buying each kid their very own 7-compartment trunk with all the amenities. Each one chose a potions room, study, bedroom, wardrobe, a sitting room and kitchen, while Harry and Luna chose a library. Neville chose a greenhouse for his final room. He said that he could combine his study into a library as well and just keep his really important books with him and not all his books. But with Harry and Luna they just had too many books, so they needed the separate room just for their books, so they made that compromise. There was one basic shelf on top for easy-to-reach items that Harry put a single change of clothes and his backpack and money bag in. That way he would be able to get it. If they needed to get anything big they could still get it. Then the man showed them how to shrink their trunks to the size of a shoebox and they carried them out of the store. Then Sirius spotted the bottomless bags, and bought each child one over Alice and Persephone's arguments, stating that he hadn't bought them anything yet and this was his one going to Hogwarts present. So now each child had their very own bottomless bag. Then they went to Magical Menagerie. Harry and Neville both wanted an owl and Luna wasn't sure yet, so she would see. So they headed over to the menagerie, and as soon as he walked in the door Harry spotted her. A beautiful snowy white owl in a cage off to the side. Their eyes locked and it seemed like something just clicked. He headed over to her and began talking to her and stroking her feathers when the store owner came rushing over, warning him not to get too close. "Be careful. She'll bite your finger in two," the clerk shrieked. Harry petted the snowy owl and she just leaned into his gentle hand and allowed him to do so. Sirius looked on with wonder. It looks like she was just waiting for the right person to come by to pick her. "What do you think, Harry? Is this beauty the one?" "Oh yes. She's perfect," Harry stated, not breaking eye contact with the gorgeous bird. "Well, it's your hand, but no returns on that one," the clerk stated, and he went back over behind his counter. "Do you want to come home with me, gorgeous?" Harry asked her, and the snowy owl bobbed her head as if she understood every word he was saying. "Sirius, please?" Harry looked over his shoulder at his godfather and smiled. "Turn off the charm, kid. Save it for a day, you will really need it." Sirius took down the snowy owl and then took her cage over to the counter. "You need to pick out her a perch and some food and treats." So Harry spent some time looking through the perches until he found one that looked regal enough for his owl, yet not too showy to compete with her beauty. And he held up the different treats and let her pick which ones she liked. Then he got her a food and water bowl for her cage. They were almost finished when Neville brought over the owl he had picked out and all the items he had picked to go with it. It was a beautiful eagle owl which he promptly informed Harry he had named Hades, because of that constant glare that the bird had on his face. Luna came up with her choice and it was a raven, black as the darkest night and beautiful. She decided to name it Rowena. Luna also picked out a rather delicate-looking perch and a crystal water and food bowl, only the best for one of the founders as it were. Thankfully they were able to call for Jeeves and Misty and have them come get their purchases. This way they could now go into Muggle London and pick up a few things from there. They mainly wanted to pick up clothing, but they needed some shoes too. The wizarding world had not yet developed trainers, and they were just too comfortable for Harry to not have a new pair to take to school with him. They also needed to pick up some new training clothes, ones that wouldn't set the whole of Hogwarts to a panic. They were used to using shorts and tank tops to work out in, and Hogwarts really wasn't ready for that at this time, so they needed to get some jogging suits and maybe some regular t-shirts. The first place they went to was a place that Andromeda recommended. Harrods of London was an 8th-floor adventure. It had everything, including the kitchen sink. Each Neville, Harry, and Luna picked up 3 pairs of sweats and 6 appropriate t-shirts, as well as 2 pairs of trainers. They grabbed 2 new GIs for their martial arts workouts while they were at it, since they still intended to keep up with those while they were at Hogwarts as well. Then they went looking for dress clothes, and Luna went looking for sundresses. Finally, they hit the night clothes and lingerie/underwear section. While the wizarding world had many things, they definitely didn't have the variety of undershorts that the Muggle world had. Both boys had become used to wearing boxer briefs under their GIs and workout clothes, so they had now preferred them. And the wizarding world had nothing to compare them to, so they had to get them from the Muggle world. They also bought themselves metal-tipped quills and calligraphy sets, notebooks, and plenty of paper. They had seen the quills that the wizarding world used and were not impressed. Standard feather quills, although they did have a variety of feathers, they were not even metal-tipped most of the time. You had to keep sharpening them in order to get a fine line. If you wanted to do calligraphy, you had to have a special cut to your feather, and that was even more difficult. Then they went out, ducked down an alley, and called for Jeeves and Misty, and had them take all their packages back home, so they could check out a bookstore that Luna had just spotted. Leave it to Luna to find a bookstore while out shopping for clothes. But over an hour in the bookstore and quite a few bags to go around, everyone found several books they didn't expect to. Neville even found several books on growing and harvesting different plants that he didn't have, and some plant magazines that he really wanted to get subscriptions to. Harry found a selection of books on martial arts and self-defense that he really liked. He also liked their selection on runes. It gave a whole different point of view, other than what the wizarding world focused on. And they had something called numerology, which was very similar to arithmancy. It looked fascinating. Then he found a couple of books on astrology that he knew Sirius didn't have too. Luna focused on Muggle fairy tales and superstitions, although she got a couple of books on mythological creatures and a few on magical races. She wanted to know what Muggles thought of the different races or beings they believed were imaginary, but in reality they did exist, and they were very real in the magical world. It seemed Luna had made it a project of hers to compare and contrast the 2 realms' beliefs about certain individuals and how they are viewed. It definitely would be interesting if she ever did write something up about it, maybe for the Quibbler. They shrunk all the bags they got at the bookstore down and stuffed them in their pockets, and then headed down the street to a New Age store. Out of curiosity, they went in. Harry went over to their potion/alchemy section and found measuring spoons that actually had a spoon for a pinch and a dab, as well as all the other spoons. A complete set of stirring rods of all metals, glass, and crystal. Several very nice vials and storage containers, and a few really nice mortar and petals of different materials and sizes. Luna picked up several pieces of jewelry, and so did Neville. He got his mother a beautiful necklace for her birthday, which was coming up in 2 months, and Sirius picked out a wolf ring that was made out of stainless steel for Remus. Sirius also picked up several new star charts and a couple of books on astrology that he had never heard about. Although they were Muggle, they sounded interesting. By the time they were ready to leave, they had all gotten something and were thrilled with their purchases. The only regret that Harry had is that he couldn't take a broom with him to Hogwarts. As a first year, he is restricted, and unfortunately, he would have to wait until next year to take his broom with him. He and Neville have been on broom since they were 4 years old. Waiting a whole year to have your own broom with you just seems like such a waste. Sometimes Harry felt like he lived to fly. He had decided, though, that the only way he was going to be on the Quidditch team is if Neville got on the team also. Otherwise, he wasn't interested. It just didn't seem fun without his best friend/brother. Chapter 6. As they walked down the parkway towards the entryway to platform 9 3/4, just like it said in the introductory letter. Sirius wanted to make sure the kids had the full adventure of going to Hogwarts, so they were starting at the very beginning and not just operating onto the platform of the train. Neville pushed a trolley with Hades' cage and his carry-on on it. Frank and Alice followed carrying Lillian. Luna came next, pushing a trolley with Rowena's cage and her carry-on, followed closely by Xenophilius and Persephone, who was carrying Sebastian and Astrea, followed closely by Harry carrying Hedwig's cage. Yes, he decided to name his beautiful snowy owl Hedwig. He named her for a female saint. Hedwig the Duchess of Silesia, who is the patron saint of orphans. He thought it fit somehow. Remus and Sirius both came down with him to send him off to Hogwarts for his very first time. Going to Hogwarts the first time is one of the most important steps in a young person's life, next to getting bonded and having a child, that is. It is a huge change in everything, how you live, where you live, people you see on a daily basis, even what you do on a daily basis. It's all new and different, all a new adventure, a new experience. There it is, the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Sirius pointed over to a blank piece of wall between the edges of platform 9 and 10. Neville went up to the entrance and looked at it a little confused. "It is best if you get a running start at it your first time through," Frank said. So he did, and through the barrier he went, followed by his parents at a much more casual pace. Then went through Luna, but they all decided to race through together. Sirius went through first, then went Harry with the trolley, followed closely by Remus. Then Harry saw it, the huge Hogwarts Express. It was every bit as beautiful as Sirius had made it out to be. Steam and smoke were billowing out here and there underneath the wheels, and people were getting on the train in every direction. Harry was looking everywhere all at once, trying to capture this moment for the rest of his life. He wanted to have this memory for his pensieve so that he could show it to his kids someday. He looked around at all the excited faces and all the scared little first years that were getting ready to leave home for the first time. He could tell just by their expression which ones were first years and which ones had been to Hogwarts before. There was a little red-headed girl that was holding tight to her mother and father and not wanting to let go. Anther little blonde that had a firm grip of her father's shirt that he was trying to remove her hand and guide her onto the train. There were a couple of kids crying and a couple of kids yelling, but most of the kids just looked a little scared. Then Harry spotted the boy from Madame Malkin's that day and saw his parents. The boy looked like a smaller version of his father, cloak and all. The only thing missing was his father walked with a cane and had on gloves, while Draco Malfoy didn't. Harry had to say that Draco's mother was quite beautiful. Draco said that she was a black. He wondered if it was a black thing, since Sirius was quite handsome too. Well, as far as a dogfather goes, that is. The boy looked quite arrogant and aloof from what Harry could see, like he though that all the other people on the platform were beneath him. A kid thinking something like that, it must be the way he was raised. To look down on everyone else, and see everyone that does not have a purpose to serve as being a pawn or peasant. A tool to be used and then thrown aside when they were no longer useful. What kind of life is that for a kid? Did he even have any friends? Harry kind of felt sorry for the kid, but he brushed it off and focused on what Sirius was saying. "Let's get you guys on board and set up so that hopefully Susan and Hannah will find you and be able to share the same compartment with you." With that, Sirius led the way onto the train and walked down the aisle until he found an empty compartment and started putting Harry's things inside. He made sure that Harry had Hedwig secure, then gave him a big hug and told him how much he would miss him. Next it was Remus' turn to hug Harry and tell him he would miss him and to be good, and not to prank too much no matter what Sirius had said. They left the train but stayed on the platform and watched Harry from there. Frank and Alice, Xenophilius and Persephone did the same thing with Neville and Luna, and they all met up on the platform outside. Then Harry spotted Amelia Bones and the Abbotts with Susan and Hannah right behind them. Sirius apparently spotted them too, since he flagged them down and pointed out where the kids were on the train and helped Susan and Hannah take their things over to the baggage car and then helped them take their carry-ons into the compartment where the kids were waiting. Hannah had gotten herself a beautiful white Kneazle she named Stardust, or just Star for short, while Susan had gotten a rather fetching barn owl she names Hermes because he was so fast, and he carried messages. The girls got settled into the compartment, and just as the train was beginning to pull out, everyone was leaning out the window or waving to their family, and their respective family or friends were all waving back. This was it, the first steps of the rest of his life, Harry thought. They spent most of their trip playing Exploding Snap or chess, since Harry and Neville brought their chess set, and Luna brought Exploding Snap with her. Then they spent some time playing poker, since Sirius had taught all the kids how to play that a couple of years ago. When the snack cart came by, they were all eager to see what all it carried. Harry splurged and got a few of everything and decided to share with everyone and make it a party. Jeeves had packed lunch for he and Neville with plenty to share, so they had sandwiches and fruit, so it wasn't a total sweets attack. But the boxes of every flavor beans made playing poker much more fun. They had something to bet with now. It was about halfway through the trip when a teary-eyed frizzy-haired brunette knocked on the compartment door and opened it up. asking if they minded her sitting there. Apparently some of the other children had called her a rather rude name and laughed at her, then kicked her out of the compartment she was in, claiming her compartment as their own. "Sure, come on in. My name is Neville Longbottom. This is Luna Lovegood, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, and Harry James Potter Black." Neville introduced everyone, and they nodded and smiled as their names were called out. "My name is Hermione Granger, and thank you. I honestly don't know what I did wrong. I was just sitting there reading, and this one blonde boy opened the door to the compartment and began to harass me. He called me a mudblood or something like that, and then started laughing at me. Then he and these others came into the compartment and sat down and kicked me out." Everyone gasped when she used the word mudblood, but she didn't understand why, and just gave them a curious look. The word mudblood is the most foul word you can use to describe someone who is not of pure wizarding descent. "Let me guess. Both your parents are non-magical?" Harry asked. "Yes. But what does that have to do with anything?" Hermione asked. "Everything to a boy like him. The boy you are describing is probably Draco Malfoy. He is a pureblood, although of lower ranking than anyone in this room. He feels that anyone of non-magical parents are beneath him, and therefore he will use such a slang to show his distaste. It is just like calling someone in the non-magical world a bastard, or being of questionable birth. Only in this world it is viewed socially, politically, and financially as much worse. They are viewed as lower than the lowest in all ranks and standings within this world. It goes pureblood, half injury, which means you have one parent that is pureblood and one parent that has some new injury status, and new injury, or what most refer to as muggleborn, which is when you have no magical parents at all. The only thing that has a lower standing is what most refer to as a squib, which is a non-magical child born into a magical family. They actually have no rights or privileges within the magical world whatsoever. New bloods are at least allowed to get an education, own a wand, have a Gringotts account, work for the ministry, get married without ministry approval, inherit family legacies if there are ever any found, all things that are refused to a squib. Harry explained. "That's horrible. And that boy called me that." Hermione looked as if she was about to cry again. "You have to remember that he is of a select group that believe injury is the most important thing. Not your achievements, not your grades, not your honor, not your integrity or your good name. Just your injury, something that you had no control over at all. They have arranged marriages so they can make sure the next generation has pure injury, not for love or anything as foolish as that. It is either injury-related, political, or financial, or a combination of all three. It can be a cold and loveless marriage, and when there is a cold and loveless marriage there is a cold and loveless child, and the chain goes on. Built link by link. That is so sad. So medieval. How can someone do that to a child?" Hermione gasped. The wizarding world, for all intent and purposes, is living roughly 100 to 150 years behind the rest of the world. They take their time catching up with this world because they are set in their ways. Some things are far more advanced than non-magical, like apparition, flu calls, some spells, some potions, etc. But things like astrology, science, much of the medical sciences, clothing, common household conveniences, most basic forms of travel, things that are everyday things or things that you would never think about because they are so basic to you don't even exist in the wizarding world. Things like ballpoint pens, flashlights, electricity, pizzas, telephones, televisions, movies, and a million other things that are too numerous to mention. Harry continued. "I never realized there was that big of a difference between the two worlds," she stated. "That is one of the problems that the pureblood have with new bloods. They think they can come into the wizarding world and everything they know about the non-magical world will just transfer over. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Halloween is Samhain and Christmas is Yule. We have solstice and equinox festivals when the non-magical world does not. Some of us celebrate the old ways while others do not. Some do a mixture of both. It all depends on the family. But for a new injury to come in and expect us to follow their ways in rude and impolite to say the least. It is like going to another country and expecting them to follow your ways," Hannah said. She had always been very strong in her beliefs about new bloods and their expectations and interference in the traditions of the old ways. She may not follow them all, but the ones she did follow she held dear. "I'm sorry. Is there a book that gives that information about that kind of thing out there? I don't want to offend anyone," Hermione stated meekly. "There are many books about it. Everything from books on the ancient houses to manners and etiquette, to speech and language, and lifestyle and living in the modern wizarding world. Neville said. Just then that aforementioned blonde, Malfoy, Draco Malfoy jerked open the door to the compartment and said, "So this is where the great and mighty Harry Potter is hiding? First, it is Harry James Potter Black. Second, I wasn't aware I was hiding from anyone, especially from a child like yourself. Third, you do realize that barging into the conversation of others is just one more proof of the fact that you are a child and not an adult, do you not?" Harry stated. "You have no clue who you're speaking to, but you soon will. My father is on the school board and he will make sure that the likes of you will not be tolerated at Hogwarts. You and all those pathetic mudbloods will be a thing of the past." Draco growled. "Ah, but once again you proved my point. Your father is... You are not. Your father has power, you do not. Your father is the adult, you are the child. If you wish to make a statement that countermands my own, you need to think harder, Mr. Malfoy. For what you are saying is only coming up with a stronger, more firm standing to my already strong statement. By using your father as a shield, you are proving that you yourself have no power and are afraid of that fact. If you continue to do so, then it only proves that you are a helpless and insecure individual that is uncertain of his own standing within this society. Think well before you use your father as a shield and his standing as your sword. It may be the very weapons that fail you in a battle of wits." Harry stated with a smirk. Malfoy was getting furious. There was a bright red spot showing on his cheeks, proving just how mad he was getting. He growled and tried to not show that Harry's words were getting to him, but he lost. He motioned to the two walking book-ends beside him and pointed to Harry. "Get him!" he shouted. The two large boys tried to step into the compartment, but there wasn't enough room, and besides, Neville and Harry had different ideas. 2 swift kicks and the boys were thrown back into the walkway, and then Neville promptly slammed the door in Malfoy's face. A wave of Harry's hand later and the door was sealed against intruders. "Enough of this serious stuff. Who is up for another hand of poker?" Harry asked, and as he sat down, picked up the deck of cards and began to shuffle the deck again. Everyone agreed to play except Hermione, who they had to teach how to play. But that was okay, they were patient and still had fun with it. 10 minutes until we reach Hogwarts. Please change into your Hogwarts uniforms and make yourself ready to depart. A voice came through the compartment. It had been an arduous trip, taking 8 hours of mostly boredom if it hadn't been for good friends to pass the time with. Neville and Harry got up and exited the compartment, giving the girls some privacy. Then it was the boys' turn, and finally they all got back together to wait for the train to arrive at the depot. It didn't take long and the voice came back on, telling them to leave their baggage. It would be taken to their rooms for them, although Harry was a little trepidatious about leaving his carry-on, his only luggage, on the train, since it had his 7-compartment trunk in it, but he did it anyway. Neville also felt a little anxious about leaving his bag on the train, but he did so as well. "Furs yours this way. Furs yours follow me." A huge booming voice called out. The voice fit the equally huge man it belonged to. Sirius had told Harry and Neville stories about Hagrid, and so they weren't scared of the big man, but it was apparent that some of the smaller kids were. So with confidence Harry went over to one of the boats that Hagrid was indicating they should get into and sat down with Neville, Luna, and Hermione. Susan and Hannah got into a boat with a set of twin girls. The little boats traveled across a lake towards Hogwarts, and then about halfway across the lake the lights of Hogwarts came into view. It was one of the most breathtaking sights that Harry had ever seen. Everywhere twinkling lights, from what he assumed were torches and candle lights. The effect was amazing. Golden hues outlined the ancient castle on all sides as the little boats made their rounds through the lake and under a big tunnel. "Heads down!" Hagrid shouted. Although why Harry didn't know, his head was nowhere near the top of the low bridge that they needed to duck. But he did it anyway, just in case. Soon the little boats approached a huge winding staircase that led up to an equally massive set of doors. Hagrid led the group of children all the way up to the top and knocked 3 times on the door with his huge fists. Slowly the door opened and a small man with a white hair and a large smile opened the door. "Furs yours, Professor," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid, I have them from here." The little man stepped forward and cleared his neck. "My name is Professor Flitwick, and I am your charms professor and deputy headmaster." You are all about to enter the halls of Hogwarts, but before you can take your seats you must be sorted into your house. They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has a rich and notable history. The house you are placed into will be your new family, and any achievements and accolades that you receive will earn you points, but just so, any misbehavior will see points deducted. The house with the most points at the end of the school year will receive the House Cup. A prized achievement to be sure. Now I will go in and check and see when they are ready for you all. With that he turned and headed back through the huge doors. Well, that was interesting. I wonder how they choose what house you go into? One brunette girl asked. My brother said you had to wrestle a troll. Ron Weasley stated. Harry just knew it had to be something the twins told him. You fool, it has nothing to do with trolls. Only an imbecile would believe something so harebrained as that. Malfoy chimed in. I hope it isn't a test. I have memorized all the books, but I don't think I am ready for a test. Hermione stated quietly. They would never give you a test on the first day of school, you stupid girl. Malfoy once again lending his opinion. Mr. Malfoy, have you considered the possibility that the others here have heard quite enough of your drivel and wish to be relieved of it in the future? Harry interjected. No one asked your opinion, Potter. Malfoy snarled. Once again, that is Potter black or just black. Your preference. And I should point out that no one requested your unsolicited statements either, but you appear more than eager to provide them. Perhaps we could all just wait in silence until we are directed into the school by the professor and find out exactly how we are sorted, unless you, sir, would like to do so now, since you seem to be so knowledgeable about the process. Harry stated. Malfoy simply glared at Harry and said nothing more. Since it is tradition to keep the means of sorting hidden from all new students, I think it is wise that we follow that tradition and wait and see for ourselves what it is, and enjoy the experience. Harry said, then turned back to Neville and Luna, who were waiting quietly beside him. Just as Malfoy was about to say something, the huge doors opened and the little professor was back. If you will follow me, we are ready for you, he said, and began to lead the way for them into their first sight of the inside of Hogwarts. The children began to file into the long hallway that led to two huge doors, and the professor opened the doors with a wave of his wand, which brought about several oohs and ahs in the crowd of children. Then he led them into this huge dining hall. There were 4 long tables full of other children all ages, and 1 table crosswise at the front of the room full of adults. The tables seemed to be divided up based on the color of one's ties and badges on one's lapels, greens, blues, golds, and reds. Of course Harry knew this stood for Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor. There were candles lighting the whole room floating below the ceiling, and the ceiling itself had an area made of glass and looked like the night sky, which was beautiful and starlight night, and the moon was not quite full, but it was defiantly bright. There was a walkway down the middle of the room that all the first year were herded up to the front of the room, where a small stool and with a hat atop it sat. The hat was introduced as the sorting hat, and the hat began to sing, truly a singing hat. It sang of house unity and the strengths of each house and how each house should work together for a common goal. Then Professor Flitwick began. When I call your name you will come up here. I will place this hat atop your head, and you will be sorted into your proper house. Hannah Abbott, Professor Flitwick announced. Harry, Neville, and Luna were only half listening because there before them behind the big table at the front of the dining hall were Sirius, Remus, Frank, Alice, Xenophilius, and Persephone. The 3 were whispering very quietly amongst themselves until Harry James Potter Black was announced, and Harry was called forth. Harry went forward to the front of the room and sat down on the stool, then was handed the hat by the professor. Once the sorting hat was placed there, Harry began to hear a second voice in his head. Impressive, yes, impressive indeed. But I will need to get past your walls if I am to sort you, young man. The voice called out. Who are you? Harry thought. The sorting hat, of course, although my name is Alistair in truth. I normally just go by Hat. The barriers, if you please. Alistair requested. Harry thought about it for a moment, then cautiously lowered his barriers. Ah yes, here we go. I see, Harry James Potter Black. How nice to meet you. Fascinating life you have led. Yes, fascinating. Now, where to put you? Let's see, cunning, quite true, but not the proper fit. Intelligent to be sure, but not the strongest point either. Loyal, my yes, but would you fit in there? I don't believe so. Brave, without a doubt. But is that the right place to put you? Alistair pondered. I honestly don't care where you place me, but if I may ask for two things. First, I have two friends, Neville Longbottom, who is my brother in all but injury, and Luna Lovegood, who is my good friend. Can you place all three of us in the same house? And two, can you make sure that whatever house we get into, Ron Weasley doesn't get into that same house? Harry thought. We shall see, we shall see. With loyalty like that you should be in Hufflepuff, but the adventures you have been in tell me there is only one place to put you, and that is Gryffindor. Alistair shouted out, and the dining hall erupted in applause. Harry got up off the stool and handed Alistair back to the professor, and then headed over to the table where everyone with the red badges and ties were. As soon as he sat down, he noticed his own badge and tie had changed colors. His badge was now that of the Gryffindor lion and proudly stated Gryffindor across it. Susan was called up next, but Harry was too focused on his new badge to pay attention, so he never noticed that she was placed in Hufflepuff just like Hannah was. The names got called and children placed without Harry really paying attention until a name he was actually interested in called. Neville Longbottom. And Neville made his way up to the stage and sat down on the stool, placing the hat on his head. Well, another amazing mind. You will have to lower your shields for me to see where to place you. Who are you? Neville asked, always with the questions. My name is Alistair, or you may call me Hat, whichever you choose, the shields please. He requested. Neville lowered his shields and the Hat took a look, then agreed there was only one place to put this young man. Well, the fine young minds we have this year. You two would do well in all houses, but there is just one place to put you, young man. Gryffindor. Neville took the hat off and handed it off to the waiting professor and rushed over to the Gryffindor table to sit next to Harry. Next came Luna, and each boy was anxiously waiting to see what would happen. Luna sat down on the stool and put the hat on her head and waited. The hat attempted to look into Luna's head and was nearly bowled over by a 20-foot bunny with fangs. Then came the blibbering humdingers. They started chasing Hat everywhere, until Luna closed off her mind and left a nice blank spot for them to talk in. What in the name of Merlin's baggy britches was all that? Alistair screamed, panting loudly. Oh, the fang bunny is Horatio, and the other little things are blibbering humdingers. You have to be careful of those. They eat stray thoughts. Luna said dreamily. They are what? Alistair shrieked. Blibbering humdingers. Rather pesky little things. An infestation can be particularly nasty. That is why I use them as a defense. Luna stated. Oh, for heaven's sake. Wait, what was I thinking? Alistair had this confused look on his weathered face. Oops, one must have gotten stuck. She then reached into the hat and pulled out one of the little buzzing creatures and set it loose. With a wave of her wand she banished it and then focused on Alistair again. Never mind all this. Gryffindor, the hat shouted out. He wasn't risking his mind going back in there again. Luna returned the hat to Professor Flitwick and skipped over to the Gryffindor table and sat down next to Neville. The two boys clapped excitedly. They were all three in the same house, just like they wanted. It was unfortunate that Hannah and Susan were in Hufflepuff, if for no other reason than they were not in the same house as Neville, Luna, and Harry. The only other individual that Harry recognized so far was the other girl that was in the compartment with them. Hermione Granger was her name, and she had gone into Ravenclaw. Now it was Malfoy's turn. The hat had barely touched the boy's head when it screamed out Slytherin. Of course the arrogant little boy had to strut over to the Slytherin tables and act as if he expected for someone to pull his injured seat out for him. Harry noticed. The sorting went on for quite a while. The next individual of note that Harry was interested in was about to go up to the little stool, Ronald Weasley. It took a moment or two for the hat to think, and then it shouted out, Slytherin. Weasley screamed and ripped the hat off his head and stomped it a few times, then turned to the demure little professor and screamed at him. You better fix this or my mum will, sticking his finger right up in the professor's face. Then he marched over to Gryffindor House and sat down at the Gryffindor table and had a look about him that just dared anyone to try and move him. And that is exactly what happened. Persephone walked over to where the Gryffindors were sitting and reached up and grasped the back of Ron's collar and lifted him up, and Frog marched him over to the Slytherin table. That will be 40 points from you, Mr. Weasley. 20 for damaging school property and 20 for disrespecting a professor. Persephone stated as she walked Ron over to his new house table.
No.
No, I won't go. You can't make me. I want you to call my mum right this minute. I demand it. Ron screamed. Very well. If you won't sit at your house table, then you will stand in the corner until I am ready to deal with you. With that she escorted him over to a corner and placed him in the corner and put a sickle on the wall and stuck his nose to it. Then put his hands behind his back and whispered something in his ear that made his ears turn bright red. With that Persephone went back up to her seat and the sorting continued. Blaze Zabini. After a minute or so the hat yelled out, Slytherin, once again. Well, as many of you know, we had some changes taking place this year. I am the new head mistress. My name is Minerva McGonagall. The new deputy headmaster is Phileas Flitwick. We also have some other new faces that I wish to introduce you to. The school board has finally made their choices on several things. First, Professor Binns has left us for the great beyond, and taking his place is Professor Remus Lupin. Taking my place as Transfiguration's professor will be Professor Sirius Black. Professor Severus Snape has been removed from his position at Hogwarts, and taking his place will be Professor Persephone Lovegood. She will be your new head of Slytherins as well as potions professor. The defense against the dark arts position was indeed found to be cursed, and that curse has since been removed, and our new defense teacher is Professor Frank Longbottom. Professor Grubblyplank has decided to retire, and in her stead we have Professor Xenophilius Lovegood. And finally we have taking over the place of head of Gryffindor House is Professor Alice Longbottom. Now that we are all introduced, why don't we all eat? And with a wave of her wand the tables were filled with foods of all kinds. Did you know about any of this? Neville asked the other two. Not a clue, you? Harry answered. They both turned to Luna, who smiled. Yes, I knew, but it wasn't my place to tell you. They didn't tell me, so apparently they wanted to keep it a secret until we got here. So, surprise! She just smiled her ever-present smile and began to pick her way through her favorite foods. Both boys just rolled their eyes and did the same. Their first day of Hogwarts was afoot. Head Mistress McGonagall stood up at the end of the meal and began. Just a few start-of-semester notes that I should mention. First, the Forbidden Forest is exactly that. Forbidden, all students are restricted from entering it without an adult to accompany them. Next, no wand use in the hallways between classes. Third, tryouts for Quidditch will be held the second Tuesday of the month. Now, if the prefects could escort the students to their appropriate houses. With that, the kids all began to flow out of the room in a relatively calm manner, heading to each house as they went. The new Gryffindors all followed behind Percy Weasley, whom the kids had known for a long time. He was the fifth-year prefect, so it was one of his duties to lead the first years to the Gryffindor common room. Soon they were working their way through the castle and winding their way up flight after flight of stairs. 7 flights in all. When they reached the top floor, they were met with a painting that had a fat lady in it who was dressed in all pink. This is the Fat Lady. Her name is Elizabeth Spriggs, but everyone merely calls her the Fat Lady. She is the guardian of the Gryffindor common room. To get in, you give her the password. If it correct, she will open up and let you in. If not, you have to either wait until someone who knows the password comes along or find a professor. Percy walked over to the painting and stated valor and honor. The painting opened just like a door and allowed entrance into the common room, where everyone else was gathered. Throughout the room, everyone was gathered in little clusters of 3 or 4 here and there. Each group had seemed to pick their certain area and stake it out. When the new first years came in, they really didn't know where to stand. Harry, Neville, and Luna went to stand over by the fireplace and waited to see what was happening. It didn't take long for their new head of Gryffindor to make an appearance. Hello, one and all. As was stated, I am Alice Longbottom. My husband is Professor Longbottom. And before you all ask, yes, Neville is our son. Now each of you have a list of rules placed on your beds, so you will have no excuse as to not know them. All first years have a curfew of 8 o'clock, second years is 8:30, third years is 9 o'clock, fourth years is 9:30, fifth years is 10 o'clock, sixth years is 10:30, and seventh years their curfew is 11 o'clock. Breakfast is at 7 o'clock until 8:30. Lunch is from noon until 1:30 and dinner is from 5 to 6:30. All detentions will be served either after dinner or during the weekend, depending on your professor's discretion. Also, any major point reduction or 2 or more detentions and your parents will be notified in writing. If the original offense is of an appropriate level that it is warranted, your parents may be contacted at any point prior to that rule. You are responsible for your homework and seeing that your assignments are done in a timely manner. You are not small children, you should be responsible enough to be able to finish it and hand it in on time. I forgot is not an excuse here at Hogwarts. Laziness is a problem that is quite frowned upon here, and you will find that none of your professors have the patience to deal with it. A 0 for the day won't look good in your records. Now it is time for you all to head up to your rooms. All first years will find your trunks at the end of your bed in your rooms. Girls to the left up the stairs and boys up the stairs to the right. All right, you all. Get to your rooms and good night. Alice finished, and then Neville, Harry, and Luna went over to Alice and said hello. Mum, what are you all doing here? Where is Lillian? In fact, where are Sebastian and Astria? Neville asked. Headmistress McGonagall asked us if we would help, and since you would all be here this year, we agreed. The little ones are here too. And before you ask, Xenophilius is going to work on the Quibbler on the weekends while he teaches here during the week. Alice stated. Then she added, now you 3 need to get to bed, and I need to make sure the rest of the students are all doing all right. With that, the 3 headed up to the respective rooms, with Harry and Neville on one side of the room and one boy named Dean Thomas and another named Seamus Finnegan on the other side of the room. Each boy's carry-on baggage was placed on their bed and waiting for them, but when the other boys didn't see any other luggage, they asked about it. Both Neville and Harry got their 7-compartment trunks out of their bags and put them at the foot of the bed, then enlarged them. Then they got their night clothes out and went about getting ready for bed. The headmistress's office was a little crowded with both Molly and Arthur Weasley and Headmistress McGonagall, Deputy Headmaster Flitwick, and Professor Lovegood as the head of Slytherin, as well as Ronald Weasley in it. What is going on here? Why were we called here? Why is Ronald in this meeting? What did he do? Molly started drilling Minerva. If you will give me a moment, I will explain, Mrs. Weasley. Minerva began. Earlier this evening at the sorting, there was an incident that involved Mr. Weasley, and you were called due to his insistence that you are the only one that can resolve this issue. What is the issue? Molly asked, glaring at her son as she asked the question. Apparently Ronald has some reservations about being placed in Slytherin House and insists on being resorted, which is only done in extreme cases, and a child not liking the house they are placed in is not an extreme case. However, Ronald at the sorting proceeded to damage school property by ripping the hat off his head and stomping it several times. Then he threatened the deputy headmaster, stating that he had better fix this or else. First, I will state that that hat was worn by Godric Gryffindor himself, and the abuse inflicted upon it by Mr. Weasley is uncalled for and unacceptable. The hat is irreplaceable and is over 1,000 years old. To say it is delicate is an understatement in the extreme. Thankfully, it is well protected by magic, or else we would be having a very different conversation right now. But in the least, we are going to be discussing the problem with Mr. Weasley's actions tonight and his placement into Slytherin House. The headmistress stated. Slytherin! Molly shrieked. My son! A Slytherin! I didn't do it, Mum. It was that injured hat, I tell you. Ron shouted. Don't you say a word, young man. You're in enough trouble as it is. Molly threatened her son from across the room. Arthur reached over and put a calming hand on his wife's arm. My son will of course apologize for his actions tonight without reservations. As far as getting into Slytherin, Arthur looked down to his wife. My son will be resorted, or we will take him home. Simple as that. There has never been a Weasley in Slytherin, and there never will be. Molly insisted, glaring at her son, who at least had the good thought to look abashed. Headmistress McGonagall shook her head. As I stated earlier, resorting is used only in extreme cases, like violence against a student, attempted rape, repeated assaults, repeated harassments, shunning by his housemates, things such as this. Not because it is a house that the student doesn't like. I am sorry, the answer is no, McGonagall stated firmly, leaning back in her chair. Then we are taking our son home with us. Have an elf deliver his things to our house, if you please. Molly stated, raising her chin a little. But Mum, I want to go to Hogwarts. Well, you blew that chance now, didn't you? Molly asked snidely. Molly, don't you think we should discuss this a little? Removing Ronald from Hogwarts and teaching him at home is a big step, Arthur said, trying to calm his wife. There is nothing to discuss. They refuse to be reasonable and resort my son. And therefore I am removing him. Just be thankful I am not pulling them all out of school right this very moment. But I am not going to punish them for Ronald's behavior, she said stubbornly. At this point Molly Weasley wasn't listening to reason at all, and therefore she was right and everyone else was wrong. Molly had a tendency of being that way, and it frequently got her into trouble, but we shall see. We are not refusing to be reasonable, Mrs. Weasley. We are simply refusing to break the rules for your son. That rule was put in place over 700 years ago, and has yet to be broken for something so childish as the student simply doesn't like the house they are being placed in. It has been broken a total of 5 times during its history, twice because of rape, once because of repeated harassment, once because of multiple attempts on a child's life, and once because of shunning. Now does Ron's case fit into any of those situations? For if not, then I am afraid I must state that he does not qualify for a resorting. And no amount of threatening or high-handedness will achieve that goal. Remove your son if you wish, but I would like to remind you that if you remove Ronald, he must go to the ministry at the end of the year and pass his yearly qualifications, or he will have his wand snapped and be restricted from using magic. Now, if there is nothing else you need, Mrs. Weasley, I have a teacher's meeting to attend to. With a huff, Molly grew red and looked as if she wanted to say something but didn't. Instead, she reached over to grab Ronald by the ear and escort him over to the fireplace and through the flue. Harry and Neville walked down the stairs of the common room and spotted Luna sitting near the fireplace reading and headed over to her. Good morning, Luna. What are you reading? Neville asked as he sat down on a soft sofa perpendicular to where the one she was sitting in was. Hogwarts, a History, she stated, smiling, and good morning to the both of you as well. Are you ready for your first day of school? Harry nodded. He was very excited. He wanted to see just how different school could be, learning from a bunch of people he had never met in comparison to learning from friends and family. Plus, there was all the new kids to think about. He wasn't worried about how good he would do since Luna had made it into Hogwarts and she had been doing the same level of classes as he and Neville, Susan, and Hannah had for 2 years now. Harry couldn't help but wonder how many classes they would have with Hannah and Susan, or if they would have any with them at all. They were fun to work with, they always worked well together, and when they had to do special projects it was like everyone had a predetermined role and they all took to it immediately. No arguments were ever between the 5 of them, they all just had always got along great. It was like some hidden agreement to work together and strive to do their best in all things. No one slacked off or made anyone else carry their load. It was always equals in all things. Each had their specialty, though Neville was herbology and defense. Susan was arithmancy and defense. Hannah was runes and history. Luna was zoology and charms. Harry was defense and charms. I can hardly wait. I wonder how many classes we will have with the different houses and which ones we will have with which. Harry stated. I wonder which house we will have charms with? Luna pondered. I like Professor Flitwick. He seemed to have a very happy personality. Yeah, but we have Sirius for transfigurations, Persephone for potions, and my dad for defense, as well as Remus for history and Xenophilius for care of magical creatures, so we have a pretty good idea of our teachers already. In fact, the only new teachers we have are Professor Flitwick for charms and Professor Sinistra for astronomy. The main difference is that we aren't taking all the extra classes we took at home, like Latin and French, penmanship and calligraphy, runes, arithmancy, etiquette and manners, music, literature, dance, and non-magical 101, which is what they called their outings into the non-magical world. Although I think Remus has a tutor coming for our new lessons in karate. As long as we keep our physical training in taekwondo up to par and hopefully keep rising in levels in it, that is. I want to make black belt by Yule if I can. I'm looking for that brown belt still, said Luna, smiling. That board is still giving me problems. I just can't seem to gather enough energy to push through my feet to break the board properly on the first try. I'll help you focus. I'll just be a matter of mind over magic at this point, Luna, Neville said. That was a phrase that their trainer told them a lot when they worked with him. Which reminds me, we need to find a room to work out here that will be okay in. Harry stated, we need to not lose our edge. Well, let's head down to breakfast, it should be starting shortly. Mrs. Longbottom stated they give out the schedules at breakfast the first day, and I am excited to see what our schedule will be like. Luna pushed herself up from the couch and put her book into her book bag, then threw it onto her shoulder. Her father had bought her a bottomless bag for her books to take to classes, and then Frank and Sirius went and got the boys each one too. They were expensive, but considering how useful they can be, it is well worth it to have. Both boys had their book bags with them as well, so they tossed them over their shoulders and followed Luna as she headed out the passageway into the corridor and down the stairs. There were only a few people in the dining hall when Harry and the others made it down there. Although there were people trickling in all the time, it was early yet. Even the teachers weren't all there yet. Harry, Neville and Luna headed over to the Gryffindor table and took a seat. Breakfast was already on the tables for the few that had started showing up. While Luna stuck mainly with fruit this morning, Harry and Neville ate a common English-style breakfast in all its splendor. As they were sitting there, Alice came over and handed out their timetable to them and smiled. "Good morning, good morning." They all responded, smiling back and accepting the little cards. Harry was definitely interested in finding out how many classes he had to deal with Malfoy in. Gryffindor first year times tables.
MWF 900 a 10-15 a Transfigurations. Slytherin, MWF 10-30 a 11-45 a Charms. Ravenclaw, MWF 1-30p, 2-45p Potions. Slytherin.
MWF 3 p.m. to 4:45 p.m. Defense against the Dark Arts. Slytherin, TTH 9 a.m. to 9:45 a.m. History of Magic. Hufflepuff, TTH 10 a.m. to 12:45 p.m. Herbology. Hufflepuff, TTH 1:30 p.m. to 2:45 p.m. Care of Magical Creatures. Ravenclaw, TTH 3 p.m. to 4:45 p.m. Study Hall /free. W 10 p.m. to 11:45 p.m. Astronomy. Ravenclaw, S 10 a.m. to 11:45 a.m. Flying. Hufflepuff, 3 classes with Slytherins. Wonderful. Harry deadpanned. Slytherin isn't a bad house, Harry. Alice reminded him. Just because someone specific in Slytherin is an issue, don't let it cloud your judgment on the whole house. You're right.
Sorry.
Harry sighed. He has limited experience with Slytherins at this point, so it would be wise to judge them on a case-by-case situation. Besides, we have 3 classes with Hufflepuffs as well. If you include flying as an actual class, that is, which they do here, Luna stated. And 3 classes with Ravenclaw too, she said as she counted all the classes and their opposing houses. As they all sat and ate and talked about their class schedule, the rest of the school managed to make an appearance. Harry looked around to see Ron and didn't see him and wondered where he had gone to, so he asked Fred and George. The little winner decided that if he couldn't get into Gryffindor, he didn't want to go to Hogwarts at all, and Mum had to come and get him and take him home. Fred said. He threw such a fit, demanding the hat resort him into Gryffindor, in the headmistress' office no less, that he made a complete fool out of himself. George said. By the time he was done, the headmistress didn't even argue with him when he said he was going to leave Hogwarts. Fred said. Something about a rule that they can't resort unless under extreme circumstances, like rape or something. George said. And Mum thought a Weasley in Slytherin was an extreme circumstance, but apparently the headmistress didn't. Fred said. So Mum took little Ronikins home, and is going to homeschool him. George said. He will not do well at that in the least. Ron is lazy in the extreme. Fred said. He won't do the work unless forced to do it. George said. Oh, Mum will try, but he won't do it. He will try any excuse in the book to get out of doing his homework, always has. Fred said. Dad said that he has to pass some test at the ministry at the end of the year. Same kind of tests that we take, and if he doesn't pass the test, then he gets his wand snapped and will be restricted on using magic, George said. Never being able to use your own wand, how horrible. Dad didn't know if that was restricted until Ron managed to pass the tests or forever, but he is afraid it is forever. Fred said. Harry decided he had had enough of Weasley ping-pong and turned to focus on Neville and Luna again. I can't believe that he actually decided to leave rather than go into Slytherin house. How can one person be so childish? Harry, really? We grew up with Ron. He was always childish, always selfish or self-centered. He punched me in the nose at my own 7th birthday party because I wouldn't let him ride by birthday present for Merlin's sake. We have known he is immature for years. We just didn't know how bad he could be. That little tantrum he had in front of everyone here in the dining hall was embarrassing. Think of how his brothers must feel. I would feel so embarrassed if I were them. I know that Lillian will never behave anything like that. There is no way my parents would tolerate such behaviors. Not from me and certainly not from my sister. Neville stated.
Luna nodded.
That is true in my house as well. My parents are very lenient when it comes to discipline, but they would never tolerate Sebastian acting like that. You saw how Mummy put Ron in the corner. She would do the same to Sebastian, and I bet she told him if he let that sickle fall or moved, that she would spank him right there in front of everyone. And she would do it too. She wouldn't care who was watching or what trouble she would get into for doing it. She doesn't tolerate disrespect to teachers or temper tantrums. None of the other Weasleys ever acted like that though, only Ron. I wonder why he thinks he can get away with it and not get punished. Even shy little Ginny doesn't behave like that, and she is the youngest. That is the one that usually misbehaves. But she always behaves so nice and well-mannered. But she is so shy still, so that causes problems sometimes. But other than that, she is a nice friend. Luna stated. Even the twins, who can be the biggest troublemakers in the world, don't act like that. Get into trouble, yes. Throw tantrums, definitely not. They think stuff like that is beneath them, and they are right. That kind of behavior is for 2 or 3-year-olds. Certainly not for 11-year-olds. Harry stated. I would have expected such behavior from Malfoy if he had gotten any house but Slytherin, definitely. But even the bully that Ron was, I didn't expect that. Neville said. Oh well, enough about them, we have Transfiguration in 10 minutes. Let's find the room. Harry suggested. So the three headed out to the Transfiguration classroom and followed the map that had been provided by Professor Longbottom, their head of Gryffindor, which was written on the back of their copy of the rules. They made it with a good 5 minutes to spare. Now they had a basic idea of how long it took to get from the dining hall to the Transfiguration's classroom. They decided to sit in the front. The room was set up with bench and table-type desks, so that would be easy for all three of them to fit at one area. As they entered the classroom, the Gryffindors seemed to naturally organize themselves over to the side of the room that Harry, Neville, and Luna had chosen, while the Slytherins seemed to choose the opposite of the room without really realizing it. Parvati Patil came over and wanted to sit next to Harry if it was possible. Since there was room, there was no reason not to let her sit there. While she got out her book and writing material, the others just got out their writing material, quills and ink. When she noticed this, she was a little taken aback by the fact they didn't have their books out. That's easy, we read that book about 3 years ago. We were going to be working in level for this year. So this is all pretty much review for us. Harry stated. That's not fair. Stated Parvati. I just got my books this year. It's not fair that we happen to have parents that are teachers. Or not fair that we worked our asses off at a much earlier age, taking a lot more classes than most people and working a lot harder, longer hours, more days, and with no summer breaks really to get where we are now. We didn't just poof and there we were at our level. We worked hard to get to where we are. Today, it wasn't something that come naturally. It was work, a lot of work, and hard work at that. Taking 17 classes including dance, taekwondo, and gymnastics, 18 if you include non-magical studies. Harry said. Non-magical studies? Why wouldn't you include non-magical studies? Parvati asked, looking perplexed. Non-magical studies was mainly field trips to museums, art galleries, places of note in the non-magical world, like the London Stock Exchange, Harrods Department Store, the University of London, St. George's Hospital of London. Places like that. We would spend the day exploring the non-magical way, and it was extremely educational, I think. But some people would think it was a waste of time. Harry explained. I think it sounds brilliant. My family sometimes go for drives and explore the countryside and see what famous sights there are along the way. Old castles, churches, armories, battlegrounds, and villages. We find some of the best little shops and antique stores that way. Parvati said, nodding. About that time, someone at the front of the class cleared their neck. Sure enough, it was Professor Black, to the nines in his black silk teacher's robes with black under robes, the colors for House Black. He was a striking figure to say the least, to the point he probably had some of the older girls going gaga in his class, if not some of the boys. He walked and talked with an air of strength and knowledge like he always did when he was teaching at home. As if he knew all the answers and he was just waiting for the right question to be asked. All right, everyone. I am Professor Black. First, I will tell you right now that after today, when the bell rings for class to start, I will seal the door and no one else will be allowed in. You are responsible for being here on time to my class, each and every class. If you are not, you are responsible for getting the notes from someone who was here, doing the appropriate homework and being ready for the next class. Failure to do so will see a 0 on your score for that day. Sirius announced. If you have a valid excuse though, like a teacher's note, I will definitely consider it. Second, your grades will be divided by 40% in class participation and ability, to 20% homework and 40% test, and that included finals. I want to know you can actually do what I am teaching you more than I want to know that you can paraphrase what I am saying and putting it down on paper. I do want you to be able to write a good detailed thesis and turn in something readable though. So turning in bad homework consecutively can lower your grades by at least 2 levels. So think about that while you think, what do I care, it is only 20% of my grade. Sirius continued. Third, transfigurations can be a dangerous yet rewarding subject. I will tolerate no shenanigans in my class. The first time it happens you will be asked to leave the class. The second time it happens you will be removed from the role and be forced to do self-study and take the ministry-issued test on this subject. And fourth, I do have special extra credit projects for those interested in them. They are available to anyone, but I will say that they are difficult, and I expect a lot of hard work put into these projects in order to earn that extra credit. They are not available until the second month of any semester, so don't ask. At that point, there will be 3 extra credit opportunities that you will have to choose from. Make sure you choose the one that suits you best. Not the easiest or the one you think will impress the most, but the one that is the most interesting to you, and put all your heart and soul into it. Do it good enough, and I might even see about getting it published. Now on to today's lesson. We are going to focus on visualization. The key to transfiguration is the ability to visualize what you want the end result to be and pour your magic into that desire to get the result you want. A good imagination will get you far in this subject, just as far as all the book learning in the world. If I tell you to turn a tea kettle into a toad, that is fine, since you know what one looks like. But if I tell you to turn it into a flubber worm, which most of you have never seen yet, you won't know what to do. You have to use your imagination and make it happen. Make up in your mind what a flubber worm should look like, get the details down pat, figure out the little bits and pieces that make it real, and voila, you have the real thing. Who said it was going to look like what a real flubber worm looked like or not? Well, that depends, but the fact that you made the attempt and you came up with something is the point. Sirius stated excitedly. This morning we are going to focus on a spell called Acusignis, pronounced Aku-sig-nis. It means match to needle. I am going to pass around a matchstick for everyone to practice on, and I want each of you to work on turning it into a needle. Now I am quite sure each and every one of you know what a needle looks like, what it feels like, how shiny it is, how big the eye is, how straight or curved the needle is. Is it gold or silver or steel? Is it a darning needle or an embroidery needle or a quilting needle or an upholstery needle? Get the details down in your mind and then attempt to make your match into a needle. If you have problems, don't worry. Sometimes it takes a few tries to get it right. All 3 of her sitting companions closed their eyes for a moment and then smiled as they focused on what they wanted their needle to look like. Luna was the first to open her eyes, and with a wave of her wand she said Acusignis, and a beautiful but odd-looking needle appeared. There was something strange about the eye of the needle. It was deformed in some way that Padma had never seen. Then Harry opened his eyes with a smile and stated Acusignis, as if he had said it 1,000 times. And he had an antique-looking darning needle that had a dragon on it. Up where the eye was located was its open mouth, and the needle part was its long tail. It appeared to be made out of brass or something. Next Neville opened his eyes, and with a similar smile he called out Acusignis, again as if he had said it many times before. His matchstick changed into a long, blunt needle made of wood with winding vines wrapped around it and a huge eye. Pavarti had never seen a needle like that before either. Sirius looked over to the 3 of them, then smiled and walked down the aisle and looked at what they had created. Very good, Luna. A self-stringing needle? Complex and intricate work today, I would say. Sirius smiled. Then he looked at Harry's. Wonderful, Harry. A darning needle of old, with artistic details and forethought. Next was Neville Needle. Excellent, Neville. A basket weaver's needle, complete with carvings and all. One of the best examples I have seen you make. Then Professor continued down the aisle, helping the others work on their needles, saying no more about the 3 or their successes. Pavarti didn't understand this at all. He didn't give them any points or accolades. Nothing. He didn't even draw everyone's attention to it. She didn't think that was fair. So she turned to Harry and asked him why. Because we have been doing this transfiguration since we were 7, and to praise us now is a little redundant, don't you think? Besides, it would be unfair to the rest of the class to give us points for something we have done hundreds of times when you all are working so hard to do it once. No, we get points when it's something we have never tried or when it is above our skill set. He has to be fair to everyone, and to praise us for work we have already done is not fair to the rest of the class. Harry stated with a smile. Pavarti still didn't understand. Oh, she understood the logic of it. But how could that be fair to Harry, Neville, and Luna? Were all their classes going to be like that? They work the same as everyone else but get no praise for their work. Then Harry told her not to worry about it. They weren't, and that they understood the necessity of it. Then he offered to help her with her needle. 3 tries and she had it, with Harry's help that is. Pavarti proudly raised her hand and Sirius came over to her and looked down at her perfect needle. Excellent, Miss Patil. The first to complete the assignment, 10 points to Gryffindor. Here is another matchstick in case you want to keep that one and try for another one. Sirius said proudly and walked around to the next student whose hand was raised. Harry smiled really big at her. See, a little imagination and focus and you did it. I told you you could. Here, Bosus, he said, and a perfect-sized little box appeared in front of her for her needle to fit into. You always keep your very first transfiguration. It is like an award of something. Make sure you put down the time and date and put it into the box with it. That way you can compare it with your sisters and see who got theirs first. Pavarti thanked him for the little box and did just as he suggested, and put the little box in her bag to show to her sister later. Then she turned to her other matchstick to see if she could do something else like they had. Harry, Neville, and Luna had all created little boxes for their creations and put them in their bags and asked for new matchsticks as well. And were working on a second creation themselves. This time it was Neville that opened his eyes first and his matchstick became a brightly colored, layered needled. Each layer was a different color or different metal or both. It was so small, Pavarti couldn't tell. But the work to make it would have been intricate in the extreme. Then Harry opened his eyes and he looked down at his matchstick and said, Acus Cygnus, and a beautiful crystal needle appeared. It almost looked like a small icicle, all sparkly and delicate. She almost wanted to touch it to see if it was cold. Luna opened her eyes next and looked down to her matchstick with a mischievous smile and stated, Acus Cygnus. Then in the blink of an eye a tiny snake-like needle appeared on the table. About 2 inches long, and the snake was ingrained into the needle, but you could tell the two apart. The snake was bright green and the needle was brilliant silver. The snake's head folded over to make the eye of the needle, and its tiny eyes were beaming black globes that stared out at you, watching what you were doing. It was eerie. Sirius noticed they had finished again and came over to check and see what they had done this time. Luna, brilliant, that snake is Slytherin to the end. And extremely detailed. Love the eyes. Professor Black said proudly. Neville, a multi-layered silver, copper, brass, and gold needle. Excellent work. I love the intricacies of the layering, especially on the tip, kept it separate down to the very end. The professor leaned in close to get a good look at the intricacies of this one. Harry, extremely artistic, a crystal needle. Looks so much like an icicle I had to take a second look. Excellent for working acromantula silk, it being so fine and all. Professor Black looked down and gave a small whistle at Harry's work. Pavarti couldn't believe there were so many different types of needles, or designs you could make one in. She never really thought about a simple needle being so interesting before. Now it was something she had to try to make it more different. So she sat back and thought about it. Then an idea came to her head and she focused and focused some more, then opened her eyes and, Acus Cygnus. There it was, a rainbow-colored steel needle. It went from purple up by the eye down to pink at the tip, with layers of all the colors of the rainbow in between. She shrieked when she saw it, and this brought over Professor Black, who clapped his hands and called out to the class, getting everyone's attentions. Class, Miss Patil has made a very unique needle. A multicolored steel needle, each layer of steel a different color, purple, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, and pink. Each color separate and distinct from the next. This is the kind of work each and every one of you can accomplish with just a little imagination and a small amount of magic. 20 points to Gryffindor. Several of the students came over to look at the needle that Pavarti made and praised her for her ability to make it, although Lavender Brown seemed to scour at the whole row of them for getting praise, although she seemed to glare the most at Pavarti for some reason, which really didn't make sense, since they had been talking and eating together just that morning and getting along famously. Apparently, something had changed. About that time the bell rang out and Professor Black told the class to keep trying and to read Chapter 1 and 2 in their books and be prepared for the next class. Harry, Neville, and Luna made boxes for their creations, and Harry once again made a box for Pavarti and handed it to her for her to keep her new needle in. She smiled at him and proudly put her new prize in it and placed it carefully in her book bag, then put everything else away. Next was Charms class and Professor Flitwick. Harry was excited about this class. Having a new teacher and all. This classroom was set up like a stadium, with tiers of desks and chairs on levels encircling a center area where Professor Flitwick would stand. That area had a huge desk and tons of big books stacked around everywhere. Soon people were filing into the room and the room began to fill. Harry, Neville, and Luna, and once again Pavarti, this time she sat next to Luna though, sat down in the front center area of the room. Again the three didn't get out their books, but Pavarti did again, since even though she had read the book she still hadn't memorized it or anything. Unlike her sister, she didn't have an endemic memory and still needed to look things up occasionally. With all of her writing things on the desk in front of her, she was ready for class. Just then the small Charms teacher appeared up in front of them from behind a stack of books. "Welcome one and all to your first Charms class. I am Professor Flitwick. Now Charms includes several areas of magic, so we will be covering spells, charms, some jinx, a few hexes, and the counters to some of them during our first semester together. It may seem to be a lot, and this class does move rather quickly, so if you have problems I can find you a tutor or study group that will be more than happy to help you along the way. I do not give out extra credit work for first years, so make sure you do your work well if you want to get the grades you are looking to get. Your grades are divided up 40% in class participation and ability, 30% homework, and 30% tests and finals. I want to make sure you know the how to do the charm work even more than how to describe what you are doing, but I still want to know that you can tell me what you are doing and that you know the process you are going through. And I have 3 tests per semester to make up that 30%, 2 5% tests and 1 20% test, which is your final," Professor Flitwick explained. "I do call roll each day. If you are late you get a mark against your score for that day, which will lower your grade for that day by 1 level. If you do not show up for class without just cause, that is, you will get a 0 for that day." He continued, "Today we are going to begin with the first charms in your book. If you could turn to page 9 in your book. It is the Lumos charm. Lumos means light, so this charm will cause a ball of light to form at the end of your wand and radiate outward if done properly. How bright it will be depends on how much magic you pump into the spell. Now I want everyone to bring up your wands and say it with me. With this charm there is no wand movement, merely hold your wand out in front of you and say, 'Lumos.' Nice and clear," the professor explained. The 3 sat there and looked toward Pavarti, who turned to the appropriate page in her book and then lifted her wand and stated, "Lumos." A nice cheerful yellow glow appeared as soon as she said the word. "Excellent, excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. Miss Pavarti Patil has done it first. And Miss Padma Patil is a close second. 10 points to Ravenclaw." The little professor was practically dancing about, clapping his hands. Then Luna called out "Lumos" quietly, and a gentle pink light appeared at the tip of her wand. Neville did the same, and a green light appeared at the tip of his wand. Then Harry's turn came and he called out "Lumos," and a nice cheerful blue erupted from his wand. Each one held their lit wands in front of them and smiled at each other. Pavarti looked at Luna and asked how she did it. "Well, what color did you want your light to be?" Luna asked. "I didn't really think about it," Pavarti stated. "That is just it, I did, and I wanted pink, so my light is pink. All you have to do is think about the color you want when you say the word, and the color will match what you are thinking," Luna explained simply. Pavarti nodded and tried again. "Lumos," and a nice purple color joined the other 3 wands that were lit on the first row. "Brilliant! Brilliant! Look, class. Not only did Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Black, Miss Lovegood, and Miss Patil light their wands, but they discovered the secret to turning the color of your light a different color. The little man got so excited he actually fell off his stack of books and had to climb back up and was still smiling as he did so. The whole secret to getting a different color to come out of your wand when you cast Lumos is to merely think of what color you wish the light to be as you are casting the spell. This spell is intent-based and will recognize your desire and will make the light any color you want it to be. With that, the room was lit in a multitude of various colors and the little professor was handing out points right and left, to both Ravenclaws and Gryffindors alike. All except Seamus Finnegan, who ended up blowing up his light and setting his eyebrows to smoking for his effort. The class was fun with everyone trying different colors and waving their wands around to get glowing rings of light. Harry had known he would love this class, and he did. Again, Lavender Brown looked menacing at the four of them sitting on the front row. She had only been able to get a standard Lumos, with no other color to hers, and couldn't understand why not. But that didn't matter. What mattered is that who she thought was going to be her friend was showing her up in class, and that was unacceptable. After lunch was potions with Professor Lovegood, and Harry loved potions. He had loved them since he had first been exposed to them, how adding one little thing to a mixture could cure someone or kill someone depending on the ingredient or what part of the plant you used. He loved how each ingredient interacted with the next and how just the tiniest variant should spell perfection or disaster. As they walked into the room, they went to the front table, and this time Harry took the far right seat with Luna in the middle and Neville on the left. Then Pavarti asked if she could sit next to Neville. He smiled and said of course. So she got out her supplies and set up her area to get ready along with them. Professor Lovegood was writing something on the board, so her back was turned when everyone milled into the room, Slytherin taking the right side of the room with Gryffindor taking the left side of the room. Malfoy, his friend Pansy Parkinson, sat in the middle of the classroom with his two book ends right behind them. Why Malfoy thought he needed an entire workspace for him and Parkinson is beyond me, Harry thought, but he ignored it and looked around to see who else was seated where. Brown was sitting all the way back on the right, by herself. Seamus and Thomas were right behind the four of them. He didn't understand why she didn't join the other two from Gryffindor and decided to sit alone. But he just shrugged his shoulders and ignored it. On the Slytherin side, from the front workstation was occupied by Zabini, Knott, Bulstrode, Greengrass with Davis on the end. Then next row was Malfoy and Parkinson, and the back row was Crabbe and Goyle. Looks like they have 2 more Slytherins than they do Gryffindors this year. If Ron would have stayed, they would have had 3 more Slytherins. When the bell rang, the doors shut and sealed and Professor Lovegood turned around to face the class. It was then that Harry saw what she was writing on the board. The potion for the boil cure. A standard first-year potion, it helped you learn the basic methods of chopping, slicing and grinding, then, when and how to add your ingredients. It also taught you the dangers of getting a potion wrong if you didn't pay attention. Greetings everyone, my name is Professor Lovegood and yes, your care of magical creatures teacher is my husband. First, I want to say that potions can be the most dangerous class you have. Any pranks or clowning around in here, you are given 1 warning with a write-up to your parents, and if it happens again you are expelled from the class. If anyone is injured due to your idiocy, including yourself, it goes straight to being expelled. I will not tolerate idiocy in my classroom. Someone could be seriously hurt or even die for something you think is a prank or a joke. The professor looked around the room, making sure that each and every student understood that she was serious before she went on to the next. Safety in this room is absolute. The instructions on this board are a little more in-depth than what you will find in your book, but I want you to use your book as a guide. However, use the recipe I have placed on the board. Pay special attention to the safety precautions that are in red for you to notice them better. If I see you haven't followed those precautions, you will get a 0 for your work for the day, plain and simple. Make a habit of reading the red writing first. Write it down in your potions journal if you have one, that is, or note it in your book if you prefer. She explained. As she continued, Professor Lovegood went over to the new central island that was present at the front of the classroom and began to set it up as a workstation. With that encouragement, everyone else began to do the same. They got out their cauldrons and scales and then spent a moment calibrating their scales. What are you doing? Pavarti asked Neville. Calibrating my scales. 1 gram off could destroy a potion, and if your scales is not calibrated every time you use it, how will you know if it is correct or not? Neville placed the tiny weight on the scales with a pair of tweezers, then adjusted a knob or 2, then went about doing it again with a different weight. I don't know how to calibrate my scales. Her scales didn't have all the fancy knobs and levers that the other threes had. But it was the one the store clerk recommended, so that is the one her parents had purchased. Just a moment and I will help you. Neville finished with his scale and set it aside, then pulled hers over and showed her how easy it was. She had only one calibration knob, so it would be easy to do. He placed the appropriate weight on the scales and then looked at the little arrow to see what it indicated, then adjusted the knob to the left ever so slightly. Then he put a slightly bigger weight on the scale and did the same thing and repeated the process. When he was finished, he smiled at Pavarti and said, "See, quick and easy. All you need to do is get a set of calibrating weights, and you can do it yourself anytime you need to, which I recommend is every time you take it out of your pack. It can lose some tightness or balance when it is crammed into a book bag for a few hours. The weights are relatively cheap and you can mail order them, so it shouldn't be a problem to get them." Neville pushed her adjusted scales back over to her and then turned to get his potion vials out of his bag, along with his stirrers and a mortar and pestle. With that, his station was set up and he took out a clean cloth and began to wipe everything down with it, starting with the cauldron. Pavarti noticed that Harry and Luna were doing exactly the same things, so she thought she had better follow in their footsteps, and did the same as well. After she had wiped everything down, she laid it all out just like they had it, mimicking their layout to the T. Then she looked around and noticed that the rest of the class was already started brewing, so she was a little worried about that, but just went ahead and followed what Harry, Neville, and Luna were doing. They all got up and went over to the little storage room and picked out the necessary ingredients and brought them back to their station and sat them down. Pavarti noticed immediately they placed each one in a specific order and place, so she did the same. Then they went about preparing each ingredient as directed on the board. They all set the cauldrons to boil, and as soon as they reached a slow boil they started adding in their ingredients, slowly stirring with rhythmic ease, never missing a beat. Each ingredient went in on time and each resulting change was noted and approved of with a nod and a smile. Suddenly there was a loud explosion in the back of the classroom and a scream. Professor Lovegood raced towards Lavender Brown's station and immediately knew what she had done. She had added the porcupine quills without taking the cauldron of the fire first. This caused the potion to explode and the cauldron to melt, sending potion all over the place and splashing hot, boil cure on her face and arms. Unfortunately, the potion at this stage, without its nullifying agents in it, will actually cause boils instead of cure them. So Lavender was now covered in painful boils on her arms and face. Thankfully, she had listened to the warnings about safety and had put on the safety goggles that had been placed at her station, and none of the potion had gotten into her eyes. "All right, Miss Brown, we need to get you down to the Medi-Witch and she can take care of you. You apparently didn't read on the board where it stated to remove the potion from the flames before adding the porcupine quills. Perhaps since it was written in red. We will deal with that another time. Right now let's deal with your injury. Mr. Finnegan, since whatever it is you are making in your cauldron is apparently not boil cure, why don't you take Miss Brown down to Madame Pomfrey and then return and you may try again." Professor Lovegood waved her wand and banished the potion and the destroyed cauldron and removed the potion from the front of Miss Brown's clothing, then banished whatever it was that was slowly boiling in Finnegan's cauldron and set it aside for now, saving it from boiling over. With a quick scourgify she cleaned the cauldron and the two work areas and made them both ready to use again when needed. Now this is the first example of not reading the instructions properly. Miss Brown will get a 0 for her assignment today since she ignored the instructions that were in red that were written on the board. Mr. Finnegan will get the opportunity to remake his potion and see if he can do it properly this time, since it was a matter of improper mixing and adding the ingredients in the wrong order. But those are things that can be remedied easily, Professor Lovegood stated. Just then another explosion happened, this time on the Slytherin side of the room. It was Vincent Crabbe's cauldron this time, and not 2 minutes after his exploded, and before she could get over there, blam! Greg Goyle's cauldron blew apart as well. Each boy was shrieking in pain and holding their face. Neither one had worn the protective eye gear that was won their station to put on, so they had gotten potion in their eyes and all over their face and arms. Professor Longbottom quickly removed as much of the potion from their skin as she could and then ordered Mr. Malfoy and Miss Parkinson to escort the two of them down to the Medi-Witch and get them healed, then return and finish their potions, and put their potions under stasis charms. Malfoy wasn't happy about it, but he quickly shut his mouth with a stern look from Professor Lovegood that said, Say something and a detention waits for you. So he did what he was told with a scowl on his face, but he did it anyway. Now I would like to tell everyone that Mr. Goyle and Mr. Crabbe will be getting a 0 for today and a letter to their parents as well. Because not only did they ignore the red writing about the porcupine quills after you remove your cauldron from the fire, but they did not have their protective eyewear on. Their healing time is about triple that of Miss Brown because of that. If they have not permanently damaged their eyesight, that is, this will be their only warning. The next time they do not follow the safety notices and procedures, they are expelled from this class. I will not have a student injured because of their own laziness or ignorance. I want everyone to read chapter 1 of their book and give me a 10-inch review of the boil cure, its parts and procedures as homework. When you finish your potion, I want you to bottle it up and put a proper label on it for me with your name, date, and what is in the bottle on the label. Then bring it up to my desk when you are finished. With that, she proceeded to walk the aisles and help those that needed it or comment on the potions of 1 or 2 students as she saw fit. About that time, Finnegan came back into the room and Professor Lovegood decided to help him and walked him through step by step each part of the potion as he remade the potion. He was almost halfway done when Harry, Neville, Luna, and even Pavarti finished their potion. They all looked the perfect shade of cobalt blue, which is the color of the boil cure, which turns flesh color once applied to the skin, oddly enough, something to do with the salts excreted through human sweat glands that become overactive with the boil curse. They bottled and labeled their potions for class, then bottled the rest of the potion to keep for themselves. They liked to have a stock of potions on hand just in case. Neville showed Pavarti how to label her potion properly, and even helped her come up with a design that would be her logo to stand as her stamp on the bottle to signify her signature on the bottle. Professor Lovegood finished with Finnegan and went walking around the room, then noticed the 4 in the front were finished. She walked up to their station and examined each potion, picking it up and shaking each one, then putting it down with a nod and a smile. Then she reached Pavarti. She smiled real big and said, "Excellent. Now class, this is the color that you should all see in your potion. You will notice the exact color of cobalt blue that Miss Patil was able to achieve here. When this potion is applied to the skin of the patient, it will turn flesh tone within a moment or so, and the healing effect will begin to take effect almost immediately." 10 points for Gryffindor. Miss Patil. Harry, Neville, and Luna went about cleaning up their station and putting away their equipment, and Padma decided to follow along and did just what they were doing. It had worked to her benefit so far, so she might as well keep doing so. She had gotten so many points for Gryffindor today. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't wait to write Mata and Papa tell them about it. She always assumed that Padma would be the one making all the good grades and getting all the points, but just look at her go. She was by no means stupid, oh no. But her sister had an eidetic memory and could remember everything she has ever read or heard. They were both smart, but with her sister's memory she would be brilliant. It seems with her new friend's help she just might be brilliant anyway. It was almost time for the bell to ring when Malfoy and Parkinson returned to the classroom. Apparently they had gotten lost on the way to the Medi ward and it had taken them longer to get back than expected. So they didn't have time to finish their potions, which really agitated Malfoy, and he let everyone know about it, including Professor Lovegood. Well, if you had followed the map that I put on the back of your rules sheet, you would have been there and back in plenty of time. But not to worry, a few of your classmates will be remaking this potion along with you on the next class as well. So while the rest of the class moves on to the next potion, you and Miss Parkinson, Mr. Crabbe, Mr. Goyle, and Miss Brown will be making the boil cure again. Professor Lovegood stated, "That's not fair. If it wasn't for you telling us to take those 2 morons down to the Medi ward, then we would have finished. Why should we be held back for something you did?" Malfoy nearly shouted. "Mr. Malfoy, that will be 10 points for disrespecting your teacher." And to answer your question, Mr. Finnegan was able to make it back and restart his potion and complete it from scratch. While it is not the best quality, it is an acceptable shade of blue, and that is the score he will receive. You merely had to finish what you had already started. But you didn't, because you didn't look at your map. That is no one's responsibility but your own. Yell and scream all you want, but a temper tantrum in my class will get you nothing but sent out of class with more points removed and a detention to boot. Now clean your station and get ready for the bell," the professor stated. "Wait until my father hears about this," Malfoy stated as he glared at her. 20 points, Mr. Malfoy, and a detention on Saturday with me at 5 o'clock. Oh, and your father will definitely be hearing about this young man. Definitely. Professor Lovegood turned and headed up to the front of the class and proceeded to call for everyone to hand in their work and clean up their station at that time. If they had not finished their potion, then they could stop what they were doing and bottle whatever they had finished, then they would have the opportunity to remake the potion next class. She reminded everyone to label their bottles and then proceeded to get out her grade book and started marking down some things in it while she waited. Harry, Luna, Neville and Pavarti walked their potion up to her desk and placed them in the waiting racks that she had there. She looked up with a smile and just beamed at all four of them as they approached. She really was proud of them. But she wouldn't expect anything but the best from her three. That they had found a new friend that was good at potions as well just made her smile even harder. With a nod, she sent them on their way. After you turn in your potion and cleaned up your area, you may leave. She told the class, but she was looking at the four of them. They just smiled and nodded to her. Going back to their stations, they gathered their book bags and headed out the door. Next class was Defense, Harry's favorite class, and Neville's second favorite. Neville liked Herbology best, but Defense came in as a close second. Luna liked Transfiguration and Charms about equal, because she loved them both. For Harry it was Defense first, then probably Charms class, or maybe Potions. He could never decide between the two. He kinda liked the two equally as well. Although Transfiguration took in a close third. Back home it was always music as one of their favorite classes to take, but they didn't have that opportunity here, so they would have to suffer on that one. Harry had shrunk his piano and put it in a packing box so that if he had found a room they could play music in, then they could all enjoy playing again. Since Neville and Luna also brought their instruments, they all made it down to the defense classroom well before anyone else did and had a moment to speak with Professor Longbottom before anyone else got there. So they put their book bags down at their chosen seats. This time they chose the right side of the classroom front row. This classroom was set up in groups of 4 desks on one side of a central aisle and 4 desks on the other side, going 4 desks back. So it allowed for a big class if necessary, 32 kid if need be. So how are classes going so far? Frank asked. Wonderful. Neville grinned to his dad. I made 2 really cool needles in Transfigurations and got a perfect score in Potions. Charms was a blast too. We had the class making different colored lumos by the time the class ended and everyone loved it. It was the coolest light show you could see. And I see you have made a new friend. Frank looked over to Pavarti, who blushed at the attention, but nodded. This is Pavarti Patil. She has sat with us in each class, and had gotten top marks in each class. You should have seen her needle, rainbow-colored steel. It was beautiful. Hey Pavarti, why don't you show it to my dad? We have the time. Neville encouraged. Pavarti smiled and nodded, then dug through her bag and got out the little box that held her precious needle, and brought it out. Oh my! That is a beauty. And this is your first day at doing that particular transfiguration? If so, you have a wonderful imagination. Your parents will be so proud of you. Frank smiled at the young girl. Pavarti couldn't help it. Her shoulders squared and she stood up taller as the professor said that. All she ever wanted to do was make her parents proud of her. Mata and Papa were always praising Padma, and sometimes praised her, but less so. So her getting praise for her hard work made her feel so gratified. She knew that she was going to sit with the 3 of them as often as possible from now on. They taught just as well as the professors did, if not better. They were patient and explained things in a way she could understand them. It made her able to finish the assignments easily and quickly, and she was sure with their help homework would be a breeze. As they were talking, students started to filter into the room and take up seats here and there. Harry and Neville's dorm mate sat right behind them, while Lavender Brown once again took a solitary seat by herself in the back of the room. Thankfully she made it to class though, although she was covered in bright orange bandaged on her arms. At least her face appeared to be clear of boils. The Slytherin side had Davis, Greengrass and Bulstrode at the front, followed by Knott and Zabini, then Malfoy and Parkinson, and finally space for Crabbe and Goyle was reserved at the back since they were still in the Medi ward. Why they decided to do 2 or 3 per row is beyond me, thought Harry, but whatever. He focused on getting his desk and ready for class, getting out his writing supplies, and again he left his book in his bag, as did Neville and Luna. Pavarti gave him a look but took her book out and placed it on her desk, just in case. If you guys have already had this class too, won't you be bored in this class? Pavarti asked Harry in a whisper. We had it with Professor Black and Professor Lupin, so Professor Longbottom may teach totally different and stress different things and have different goals for us. It is exciting to see what new teachers have in mind and what they have you do. I don't care what the class it is. Just like Professor Black has never taught us transfigurations before, so it made the class exciting even if it was something we had done before. Now Professor Lovegood has always taught us potions, but it is a subject we all three enjoy a great deal, so it didn't seem to matter. We still had a lot of fun in class, even though 4 people blew up their cauldrons. Alright everyone, I have you all down as present. First, let me introduce myself. I am Professor Longbottom, the other one that is. Second, I will tell you now that if you are late for my class, you will end up sitting in the hallway, since I will be sealing the door when the bell strikes for the class to start. And if that happens 3 times, you will find yourself having a letter being sent to your parents and your letter grade lowered by 1 level. So make sure that you keep that in mind if you dally between classes. And before anyone asks, yes, I know about the potions accident and Mr. Crab and Mr. Boyle not making it to class today. Don't worry about it, they will get notes on the assignment and the reading assignment information. Also, I will be offering extra tutoring to anyone who wishes to take advantage of it after classes, 6 to 7 o'clock each night during the week. It will be held here in this classroom and is open to all houses, and the time slot is specific for this year. So don't be late or you will not be allowed in. Professor Longbottom explained. Third, he continued, any fooling around in this class will see a 0 on your score for the day. Also, if I find out that you have used anything that I have taught you in this class against anyone else, you will automatically get 50 points docked and a detention, as well as a letter sent to your parents. If it happens twice, you will be expelled. Plain and simple. No pleads, no I'll do better next time, no I'm sorry I won't do it again. Nothing. The headmistress and I have already discussed this and she agrees with me on this one. So don't risk your reduction on something stupid. Also, the excuse I was defending myself won't work either. A simple shield will defend yourself until a professor or prefect shows up to take care of the situation. Also, since the use of magic in the halls is forbidden to begin with, you will get a detention for using magic in the corridors before we even get onto the topic of what type of spell you used. So you will get 1 detention for using magic in the hallways to start with, and if I find out that you have used one of the spells I have taught you to do anything except to shield yourself, you will receive 50 points off and another detention. If you are on the defensive side and merely put up a shield to protect yourself, you will not receive the detentions or the point dockage. So think wisely before you act. Professor Longbottom explained. Next, all your tests will be 50% written and 50% practical, so don't think that skill alone will get you a good grade in this class. I want to know that you can explain what a curse or spell does, what its counter is, and what wand movements it takes to cast the spell. Your overall grade is a combination of in-class participation of 30%, homework 30%, and tests 40%. There is an opportunity to do an extra credit essay after the first month of class. I will have a list of subjects that you may choose from, or you may choose your own, and if it is approved, you will have the opportunity to write on your own topic. Now, since it is extra credit, if you get a poor score on it, it will not affect your overall grade. However, it will have taken up a lot of your time you could have been studying or working on your regular homework. So think hard about whether or not you want to take on the challenge before you even start. Professor Longbottom looked around the room to make sure that everyone understood exactly what he was saying, and that no one raised their hands in question. The first thing I am going to teach you all is Protego. It is a simple shielding spell that is the most basic spell in defense, and I personally think should be the first spell that any of you learn. Now, do any of you already know how to cast Protego? Professor Longbottom asked. Harry, Neville, and Luna of course raised their hands, but so did Malfoy and Zabini. Everyone else just looked around the room to see who had raised their hands. Lavender Brown scowled at the 3 of them again and crossed her arms in front of her and sat back with a huff. Mr. Malfoy, why don't you join me up here, and we will see if you can demonstrate what Protego looks like for the rest of the class. Professor Longbottom stated, waving his hand for Malfoy to join him at the head of the class. Well, Malfoy wasn't going to let a chance to show off slip by, so he strutted up to the front of the class to the cleared-off area that the professors used to exhibit what different spells should be like. One thing I should point out is that the more magic you pour into this shield, the larger and thicker this shield will become. It is an amazing spell, in which quite a few variations have been created over the centuries, and while you will be introduced to some of them before you leave Hogwarts, I doubt you will have the pleasure of seeing them all. That is something that would make an excellent topic for a research paper at some point, so keep that one in mind for the extra credit ideas. Harry had already grabbed his quill and was writing away before the professor had even finished with what he was saying, and he kept writing as he spoke, grinning up a storm. Neville just nodded and rolled his eyes, as if he knew Harry had gotten one of the best subject topics already and wished he had gotten it first. Luna just smiled at both her friend's antics and shook her head, deciding to pay attention to the professor instead. Parvati watched Harry writing down several things and didn't quite understand what had gotten him so excited, but decided to ask him later in the dorm. He seemed to really be writing away though, so she was definitely curious. Now this is what the wand movements for Protego looks like, a cut with a small upwards hook. Alright everyone, I want you to try the same wand movement with me. Cut and hook again. Cut and hook one more time, cut and hook. Okay, good. Now let's see what Mr. Malfoy can do with this spell. The floor is yours, Mr. Malfoy. And with that, Professor Lovegood stepped to the side and waited. Malfoy got this smug look on his face and called out, "Protego!" A fair-sized shield appeared in front of Malfoy, but he had almost no side coverage at all. And his wall was rather thin to begin with, telling Harry he wasn't putting much magic into the end product at all. What was embarrassing was that Malfoy still had that smug look on his face, as if what he had done was something great. Then his shield dropped. It had held for all of maybe a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes at the most. Okay, let's have Mr. Zabini up here and see what he can do, if you please. Professor Longbottom motioned for Zabini to come up to the front of the classroom and try his hand at the same spell. Blaise came up to the front of the classroom hesitantly as Malfoy retook his seat, then took Malfoy's place and turned to the rest of the class and stood there ready. Then he raised his wand and called out, "Protego!" This time the shield was quite a bit fuller and it was visibly thicker than Malfoy's as well. Okay, can anyone tell me what Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Zabini did differently that got the different results? Professor Longbottom asked. Then he noticed Harry's hand up and he pointed to Harry and nodded. Mr. Zabini used a longer cut and wider hook, so it covered a larger area. And he put more magic into the spell, which got a thicker shield. Harry explained. That's right, the longer the cut the more area you will cover, so you want to cover your body width at least in order to get. The wider hook gave Mr. Zabini some side coverage as well, which you will see comes in quite handy. The thickness is based on power. The amount of magic you pump into your shield is a direct correlation to the thickness of the shield. So bear that in mind when you are working with upper-level spells or higher-powered low-level spells like a higher-powered stinging hex. Now if you would all get up and move to the center, I will move the desks out of the way and we can all practice the spell together. Now I want everyone to practice the wand movement until they are comfortable with it, and once you are, I want to see you pump your best into the shield that you can manage. If you have to take a moment to focus your magic, that is alright. Right now we are just learning to do the spell. As you gain practice with it, it will become second nature and you won't have to think about pushing power into it, you will do it automatically. It will be entirely instinct at that level and easy as breathing. Professor Longbottom encouraged watching each student as they practiced their wand movements. Harry noticed that Parvati's wand movement was off slightly and he reached over and adjusted her hand to the right angle and then told her to try again. When he thought she had it down pat, he gave her a thumbs up and a grin, then showed her how he did it and let her compare. She watched him do it and began to copy exactly what he was doing, motion for motion, until she had it down pat. Oh, by the way, 10 points to Slytherin for Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Zabini. For your shields, good job. The professor stated, just realizing he hadn't given either boy points for getting up in class and preforming a shield. Very well. Let's start with Miss Greengrass. And the professor went around the room correcting little things he saw was wrong in their form or pronunciation of the spell, until they could cast Protego correctly. By the time he got around to Parvati, she was a little nervous, but he said just do your best, and Harry said just take 3 deep breaths before you pump your magic into the spell. It will help you build up your magic level somewhat. And that is exactly what she did. Her shield was the best in the class. It was well-rounded and nice and thick. Very good for someone who has never tried to use the spell before. Then the professor began to discuss the homework that was due on Wednesday, and was rudely interrupted by Malfoy. Why didn't you have them do the shield? Can't they even do that? All that fancy magic and can't even do a simple shield? Ah! Malfoy laughed as he pointed to Harry, Neville and Luna. They ignored him and simply looked up to Professor Longbottom for what they should do. When he nodded, they all called out at the same time, "Protego!" And immediately a dome-like shield formed around each one of them. Unlike the simple shields that the others had, these were more dome-shaped and covered most of their bodies on all sides with only a little area in the back left vulnerable. Each one was 3 times as thick as even Mr. Zabini's was, and visibly shimmery, almost as if was made of liquid of some kind. That, Mr. Malfoy, is why I didn't call on them to perform the spell. I knew if you saw how well they did the spell it might discourage you somewhat, and make you feel as if your meager attempt at a Protego was less than standard. These 3 can hold that spell as long as necessary. I have clocked them for up to 30 minutes without any falter in strength or any coverage dissipation. They learned that spell years ago and have perfected it quite well. And so can you, with practice and some hard work, which is all they did. Although they were younger than you, so it was a lot harder for them to get it done and took longer to get it right than it should take you now. Thank you, Mr. Black, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Lovegood, that will be fine. And the 3 lowered their wands and their shields went down and they nodded to their teacher. Now back to that homework. Lavender Brown was seething where she stood with her arms across her chest. She had managed to get a thin mist of a shield, but that was it, and it barely covered the front of her body. It wouldn't protect against a butterfly, let alone a strong spell, and here are these 3 that look like they could deflect a bullet aimed at them. All day these 3 had been showing people up in class, being nothing but the teacher's pets. Each and every class. She could almost understand it in the classes where they were related the teacher, but they even stole the spotlight in Charms class with Flitwick, making different colored lumos when no one knew you could do it but them. This was getting intolerable. She hated show-offs. Now Patil was just as bad. She had worked with them all day and had done high scores in all her classes, getting points in each class for her work. Even for that ugly needle she made. She was going to have to do something about this before it got too intolerable to bear. She had 2 of them in her room and that was too many. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The last 3 weeks had gone by so quickly Harry could hardly believe it. It was nearly the end of the month already, and he was just getting accustomed to the lower level of activity when Remus announced that he had found a tutor for their karate classes and they would be starting them up next Saturday. All 3 of them were extremely excited about it, but knew they had to get back into shape if they were going to meet the challenge head-on, so they had started running every morning. They spent an hour running, then an hour doing katas from their training in Taekwondo, then they would challenge each other for 15-minute rounds each, and finally end up with stretches and yoga and gymnastics. Then they would get cleaned up and go to breakfast. The only problem with this was that the only place they had to do all this was outside. So they ran around the Black Lake a couple of times and then did their routines in the courtyard of the school, which was fine until they started gathering crowds. Now they had 20 to 30 kids that came down every morning to watch them practice every morning, and while they were used to working out with a crowd and that didn't bother them, the fact that people had a tendency to think they were really fighting and go and get a professor or a prefect, which caused problems. Oh, the professors almost all recognized what they were doing almost immediately, but the prefects tried to break up the fights, tried docking points or assigning detentions, stupid things like that, until they got the situation cleared up. That is, none of the professors had a good idea about where they could work out, so they were stumped, other than to continue to do what they were doing and to keep being interrupted every morning by some idiots who had no idea what match fighting was all about. Then Jeeves, who they had brought with them to help take care of the babies, thought to ask the Hogwarts house elves, and they told him about the Come and Go room. The Come and Go room, also known as the Room of Requirements, was this brilliant room on the 7th floor in an unused tower across from a tapestry of dancing trolls. Well, the wall that opened up to be the doorway to it was there. At least you had to go to that spot and walk back and forth in front of it 3 times, thinking of what you wanted the room to look like, and a door would appear. Behind the door would be the room just as you imagined it. So far they had used this miraculous room as a workout room and a room to play music in. They had invited Susan and Hannah over to the Roar and turned it into their music room back home, then spent most of that afternoon playing music and dancing. It had been the only thing they hadn't shared with Pavarti until they found out she played the clarinet, and then she joined them, and now it was like she had always been a part of their group. Soon the Weasley twins were let in on the secret room, and they had their percussions back, and then they told Cedric and Percy, and they had their guitars back. At this point they were a full-fledged band back together, +1. Remus had loaned them his wizarding wireless so they could dance to it, and they ended up playing music part of Saturday and dancing the rest of the day each weekend so far. It had been a great way to end the week. Sunday they reserved for homework and the family. They tried to gather with the whole group like they did back home and sit around and do their homework, They even invited Parvati to come along, which she loved, mainly due to the babies though. Apparently, she loved little kids, and had always wanted a little brother or sister and had just never had one. Something that Parvati and Luna had brought up then had bothered Harry somewhat though. Apparently their roommate had become a bit of a bother. When they had gotten back up to their room after doing their homework downstairs in the common room, she had remodeled the room. She had pushed their beds way closer together and over to one side of the room and her bed all the way over to the other side of the room, as far away from them as she could possibly get. And then put up a sheet to separate the two areas from each other. She didn't stop there either. She refused to sit near any one of the four of them, so her spots in classes were limited to sitting alone and in the back of class. Since no one else wanted to sit with her and listen to her gripe about them all class long, which is exactly what she did the one time Seamus tried to sit with her, and he said never again. But Harry wasn't worried about Lavender Brown, other than the fact that she was out to make herself as miserable as possible, and that she roomed with two of his good friends. Yes, two. Now that he had gotten a chance to get to know Parvati for the person she really was, he considered her a good friend and hoped to have her as a friend for a long time to come. She had even started exercising with them in the morning and sharing with them her style of martial arts called Kalarapayattu, which is based on combat wrestling and martial arts, and she was very, very good at it. Since she and her sister had taken lessons since they were 8 years old, as was tradition in her family. The women were not allowed to learn the weapon-based side of the art known as Mardanikale, but she could describe most of the weapons and how they worked. She just wasn't experienced with using them herself, something about it being shameful if a woman were to use the weapons. But she was loving learning and doing the katas from Taekwondo, and she asked if she could be allowed to learn the karate when their tutor came to see them, and Remus made all the arrangements for both her and her sister to join them, with her parents, and both girls were thrilled. She even tried some of the tumbling routines they did for gymnastics, although she did end up on her backside more often than not. She would just laugh at it and try again. There was one thing you could definitely say about Parvati Patil. She was a very determined witch. One witch that had surprised them was Hermione Granger though. They found out that she played the saxophone and loved to play soft jazz and even a little rock and roll, and she loved to dance as well. Mainly to jazz and classical, since she had taken tap and ballet lessons. She had even did her whole routine to Swan Lake for them while they were playing it, and did beautifully. Everyone held their breath while she danced. It was so beautiful, so from the heart. She did have one problem though. She would sit in class and raise her hand at every question the teacher asked and wave it about trying to get the teacher's attention. And it was every single question, not just every now and then, and she would try and reach as high as she could, so that the teacher could see her better, and if the teacher didn't call on her she would look so broke. Harry had tried to talk to her about it, but she hadn't changed her approach to classes nor her way of trying to get the teacher's attention. After a while Harry noticed that the teachers were intentionally not picking her, so she just began to call out the correct answer instead of waiting to be called on, and that started to lose her points instead of gaining her points for correctly answering the question, and it made her cry. She didn't seem to understand that she was being rude to the other students in the class by wanting to be the only one to answer the questions. But Harry just couldn't make her see how she was affecting the class. So he quit trying to. He guessed she would have to figure it out the hard way. Oh well, we shall see, as Persephone would say. Today in Transfiguration, Professor Black brought out daffodils for everyone to work with, which was exciting to Harry, Neville, and Luna, since they had never tried this particular transfiguration before. Alright folks, we are again going to be doing a inanimate to inanimate transfiguration. This time we are going to do a living object even if it is inanimate, so it will be slightly harder, but I think you are all ready for it. Now what we are going to do today is turn this flower into a fork. The transfiguration for this is Flosferka, again a simple point and shoot, so let's practice that spell. Everyone say it with me. Flosferka. Again. Flosferka. One more time. Flosferka. Okay, now let's see what you can do. Professor Black explained, and he began to hand out the flowers to each student. Harry looked at his daffodil and thought for a moment, then closed his eyes and focused some. Then opened his eye and called out, Flosferka! And before him was an elegant silver fork with a daffodil imprinted in the handle. Flosferka! And Luna opened her eyes, and before her was a beautiful brushed steel-handled fork with several bright inlaid tiny daffodils showering down the handle. It was quite breathtaking how detailed exactly how the tiny flowers were. Neville was still thinking, then he opened his eyes and called out, Flosferka! And before him was a wooden fork with a carved daffodil in the handle in relief. Parvati watched what the others had made and got an idea of what to make. Then she closed her eyes and focused. A couple of minutes later she opened her eyes and said, "Flosferka." This time there was an eloquent relief cut that had the flower's petals cut out individually and folded down to attach back onto the fork. The stem turned from brushed steel to polished steel near the tongs separating the two, making the appearance of a stem. It was truly an eloquent piece. A full set of that stemware would be worth quite a bit. As soon as they finished their forks, Professor Black came over and took a look and then commented on each one. Noting how creative or detailed each one was, how thoughtful or well-designed it was. And this time he made notice of each one of their creations, not just Pavarti's, and gave points for each one of their efforts. When Pavarti asked Harry what the difference was from all the other times, he merely said that they had never tried that transfiguration before, which had her giving him a strange look and a questioning shake of her head. Harry nodded. "We have done something similar but never any quite like that, never silverware. I think it was great. I can create my own flatware now and don't have to buy whatever is available off the market. I can design it and just find someone to make the whole set," Harry said, looking down at the fork he had designed and smiled. Pavarti smiled back and nodded. "I have never thought about that before. I would love to have a complete set of this design. It would be so perfect to have as a spring set. Now if she could only design a set of dishes and glasswares. She could just imagine the glassware she would design too." Okay folks, looks like we have some inventive people in Gryffindor this morning, 10 points each. Miss Patil, Miss Lovegood, Mr. Black, and Mr. Longbottom. And what is this, Miss Greengrass? Excellent, a rather interesting interpretation, excellent, another 10 points this time to Slytherin. Mr. Zabini, what have you got there? Good for you, a good effort and quite worth the wait. 10 points. Sirius was definitely liking the results of this project. People were coming up with some unique designs to be sure. He would have to try another style of the same basic thing, something shaped basically the same way but of different material. This will take a little bit of thinking to come up with something new but different. Sirius thought for a while and then came up with something, then sat down and started to write a few things down at his desk. Lavender had just about had enough of this to make herself sick. Again and again she tried the transfiguration and she couldn't get anything that even looked remotely like a fork. It looked more like a stick or something. She finally got so frustrated she took her stick and threw it across the room, hitting Millicent Bulstrode on the back of the head. "Hey!" Millicent turned around and looked across the room to the back to see who had thrown the offending object. Since Lavender was the only one that no longer had her flower, she knew it had to be her that threw it at her. "What's the big idea, Brown? What's the problem here, Miss Bulstrode?" Professor Black came over when he noticed Millicent had turned and glared at Lavender and shouted at her. He walked over to Miss Bulstrode's desk and right behind it on the floor was a deformed fork-looking something, maybe. And since the only person in the room who no longer had their flower or a finished fork was Lavender Brown, Professor Black picked up the whatever it was and took it over to Miss Brown and asked if it was hers. "It must be Bulstrode's, she probably just called out my name trying to get me in trouble." Lavender tried. Sirius sat the piece down on her table and shook his head. "First, you are the only person that either doesn't have a finished fork or a flower still. Miss Bulstrode just finished turning her flower into a plain but complete silver fork when she was hit in the back of the head by this. So that is 20 points for throwing things in my classroom. And a detention for lying about it and trying to frame another student. That will be Saturday at 2 o'clock here in this room. I will get you another flower and you can try that transfiguration again. You keep it. I don't want to try it," Lavender shouted at Professor Black. "That will be 10 more points for disrespecting a professor, Miss Brown, and if that is your choice you will get a 0 for today then." Then he turned and went to look at what Seamus and Dean had managed to do. Both had managed plain ordinary forks, but forks they were. So they each got 5 points and praised for their accomplishments. And given a new flower in case they wanted to try to do another one. Then he headed over to Slytherin's side. This was just the start of a rough day for Lavender. In charms she couldn't get her charm to work, and she had sat next to that know-it-all Granger. They were working on the Wingardium Leviosa charm. All they had to do was make a feather float. And know-it-all started in on her with, "It's Leviosa not Leviosa," with a nice long stress on the O. No wonder everyone complains about her. She is nothing but a know-it-all just like the other 4. Always telling you how to do something even when you don't ask. Like she knows so much more than you do or something. In the middle of the class, Lavender got tired of it all and got up and moved over to the other side of the hall, over to where the Ravenclaws were sitting, and sat in the back where no one was sitting. Then Harry, Luna, and Neville could hear Hermione in the back crying and got mad at Lavender, and Harry got up and went into the back and escorted Hermione up to sit in the row right behind them. Lavender watched this steaming. How dare they go comfort that know-it-all, after she made her look stupid. But they didn't see it like that. They saw it as she was trying to help, and that Lavender had been cruel to her when she was just been trying to help. Then she had embarrassed her by moving away and leaving her to sit by herself in the back of the class. Well, they wouldn't have a Gryffindor treat a member of any house, even Slytherin, like that, not if they could help it. Gryffindor was a house of honor and integrity, and no single member of the house was going to besmirch their reputation under their watch. So Harry placed her in between Seamus and Dean, who actually needed and wanted the extra help, and she was thrilled to help them. They listened intently to what she had to say, and in no time they had their feathers floating up just as she did. They got points for their effort and couldn't have been prouder. Pavarti easily caught on to the spell without the urging of the others this time, and she was so proud of herself that she almost started to cry. That night she intended to write to her Mata and Papa and tell them all about it too. Her first spell she caught on to without anyone else's help. And she had her feather floating a good 6 inches above the desks without a problem. It really was as easy as the others made it out to be. Mind over magic, they always said. Lunch was a nightmare for Lavender. No one would talk to her at all. Not even the older years. The younger years sat as far away from her as they possibly could without sitting at a different table, which some people actually got up and move away to go sit with friends rather than sit near her. Even the 4 of them did something they never would have done previously. They got up and went over to eat lunch with Hannah and Susan in Hufflepuff, leaving Lavender to sit by herself at the end of the Gryffindor table, the only first year remaining. She's a nightmare, I tell you. It's Leviosa, not Levosh, a injured nightmare. It's no wonder nobody likes her. Harry heard over his shoulder. Well, that was the limit to his tolerance. Bullies were one thing that Harry had zero tolerance for, and Lavender Brown had just proven that she was indeed a first-class bully. Luna tried to calm him down, but he would hear none of it. He got up from the Hufflepuff table and went back over to the Gryffindor table and walked up to Lavender and stood there with his arms across his chest. Well, that is 2 more things you are wrong about today, Brown. First, Hermione Granger is no nightmare. She is a very good student that wants no more than to help other students do well. And second, we 4 are her friends, and I don't let my friends be talked about behind their backs, even by a bully such as yourself. Harry stated in a low voice, I am no bully, just speaking the truth. Lavender sniffed and put her nose in the air. And if your group of show-offs can't take it, then you can go away too. It appears being good in class to you is a sign of being a show-off. So in order to be your friend, someone has to be just as bad in class as you are. Harry questioned with a raised eyebrow, which would mean not handing in homework, refusing to do class work during class, arguing with the professor, not doing the readings, not being able to do the in-class work, and blowing up cauldrons. Sorry, I don't think I want to be your friend. It is much safer that way, and I have more pride in myself than that. Harry didn't realize that Neville and Luna, Pavarti, Susan and Hannah had all come over to stand behind him. Neville put his hand on Harry's shoulder and stated, We all do. Each one of them stated proudly. Then Anthony Goldstein, Sully, Padma Patil, Lisa Turpin, Morag MacDonald, Sue Lee, Mandy Brocklehurst, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot, who had heard the whole thing, got up as one, and came over to stand beside Harry as well. So do we. They all said. Wait a minute. You all hate Granger. I have heard you talk about her myself. Lavender was getting red-faced. No, we don't hate her at all. She is a really sweet girl. What we don't like is that she always tries to get the teacher's attention and never allows any of the rest of us a chance at getting any points for getting the right answer. She is very, very smart and studies all the time. If she was trying to help you, you should have been happy to have her help you, instead of acting like a brat and being mean to her. And by the way, that is how you pronounce Leviosa with the proper inflection, but you would know that if you had opened up your book. Terry Boot said, Yeah, she is even in our band. She plays the saxophone and does ballet. Did you know that? Of course not. If it doesn't have something to do with you, you don't want to know anything about it, do you? Neville asked. I would suggest you keep your snide little comments to yourself, Brown. For as you can see, Hermione Granger has a lot more friends than you do, since as far as I know you have none. You even ostracized your own dorm mates and separated your beds, then put up a sheet so you wouldn't have to share the same space as them. Probably the only good thing you have done since you got here. There is no place for bullies at Hogwarts, and you, Miss Brown, are a bully. I suggest you think about your place here at this school and what it will be like for the next 7 years if you continue as you have been. Oh, and before you say you will go to the professors, I invite you to. They enjoy bullies even less than we do. So far your actions have only gotten you points docked and detentions. What happens next? Suspension? Expulsion, Harry stated. Then he turned and headed over to where Hermione was being comforted by Penelope Clearwater, the 5th-year prefect. Miss Granger, on behalf of the entire Gryffindor first years -1, I would like to apologize to you for behaviors unbecoming a Gryffindor. We do not approve of such behavior, nor condone it in any manner. We would like to apologize unreservedly for the actions of one of our own and hope that you understand to not let the actions of one individual taint your opinions on a whole house. Harry said with his head bowed and his hands in front of himself. Before he knew what hit him, he had a brunette rocket wrapped around him and giving him a bear hug from hell. Thank you, Harry. No one has ever stuck up for me like that before. Oh, sorry. Hermione let the poor rumpled Harry loose. My parents have, of course, but none of my fellow students. I have always been the bucked-toothed, frizzy-haired know-it-all, the person people loved to hate. I can't tell you how much what you said has meant to me. What you and the others said, that is. Thank you. She sniffed and he gave her his handkerchief, then smiled. Some people just want to bring people down to their level so you can be just as miserable as they are. The whole way to succeed is not to let them do it. She is nothing more than a bully, and she is even a poor one of those, since no one is willing to let her bully them any longer. Harry smiled. Apparently the professors had also been listening in on what was being said and had just stayed out of it until now. Miss Brown, Professor Longbottom came over to the Gryffindor table and stood behind Lavender. I believe you owe Miss Granger an apology. What for? Not putting up with a know-it-all? No thanks. Lavender glared at the head of Gryffindor House. You seem to be under the mistaken delusion that that was a suggestion. Alice frowned down at Miss Brown. I don't care what it was. I'm not apologizing for telling the truth. She is a know-it-all, and she was disrupting my studying. I had to move to the other side of the class because of her. From what I gather from Professor Flitwick, you got an incomplete for the day, and Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, whom she sat with and helped, not only got the charm correct with her help, but got points in the class as well. So what does that say about you and your work compared to her work and those that actually listened to her? Alice tried, but apparently Miss Brown just couldn't see past the nose on her face, and refused to see anyone else's view of the situation. Well, of course the professor is going to support the teacher's pet, just like he fawns over Potter, Longbottom, Lovegood and Patil. Practically drools over them every class. Can't wait to see what new thing they will come up with next. Granger is the same way. The only thing she doesn't do is stand on her desk and wave her hand in the air to get the teacher's attention. Can't even try to get an answer in class with those 5 in there. Lavender smirked. Do you attempt to do the work in class? Or answer some of the questions brought up in class? Alice questioned. Why bother? I am just going to have to compete with the teacher's pets and or their kids. So what's the use? The use is that everyone in this school is expected to do their best. It sounds like to me you are using any excuse you can find to be lazy and not do your own work. Be prepared for class and do the required work or readings. It also sounds like you're blaming everyone but yourself for your own failures. Now, did you wish to rethink apologizing? Or do you wish to spend the weekend in detention with Filch? Alice asked. You can't do that. You can't give me a detention just because I think you are wrong. Brown shouted at Professor Longbottom. I would like to point out that it's not the reason you are now most definitely getting a detention with Filch, and it has nothing to do with whether I am wrong or right. It has to do with whether you are wrong or not, and whether you wish to accept the consequences for your actions. Since you don't even wish to acknowledge the fact that you may be wrong, we shall simply have to write to your parents about this and see if they can convince you to see the error of your beliefs. Oh, and that will be 20 points docked for disrespecting a professor. Once again, and you will report to Mr. Filch at 2 o'clock on Sunday. Professor Longbottom stated. Now I suggest you eat, you have 20 minutes to get to potions class. Everyone sit back down and finish your lunches, the show is over. Finish your lunch. You only have 20 minutes left. With that turned and headed back up to the teachers' tables and sat down between Frank and Phileas again. I can't believe the nerve of that girl. Blaming everyone but herself for her problems in class. The reports I have been getting in on her, she doesn't even try to do her work, and what work she does do is subpar at best. She has actually told 3 teachers point blank that she refuses to do the work in class now, and has failed to hand in her homework a total of 7 times. She has gotten multiple zeros in class due to lack of class participation, and has even picked on the other students who do participate. I think today was just the whole thing coming to a head. They all just got fed up with her attitude. The only ones that didn't say anything were the Slytherins, and I think they were almost enjoying the show too much to do anything. I'm surprised it took this long, really. Harry and Neville are very protective of their friends, and she has made numerous comments about Miss Patil and Luna in my class, and from what Sirius and Remus have said it's true in their class as well. I guess they just didn't want to hurt her feelings or something. I thought that he would say something for sure when he heard about how she rearranged their room without asking. Maybe we should make sure that the girls have enough space and that things are a little more sturdy up there. Something that won't lead to more arguments. Frank suggested, with a smile on his face. Apparently he had something up his sleeve. What are you up to, Franklin Longbottom? Alice squinted at her husband suspiciously. Those rooms were designed to hold up to 6 beds, true? Yes, more if need be. But 6 comfortably. Alice stated. Then I think I know how to take care of one little issue our girls are having. Like everyone else, he had started including Parvati Patil in their little group of kids. She had become a good friend to their own children, and her sister Padma was slowly joining their ranks, although nowhere near as quickly. She also loved giving them a break by babysitting the twins on Sunday so they could get some grading taken care of. And yes, Alice helped Frank on his grading essays and homework. It went much faster that way. What did you have in mind? She asked hesitantly. Well, he explained his idea to her, and she absolutely loved it. It would call for Jeeves' help, but it shouldn't be too hard to do it all. Frank noticed the kids get up and head out before the bell rang. He assumed they were all heading down to Potions classroom together. It wouldn't surprise him if they liked to be there early every day and set up waiting for Persephone to get there. He knows how she hates to be kept waiting. But she was just now finishing up her lunch, so they still had a minute or 2 before the bell rang. When Harry, Neville, Luna, and Parvati got to the Potions classroom, they went in and began to set up their workstation as normal, getting out everything they might need. They had studied the burn paste over the weekend and had to write a foot-long essay on its properties and idiosyncrasies, as well as its history and variations to date. Harry ended up with almost 2 feet by the time he finished, so did Luna. Neville wasn't that far behind with 22 inches and Parvati had 20 inches, but she just smiled and shrugged about it. Dean had complained that he couldn't find enough information to make the full 12 inches, so she gave him the title of one of the books she found a lot of information in from the library, and he headed down there with Seamus, who was apparently having the same problem. They didn't have a problem with doing the work. They just didn't know where to look for the information and appreciated the help, and told her so. Now they both had 14 inches and were very proud about it. Although Seamus' work looked like a chicken exploded on it, but then again his penmanship was never the best. At least it was somewhat readable, if you ignore the ink blotches and smears. Parvati calibrated her own scales, with Neville closely watching each step she took, then nodding as she finished. She turned and beamed a smile at him. It was the first time she had done it entirely by herself. And she had made no mistakes either. Mata and Papa had sent her a new calibration kit last week, and she had been practicing with it ever since. This was her first time at using it all by herself, though. Professor Longbottom walked into the room, followed by the rest of the class. As they all took their seats and began to get their equipment out, Professor Longbottom went around the room collecting the essays she had us write over the weekend. Then she headed back up to the center island at the front of class, and began to take out her equipment and started going over the steps to make the burn salve. There was one thing Harry noticed that was obviously not there in the room when Professor Longbottom started her demonstration. Lavender Brown. For some reason she wasn't in class, or hadn't made it to class yet. Harry watched the minutes tick by. At 10 minutes past he decided to ignore it and just pay attention to the class and enjoy it. 15 minutes into the class. The door knob of the room jiggled. Then someone knocked on the door. They kept knocking. The knocking got louder until it was pounding. Finally it was someone on the other side of the door kicking the door. It became too much noise for Professor to ignore, so she put up a silencing ward around the door. She knew if it was a teacher they would have sent a Patronus message through to her. If it had been a prefect they would have gotten a professor, and then they would have sent a Patronus message through to her. So it had to be Lavender Brown on the other side of the door. Harry knows what he would have done if he were ever in such a situation where he were held back for some reason and couldn't get to class on time. He would either knock politely, and then send a message explaining why he was late with a teacher's signature on the bottom underneath the door. Or he would knock on the door politely, then sit out in the hallway and wait until class was over, then go into class and ask the teacher what the homework assignment was, or if it was something he could do quickly like show a charm, spell, or transfiguration to prove he had the ability and still get the points for doing so. He would do it and then get the homework assignment. And hope he got the points for participation and not a 0 for the day. But unfortunately, Brown seemed hell-bent on making a fool of herself again and trying to kick in the potions classroom door. "All right, everyone, you may begin," Professor Lovegood stated. She then went over to the door and removed the silencing ward, and again the loud kicking could be heard. She then opened the door and spotted a very red-faced Lavender Brown who was aiming another kick at the door when the door had swung open. "What do you think you are doing, Miss Brown? Trying to get to class? Unless you couldn't tell," she snidely stated. 10 points for your cheek and 40 points for damaging school property. She pointed to the now damaged door. "You also have another detention with me tonight at 7 o'clock here, to make up the class you are missing right now. Now you are going to go to the headmistress' office and wait for me there. It will be a while since class is only 30 minutes in. So be prepared to study Chapter 6 in your book while you wait." Professor Lovegood scowled at the offending little girl. "I won't be there. I am going to write to my father. I am sick of being treated like this. I am so out of here," she stated. Then she grabbed her bag and headed back in the opposite direction of the headmistress' office. With that, the professor shut the door and sealed it again and started to walk around to each student, commenting on how they were doing, even complimenting Malfoy on his potion, which had him practically beaming. It was the first time she had openly complimented him on his work in her class, but she had put her hand on his shoulder and said, "Excellent, Mr. Malfoy, exactly as it should be. 10 points to Slytherin. Miss Parkinson, if you stir yours slightly faster you will find you get a better thickness. Mr. Goyle, what is that you're making, and why do you have goldenrod on your area when the recipe clearly states that you need golden seal? Clean your equipment and start over this time. Use the right ingredients and check your book twice before you put an ingredient into the potion." Professor Lovegood shook her head and then headed over to Luna's area. Luna, Neville, Harry, and Pavarti's potions were all at the cooling stage, and so they were just cleaning up their area when Professor Lovegood came over to check their work. She went by each of their potions. After checking the color and consistency, she handed each one a tub with a lid and little flat wooden ladle, then told them to make sure to label it properly. That Madame Pomfrey was needing burn salve in the infirmary, so anyone whose quality was good enough was going to get to donate their potion to the infirmary. The kids scooped a little over half their potion into the little tubs and sealed them, then labeled them and put their seal on the tubs, but left their names off since they were going to go to the infirmary. Professor Lovegood would know who they belonged to by their seal alone anyway. She gave out the little tubs to Malfoy, Davis, Greengrass, and Zabini as well, although she was still working with Thomas, so he may get to donate his to the infirmary as well by the time class ends. Read Chapter 6 tonight and be ready for a quiz on Wednesday. Part of that quiz will be can you make the boil cure within the 45-minute time frame allowed. So if you need some practice on it, I will be in my office and the rooms shall be available tonight and tomorrow at 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. Seamus Finnegan did pretty good. Not bad, Mr. Finnegan, although it should be a creamy yellow, not a pale green. Did you add the mullein as directed in the recipe at the correct time perhaps? Mullein? Seamus looked confused. There's supposed to be mullein in this potion. Then he looked down at his book and read the ingredients again, then looked up at the professor and shrugged his shoulders, blushing and laughed a little. Apparently, he hadn't noticed the mullen the first time he made his trip to the ingredients locker. He knew he should have written down a list and just taken the list with him, instead of relying on his own memory. Oh well, he went about cleaning up his equipment so that he could start all over. Then headed into the ingredients room to get the items he had written down this time though, with a little boy grin. Knott and Bulstrode finished their potions and they were acceptable to be used by Pomfrey as well. Bulstrode was really getting better at this since she started listening to what Greengrass told her, and watching what the four are doing, that is. Now she wipes everything down before she starts to do her potion just like they do and calibrates her scales every time as well. She may be a little slow at times, but she is by no means stupid. Since Madame Pomfrey needs a lot of burn salve, we will be making the same potion Wednesday, so anyone who didn't finish today or who wants to try for a better grade, you can try again Wednesday. Those that are satisfied with your grade will get 5 points extra credit for each tub of burn salve you make Wednesday. This is your first chance to make some extra credit points, folks, don't waste it. With that, the class was dismissed and everyone was left, and those that had finished their potion appropriately today were all excited at the opportunity of getting to do extra credit work Wednesday. They made it down to the defense classroom right on time and everyone took their seats. Oddly enough, Lavender Brown did not show up for this class either. This time there was no knock at the door or banging and kicking 15 minutes into class. She just didn't show at all. Alright folks, last week we learned the Expelliarmus charm and Accio, the disarming charm and the summoning charm, both of which can save your life in a battle or even in a simple duel. Today we are going to work on something called the stinging hex. Now does anyone want to take a guess at why it is called that? Professor Longbottom asked. Theodore Knott raised his hand and the Professor Longbottom pointed to him and nodded. It's called the stinging hex because it stings if you get hit by it. Exactly, and it can be mild, like a pinch, to major, like a cut with a whip. Depending on how much power you put into it, depends on how strong the sting. So do remember that when you are attempting to use this against your fellow students in this class. And yes, it can leave welts, bruises, or even break skin if the person delivering the hex is strong enough. Also, where you are hit with one of these makes all the difference in the world. In a duel with someone and you hit them on their wand hand with a strong stinging hex, believe me, they are dropping that wand and grabbing their hand in tears if you do it strong enough. Or what if you hit your opponent in the crotch? Now that is fighting dirty, but hell, in an all-out fight, there is no such thing as rules in fighting. At that point all the boys grabbed their crotch and groaned, bending over as if to shield themselves. Even Harry and Neville did to some degree. Harry had caught just such a hit on his hip one day, just inches away from its target, and it had left a huge bruise and nasty red cut on his hip for days. As a reminder to never let your guard down for any reason. There is also the possibility of hitting your opponent in the eyes. A good stinging hex in the eyes will blind your opponent long enough to distract them to use Expelliarmus or Accio or both on them and get their wand and disarm them at that point, ending the battle. With little to no bloodshed. Now the word you will need to know is Aculio. Say it with me. Aculio. Once again, Aculio. Alright, now I have some targets at the front of the classroom. I want you guys to form 2 lines and try and hit any part of the target. If you get a green light, that means you hit it hard enough to leave a mark. 3 strikes and I want you to sit down and give the others a chance to see if they can improve. Now remember, this is merely a point and flick on your wand, so just aim at what you want to hit and flick your wand as you say Aculio. Alright folks, line up. Professor Longbottom moved over to the side of the classroom and took out his scorebook and began to take notes on who was doing how good and who needed help on the hex and what they were doing wrong. Mr. Zabini, there is no S in Aculio. It is pronounced Aculio, not Asculio. Try again. The professor waited for a moment, then Blaze followed his instructions and got a hit. Good. Good, very well done. Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti had let Dean and Seamus go first, and now was their turn. Harry was up first, and he got a hit on the target's right hand. Then Neville scored a hit on the target's eyes. Finally, it was Pavarti's turn, and she chose to try for the mouth and got a hit. Professor Longbottom asked her why she chose that area. She said, "If you can't speak, because your lips were too swollen or your tongue was stinging or cut, then you can't call out your next hit now, can you?" Which is all true. Professor Longbottom gave her 10 points for strategically thinking, and congratulated her. Pavarti Patil was one that was coming forward in his class in leaps and bounds. In only 3 weeks she had gained a lot of self-confidence and was doing almost every spell on the first or second try now. The next round Luna hit the target across the chest and Professor Longbottom asked why. She said, What if your opponent is a girl? A crotch hit isn't going to do much for a girl, but a boob shot will definitely make them drop their wand. Again, a 10-point bonus for strategically thinking, and all the girls in the class were holding their chests and nodding. The rest of the class went a lot like that. Zabini got in a good neck shot. He said, if he could get it strong enough, the person wasn't going to be casting anything at him while they were gasping for air now, would they? Which was very true, although it would have to be a strong hit, so he would need to practice on that one. But he still got the 10 points for strategically thinking. Malfoy had the spell down all right, but his aim was off with the flick of the wand, so he couldn't hit the areas he was aiming at, although he still hit the target, which was better than Vincent Crabbe or Greg Goyle. Even Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan did better than those two. They were the last to sit down. Professor Longbottom finally had to just tell them to take a seat and they could practice more next class. Alright, now I am going to teach you a spell you can work with on your own to get your aim down pat. It is a simple paint spell. It is called Rubrum Pingear or Red Paint. This will cause a small ball of red paint to shoot out of the end of your wand and hit the target. Do not aim at a person's face, am I understood here? This is one of the spells that if I find out you are using it for anything but practicing within these walls, you will be punished. Do I make myself absolutely clear? I will not have a student blinded because of some idiot decided to clown around with a spell. So yes, use the Pingear spell with caution and only in this room, at pre-constructed targets. That night when Luna and Pavarti went up to their room, it was very different from what it had been. No longer was there a sheet cording off Lavender Brown's bed and their beds. Instead, there was a solid wall constructed in between the two sections, with 2/3 the room separated for the two girls and 1/3 for Miss Brown. The back portion of the room was taken up by the section for Pavarti and Luna, so they got the window. But Professor Longbottom had gotten Jeeves to place an artificial window on one wall in Lavender's section so she wouldn't gripe and say that she didn't have a window now, and considering the fact that the windows this high up didn't open, it should be enough. Frank had placed a permanent silencing spell on Luna and Pavarti's section, so that Lavender couldn't hear what they were saying or doing. Then he placed a wardrobe, nightstand and a desk with a chair by each bed in the new sectioned-off area for each girl, but left Lavender with only a bed and wardrobe and her little nightstand, thinking she obviously didn't need a desk since she could care less about her studies. Each little desk had its own set of bookshelves attached to it, so both girls were just thrilled to see their new area. They both immediately got out their books and started putting them on their shelves and arranging their new area. To tell you the truth, they loved it. Lavender's selfishness had just made their year. The next morning, Headmistress McGonagall got a rather frustrating flu call from an irate Charleston Brown about the mistreatment of his daughter, docking her points and giving her detention for speaking the truth about a student that was disrupting her studying, refusing to let her into classes, ignoring her during class in favor of student that the teacher is related to, always giving points out to the same people and never once giving points out to her. The list went on and on. Finally, the headmistress had heard enough and asked Mr. Brown to join her in her office. Mr. Brown stepped through to find that there was a teachers' meeting in process and couldn't understand why the headmistress wanted him to come through right then and not wait to a more convenient time. That, Mr. Brown, is threefold. First, you didn't seem to be willing to wait. Second, you had already disturbed this meeting with your shouting, so why not include you properly at least? And thirdly, all of the teachers that your daughter has complained to you about are present as we speak and can defend themselves to answer your questions immediately, so why wait? McGonagall stated, still frowning at the rude interruption. Now to your first accusation, your daughter got mad because she was docked points and given a detention for speaking the truth about a student that was disrupting her studying. First, she was making fun of said student in the middle of the dining hall and other students took offense to it. She was not studying at any point. During the class in question, the student, one Hermione Granger, was trying to help her learn how to pronounce Wingardium Leviosa since she was doing it wrong, and she got mad and moved to a different chair on the other side of the room, which made Miss Granger cry. Another student went and invited Miss Granger to come up and sit with them, and she ended up helping two other students get the spell right and got extra points for doing so. But Miss Brown became frustrated with this and started making fun of her and called her a injured nightmare, I believe were her exact words. None of her own classmates wished to sit with her at lunch due to her actions after that. Some even went so far as to move to other tables. Unfortunately, all she did was get louder and more boisterous with her complaints and bullying and proceeded to talk about the girl behind her back. Finally, Harry Black had gotten tired of it and came over and told her that she was being a bully and that he doesn't tolerate bullies well. Then so did the rest of Gryffindor first years, some of the Hufflepuff first years, and all the Ravenclaw first years, which is the house that Miss Granger belongs to, mind you. Then Miss Brown's head of house came over and told her she owed Miss Granger an apology, and she refused, and did so in a very rude and disrespectful manner, which is why she got the points taken and the detention. Not for having an opinion, but for being rude and disrespectful to her head of house. Oh, and after Miss Brown was away from Miss Granger for the remaining 40 minutes of the class, she still did not get the charm properly, and she had not handed in her homework for that day. She ended up with a 0 for that day. The head mistress stated, "To your second complaint, refusing to let her into class. I think that is focused on your incident, Professor Lovegood." McGonagall directed. Alice nodded and began to speak. "That would be involving one of the most recent incidents. As of yesterday it was, I have a standing rule that I explain at the start of the semester that if you are late for class, be prepared to sit outside class because the doors will be sealed and there is no one getting in after the bell. People don't understand how fragile potions could be, and a moment's distraction can mean a disaster. So it is my common practice to give my students plenty of warning of how things take place and the consequences of their actions. When Miss Brown was 15 minutes late for class yesterday, she began by jiggling the handle on the door, then knocking, then pounding on the door, then finally kicking on the door until I finally had to place a silencing ward up to help prevent it from disturbing the other students. After I finished with my instructions, I went to see who it was, and it was indeed Miss Brown. She was rude and belligerent to me. I docked her points for her attitude and cheek, and then gave her a detention for damaging school property, which is the door to my classroom, which I have yet to repair and would be happy to show it to you. I instructed her that she should meet me in the headmistress' office when class was over, and she refused, stating she was going to write to you that she was so out of here, is I believe how she put it. I would also like to note she failed to show at all for her next class defense against the dark arts. As to ignoring your daughter in favor of students that we are related to, Sirius started. There are 3 students in a school of over 300 students that just so happen to be in your daughter's year and house, that are related in any manner to some of the professors here. Harry Black is my son. Neville Longbottom is Frank and Alice Longbottom's son, and Luna Lovegood is Persephone and Xenophilius Lovegood's daughter. There is one other student they frequently sit with that is named Pavarti Patil, so she should also be noted at this time. Now, before it goes any further with any suspicions or misconceptions, it was an understanding between us all that none of our kids would get points for any school work that they had previously done, like the whole matchstick into a needle transfiguration. Ours have been doing that since they were 8 years old. Yesterday was the first day they received any points for any transfiguration work that had done, even though they are easily top of their class, and it was turning a flower into a fork, which they had never done before. The rest of the time, the only one that ever gets any points out of the 4 of them is Miss Patil, and that is because she has never done any of these kinds of work before, yet truly is gifted. The most I do for the other 3 is comment if it is something that is new and imaginative. I will compliment them on. Other than that, I just move on to the next student. As far as ignoring your daughter, it is rather hard to ignore her when she is throwing her transfigured flower across the room and hitting another student in the back of the head with it. Then she has the nerve to try and frame that same student, saying she must be trying to get her into trouble. But considering that the young girl had just finished transfiguring her flower into a fork, and the only person in the room without either a flower or a fork was your daughter, it led me to believe the fork belonged to her. I docked her points for throwing things in my classroom and gave her a detention for lying and trying to frame another student. Ignore, not in the least. Professor Black finished. Frank thought he should pitch in this time. As to never giving her points, it is a little hard to give her points when she refuses to answer the questions you ask of her, refuses to read the assigned readings, refuses to hand in her homework, and refuses to participate in class. You tell me where I can hand out points if she refuses every opportunity given to her to give her any points at all. So far she has had 10 classes with me, including yesterday, and she has 3 zeros for either not showing up late, or not being prepared for class. Her average grade in my class right now is poor, and that is an average. She turned in 2 troll papers last week alone. She is proudly sitting at the lowest 10% of my class, and doesn't seem to want to get out of it. I have offered to help her and reminded her of my office hours, but she has not shown up, not asked for help, not attempted to make any changes, only gotten worse. And like Professor Lovegood stated, she didn't even come to my class or come to tell me why afterwards. I still have no idea why she didn't show up. I also bet she never showed up for her meeting with the headmistress either. Mr. Brown looked around at the professors that were before him confused and didn't quite know what to say. I honestly don't know what to say. What you're telling me is totally different than what Lavender has told me, and I have always been able to trust her at her word. Mr. Brown, is this the first time that Lavender has been away from home? Alice asked. Yes. She always had just standard schooling. Never boarding school until now. Maybe that's it. She is just homesick and this is her way of getting sent back home. Or the easiest way she can think of. Alice thought for a minute. Maybe she thought if she did bad enough in school here you would have to pull her out and teach her at home or something along those lines. She doesn't realize she still has to take the ministry-mandated tests each year or have her wand snapped. It isn't a cakewalk, you don't just get to get a wand and walk around with it willy-nilly. Doesn't she understand that you paid for her to go to school here, to be boarded here, to be taught here and to basically quit now that you lose all that money? Frank asked. Her handing in homework is another problem. She just doesn't seem to want to do it at all. Today we have a paper due on Ignatia Wildsmith that she has had a week to do and I bet you anything she will not hand it in. So far she has handed in one of the 4 papers I have assigned. And it was at poor level and to be quite truthful that was stretching it. Professor Lupin stated. In care of magical creatures she absolutely refuses to do any of the drawings I assign, stating she can't draw, and just refuses to even try. To tell you the truth, I have a few students that draw a little better than stick animals but they get better grades than her since they are at least making an effort to do something. And she has yet to hand in a single report that I have assigned, stating she is just going to get a 0 since she didn't do the picture anyway. Xenophilius stated, shaking his head. I explained at the beginning of class that the artwork was subjective and in no way affected your grade. I merely wanted to know that you understood, you basically knew what the creature looked like. To be honest, I wouldn't have cared if she traced the picture out of a book somewhere, as long as she noted the book in her report. One student who hates the way they draw is actually doing that and gets full marks for doing so, just because they make an effort to find a good picture that they can use and then transfer it onto parchment. Other than that, their reports are remarkable. They are one of my best in class and one of your daughter's year mates. Xenophilius explained. In herbology she always goes around sneezing or sniffing or coughing and says she has allergies, but I checked her files and no allergies were listed. I still send her to Madame Pomfrey every class and she has yet to show up one single time. She won't do the homework I hand out, claiming she wasn't there to hear it being handed out, so she shouldn't be responsible for it being handed in. I explain it is her responsibility to get the information from me or another student in order to not to receive a 0 for the class, and a 0 for her homework. She has even gotten so belligerent as to yell at me and state that I am just playing favorites like everyone else. I then docked her points and assigned her a detention which she never showed up for, claiming again allergies. Which was odd, considering her detention was with Mr. Filch cleaning the trophy room. I think this whole school is just one big joke to her, and she feels there is nothing we can do to make her do anything. Professor Sprout stated, and she rarely spoke ill of a student, but this student had gotten on her last nerve. As you can see, Mr. Brown, either every single professor in this school has had similar yet different experiences with your daughter, or there is something seriously wrong here. I think it is about time we went and retrieved Miss Brown and asked her to join us. With that, Minerva sent a house elf to go fetch Miss Brown. When the elf came back alone with its head bowed, it told her that Missy Brown told her to leave her alone and told her to tell headmistress lady to get a life. The poor little female elf looked on the verge of tears when she said it, but she repeated the girl's words, word for word, and Mr. Brown thought he would faint. He never even thought to say such a thing to his headmaster, let alone did so in real. Well then, I want you to drag that young lady here, kicking and screaming if necessary. Just pop her from her bed to this room. Dressed as she is, in whatever she is, we will take care of the rest. Gentlemen, if you would kindly avert your eyes in case she is less than presentable. All the men in the room huddled over together on the other side of the room with their backs to the headmistress. And the little elf headed back out with a pop. And pop it was back with a screeching young girl, who was furiously trying to get up off the floor of McGonagall's office. How dare you? Miss Brown started.
No.
How dare you? Her father came back. How dare you ignore a summons from your headmistress, and tell her to get a life? What if something had happened to your mother or I? Mr. Brown was furious and it showed in his face. He was not a man that was used to a disrespectful child, especially his child. This was a side of his daughter he had never seen, and now he had no way to deny any of what they were saying about his little girl. "Daddy!" Lavender rushed over to the tall man and reached around him, but was stunned when he did not reach down and immediately hug her back. When she looked up, she saw the disapproving look on his face and guessed she might be in trouble. "Oh, so I guess you believe what she has been telling you instead of me, right?" she asked in a very sarcastic tone. Mr. Brown twirled his daughter around and smacked her on her but 3 hard smacks. This was the first time she got to see all her professors in the room, and realized she just might be in a little bit of trouble. So she did the best thing she could think of and began to cry. "And none of those fake tears you have been able to pull since you were 5 years old, young lady. Keep that up and I really will give you something to cry about," Mr. Brown stated. Alice Longbottom took the moment to create a school uniform and do a simple switching spell and put Miss Brown in her uniform for the day, then informed the other members of the staff that it was safe to turn around now. Now, with all the professors back together, they came back and sat down again along with her father. The only one without a seat was Miss Brown, and rightly so, for right now they needed her to focus on what they were saying, not getting comfortable. "Miss Brown, that will be another detention for your disrespectful behavior this morning, with Mr. Filch, along with the 3 you have already missed with him." "What? What do you mean? Aren't I going home with you, Daddy? Isn't this why you are here?" Lavender was almost in real tears this time. "No, you are not going home with me. What I want to know is why you are lying to me. Lying to your teachers, not doing your homework, not doing your class work, fighting with other students, calling other students rude names, being disrespectful, assaulting a student, damaging school property, not showing up for class on time, or just cutting class completely. And those are just the things I can remember off the top of my head. Previously you were a straight exceeds expectation student, and now I am told you are in the lowest 10% in all your classes. And in most of your classes that is being generous. If they could put you at an incomplete and make you take the whole school year again, I think they would. And we are only 3 weeks into the year. What is going on here? Why? What is so different about the work? Can't be because it's magic, because I've been teaching you magic theory at home for years. And the school we sent you to was one of the best pre-magicals in Great Britain. So tell me, what is so different? Did you know they have a werewolf teaching history here?" Remus was taken aback by that. He hadn't realized that any of the students realized his condition yet, and it wasn't even a month in. "So, your great-uncle Oscar is a werewolf and you adore him, have since you were an infant. So don't give me any of that bigotry crap." Mr. Brown looked over to Professor Lupin and nodded, then back down to his daughter. "Did they tell you how they favor their kids?" Lavender tried. "You mean the fact that their kids work twice as hard as anyone else and get no points in class unless it is something they have never tried before?" "Yes, they told me," Mr. Brown stated. "Oh, and Miss Brown, it isn't just our kids, it is also Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones. Any of the children that were taught with our kids are treated the exact same way. They are graded harder and get no extra points in class unless it is something that they have no experience with previously," Persephone stated. "I wouldn't know about them. I don't see them much," she stated. "You see them for history of magic and herbology, if you manage to actually make it through one full class of herbology, that is," Professor Sprout stated. "Yes, that is something I wanted to ask. What allergies?" "You have no allergies to any plants, magical or otherwise?" Mr. Brown asked. "It must be something in the air. I just can't stop sneezing in their greenhouses." Lavender tried. "The only thing in that air is dragon dung, rabbit dung, and compost 50, 30, and 20%. And before you say it must be dust or mold or something, we regularly test for those things to make sure the air is best for the plants we are growing. And this semester so far, the only plant that Miss Brown has been exposed to has been mandrake, because we have a huge crop of mandrake plants growing right now that we intend to sell once they reach maturity. So each student is given a mandrake to tend to while it is in its benign, infant state. Unfortunately, Miss Brown's plant died due to her not being there to tend to it, and try as I might, I couldn't save it." Professor Sprout frowned, however unlikely that was. "So, if you had this allergy so bad, why didn't you ever go see Madame Pomfrey?" "Miss Brown?" asked the headmistress. "Yes, that is something that I would like to know. If it is bad enough to miss class, then why not go down and get it checked out by the school mediwitch?" her father asked. Because I don't start sneezing until I get there, and I quit sneezing once I leave. So why go to the Medi-Witch when there isn't a problem anymore? Oh, she thought she was so smart. That is rather simple. Like several of my students with allergies, they take a potion just before they enter the greenhouse, attend the class without an issue, and then go about the rest of their day without a problem. However, if you don't go to Madame Pomfrey to find out what it is you're allergic to, then she can't create the allergy medicine for you to take. Although there is a broad spectrum one that we can have you start taking if you keep being so stubborn, that will cover any form of flora or fauna. Professor Sprout explained. You merely take it before you go outside, and even if it is the grass outside the school, you will be fine. I have several older students that have been taking that one for years since they are allergic to a wide variety of plants and pollens. Usually after a student hits puberty, they become immune to most of their childhood allergies, but sometimes that isn't so. So we always keep allergy medicine and treatment on hand just in case. The same goes with care of magical creatures. Sometimes I have students will have allergies to different animals and have to take potions in order to be around animals with fur or feathers or even scales. Oddly enough, but still some people are allergic to something like horse dander, so they can't be around unicorns, horses, pegacorns, darkhorns, therestrals, anything in the equine family really. But the student usually comes to school knowing what they are allergic to, and doesn't suddenly become spontaneous allergic to our greenhouses, when they have never shown any allergy in their medical history previously. By the time a student is 11, they should have a good idea of what allergies they have and don't have already, although there may be some things that they have never been exposed to before, and if so, we will of course deal with it when it happens. The fact that you didn't go to Madame Pomfrey to get medical help tells me that it wasn't a true allergy, or else the symptoms were so mild they could have been easily ignored, you just chose not to. Xenophilius stated. I have even had a student so allergic to cats that she couldn't be around me without her eyes watering and her nose running and sneezing. Until I revealed that I am a cat animagus, she was completely stumped as to what was going on. Being allergic to your teacher was a new one to her. The headmistress laughed at that one. She remembered Catherine Bathby quite well, a wonderful student, one of her favorites, she had to say. The problem we have, Miss Brown, is what to do with you? The headmistress asked. I'm going home with you, Daddy. Lavender looked at her father, confused, not even understanding why he was questioning the options. No, you are not, young lady. You are staying right here and going to school like you are supposed to. Just because you are unhappy with your school doesn't mean you get to come home and throw away all that hard-earned money your mother and I saved up to send you to this school. If after a year of going to school here you are still unhappy, then and only then you can come home and we will try St. George's instead. It isn't as prestigious or have as many noteworthy professors, but it is closer to home, and it is a day school, so you might like it better. Mr. Brown stated. I'm not staying here. I am going back home now. With that, Lavender stomped her foot and put her hands on her hips and glared at her father. Well, that went over like a ton of bricks. She just found herself turned around and another 3 swats to her but administered. And there she stood with her hands over her but rubbing it, still glaring at her father. But why can't I go home now? I am doing horribly in class. No one likes me, and they treat me mean. All your own doing, I would guess. You are anything but stupid, young lady. You are deliberately not doing your work or not handing it in, ignoring your assignments, or doing a bad job on what work you are handing in on purpose. Just hoping to get a bad enough score that they will want to send you home, or maybe that they will contact us and we will think that it is their fault and pull you from the school and come get you and take you home. You seem to forget that we would have wasted 6 months of your mother's hard-earned salary if we did that. 6 months, Lavender. That is nothing to scoff at. We would do anything to make sure you had the best of anything if we could provide it, and we made sure that we were both working when the time came to plan out a budget to make sure to be able to work around saving for you to be able to come to Hogwarts. But instead of working hard and making us proud of the effort we put into seeing you get the best we could provide, you are here wasting our money and ignoring our effort, making a fool of yourself and abusing your professors and other students in the meantime. I will not stand for it. This is your one and only warning. This is what will happen. Starting this weekend, you will be handing in your work as assigned each and every day. I will check with every teacher you have every week, and I will be checking with both your professors and your head of house as to your attitude and how you are treating your other students. Then on the weekend, if I don't get a satisfactory answer for that week, then me and your behind are going to have a little chat on Sunday. I expect all your detentions to be served and all your homework to be done by Saturday night at the latest. Although if you have a good excuse, I will allow for some done on Sunday if necessary on occasion. but I expect you to catch up with all of your old work and detentions within the next month. No excuses. And that includes the greenhouse or get your behind down to the Mediwitch. If you don't do so, I will come and take off work and take you myself. Now has anything I said not been clear? Mr. Brown asked. By the time he finished, Lavender was crying and she shook her bowed head. No, sir. Then Mr. Brown turned to the professors in the room and addressed them. What I need from each of you, if you wouldn't mind, that is a list of all the homework she has missed or sent it in subpar. If it wasn't at least an acceptable, you allow her to redo that homework and try and remake her grade. I know she can do it. I will make sure she does, even if I have to give up every weekend to make sure that she does. And she will be happy to give up her nights and weekends to detentions that will make up any that have been missed. Also, she will be writing each of you a heartfelt letter of apology for the inconvenience she has caused to you and the problems she has been. She will also be writing that young girl she insulted a letter of apology. And a letter to you as well, headmistress. Her disrespect to you was completely uncalled for and unacceptable. Those letters will be finished before I leave her today, so if you don't get them by tomorrow morning, I want you to contact me and inform me by no later than 10 o'clock. Understand that, young lady? That should give you until after breakfast to hand them all out. Mr. Brown looked down at his crying daughter and she nodded but said nothing. This was her worst nightmare. All she wanted was to go home, and now she was being forced to write apology letters she didn't mean, and do all the homework she didn't want to do, and do all the detentions she didn't think she deserved. We would be happy to supply you with all the information you need, and we can even give you a list of upcoming essays that are due a couple of weeks ahead, so you can stay on top of things if you wish, Professor Lupin suggested. The rest of the professors all nodded and decided to create Miss Brown a homework journal for all her work and grades she received. This would allow her to keep better score of her accomplishments and make sure that she was doing all her work on time and getting it all done, period. Between the headmistress, the professors, and Mr. Brown, it looks like Lavender's next month was pretty well planned out. Make-up homework, regular homework, classwork, and detentions. The headmistress supplied a journal, and the professors all began writing down the information they had for Miss Brown. And by the time they were finished, they had a whole month's worth of work set up for her, detentions included. Then they copied it and handed one copy to Mr. Brown and one copy to Lavender, then announced that they were linked and self-updating, so when she finished and handed in something it would be updated, and if she received a grade on something it would also be updated as it was directly linked to the professor's gradebooks. It would also show if she served her old detentions or got any new ones and what they were for and who gave them to her. The more Lavender heard, the more she dreaded her life here at Hogwarts. It was even worse than before at day school. When they finished with her schoolwork journal, they handed Lavender her one copy and her father another copy. He took his copy and started thumbing through it, shaking his head at all the work she was going to make up and the work that was either poor or troll, which were both unacceptable, and she would be redoing both of them. If he had to hire an older student to tutor her in certain subjects, he would. But he honestly didn't think it was necessary. This was just an act of rebellion on her part, not something she couldn't do, and he would make good on his threat until she understood it was unacceptable. Sigh. Remus smiled as he looked out to the class. Harry, Neville, Luna, and Miss Patil were front and center as always. Right behind them was Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. Lavender Brown wasn't in her usual seat at the back of the class, but the rest of the Hufflepuffs began to filter in slowly as Professor Lupin began to fill in his roll book. Okay, class, the reports please. Everyone pulled out their reports and handed them forward, which Professor Lupin then collected. Thank you. Now, did any of you find this subject interesting, challenging, intriguing, easy, anything you wish to discuss? Harry raised his hand and Professor Lupin nodded at him. Ignatia Wildsmith was both fascinating and challenging. Her life in general was fascinating, but there wasn't much information on her, so it made it very challenging, and I had to look in several books to get more than the most basic information on her. It seemed that the only things I could find on her was associated to her invention of flue powder and of her later career in herbology. That roughly described Madame Wildsmith's life in one paragraph, Mr. Black. She was born in 1227 and died in 1320. She went to Hogwarts School, where she was a proud and noted Ravenclaw, and she invented flue powder based on an incident that happened to her here at Hogwarts. Then she went on to forge her way into a noted career of herbology where she wrote several articles on a variety of plants and did some wonderful research that led to some fascinating breakthroughs in medicine such as the cure for wizarding flu, the vaccine for vanishing sickness, and the work they have done on the current rendition of the wolfsbane tincture. They can all put major accolades directly to her studies and her research. Without it we wouldn't have those medical breakthroughs to date undoubtedly. She was a genius and it showed early on. She honestly should be recognized more for her contributions to our medical sciences than she has been, but her work is seen as dated now, most often ignored unfortunately. Professor Lupin noted. Harry, and all the kids that he went to school with previously were writing down everything that the professor said, finding it all fascinating. It was a lot more than what they could find on Madame Wildsmith, that was for sure. Luna raised her hand and Remus nodded to her. Did she ever marry? I couldn't find anything that said either way. Luna asked. She did not. In essence, she was married to her research. She never married, nor did she ever have any children. She did have a few apprentices whom she did adopt though later in her years. And if I am not mistaken, our own Professor Sprout's six-time great-grandmother was one of her apprentices. He replied. Susan Bones raised her hand. Remus nodded to her. Why didn't she ever get an Order of Merlin for her invention of flu powder? Did she? She did not, and the reason is purely political. Up until the middle of the century no female was given an Order of Merlin, and it was Pristine Elizabeth Lechin who received an Order of Merlin 3rd class for holding the line at the Battle of Britain against Grindelwald in 1941. 1,200 witches and wizards lost their lives in that 24-hour time frame of August 5, 1941. Out of just under 1,500 that went in to serve, that is. All 7 of the men that stood on the line received 1st class, but because she was a woman, she received a 3rd class medal. But at least she received something, especially since she lost her left arm in the battle, but she still held her position and never gave an inch. Professor Lupin stated. When no one else raised their hands, he continued on to, the next assignment is about Paracelsus, who was born Theophrastus von Hohenheim, or his full name of Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, born in 1493, died September 24, 1541. I would like 1 foot on the man known as Paracelsus, just a brief bio if you please. Don't give me 30 inches on his life's work if you don't mind. Just a few highlights is fine, I think. Also read chapter 9 in your book. We will take a look at the Salem witch trials next week, and I want you all to get a head start on them, so do the reading ahead of time. You will end up doing a 16-inch essay on the Salem witch trials for next Thursday, but don't rush. You have plenty of warning on this one. There is plenty of information out there. I think the problem this time will be there is too much information and picking out what to put in and what to leave out. Just a note on the Salem witch trials, there were actually over 200 people accused of being witches and in league with the devil. But there were only 30 that were found guilty, 20 that were executed, 19 by hanging, and 1 man was broke to death in colonial Massachusetts between February 1692 and May 1693. The first to be hanged was a woman by the name of Bridget Bishop, mainly because she was a comely woman and the other women in the village didn't like her because of it. They thought she was visiting their husbands in their sleep to inflict her evil on them, to get them to sign the devil's book. The one thing I would like to note is that with all the accusations, trials, and executions, not one single true witch or wizard was ever harmed in any way. Professor Lupin stated to the class. Megan Jones raised her hand and Professor Lupin nodded to her and she asked, why did no real witches or wizards get accused at least of being a witch? Most of the true witches and wizards knew exactly what they were looking for and knew how to avoid any suspicious behavior. In other words, they avoided crowds, and avoided being around non-magicals in general. Most were hermits or drifters. Sometimes they would act as a town physician on rare occasion. But in those cases their behavior was beyond reproach. Even their pope couldn't find fault in their behaviors, he said. Justin Finch-Fletchley raised his hand and Professor Lupin called on him. In standard school we learned that a lot of the people that were claimed to be witches were actually for political reasons or land grabs. Is that true? Professor Lupin nodded. That is very true. It was standard practice back then. If you were claimed a witch, then everything you owned became public domain and went up for auction. Highest bidder got it. So if someone wanted the parcel of land next to them, they merely claimed the man of the house was a witch and he would forfeit everything he had. Any wife or kids he had would be kicked off the property, and the property would go up for sale. The person just had to make sure they were the highest bidder, and they had the land they wanted. The same went for political rivals. One person said they saw their rival's phantom face on a pig, and of course everyone knows pigs, goats, cats, bats, and wolves are all messengers of the devil, therefore this person had to be in league with the devil. Right? Another individual was hunted and trapped in a barn which they burned to the ground and found no body, which proves she was a witch. Right? Wrong. She was hiding in the root cellar. Later making a break for freedom and thankfully lived for weeks sneaking from one barn or shed to another, eating what she could steal until the witch hunts were finally called off officially. The stories you could focus on are vast and the information is enormous, so choose wisely. Political rivalry, land grabs, religious fanatics, jealous lovers and spouses. The reason for claiming someone was a witch were many, and it all started with 4 little girls who claimed they were being attacked by someone in league with the devil, a witch, and the idea spread like wildfire. Professor Lupin explained, then the bell rang, and he reminded everyone about the 10 inches on Paracelsus, then let the class go. Neville had to admit that was one of the most exciting classes in history that they had had so far. Madame Wildsmith was interesting and Paracelsus sounded like it could be too, but the Salem witch trials really sounded fascinating and he couldn't wait to read the information on it. In fact, he would probably do that essay before he would do the one on Paracelsus if he was honest with himself. Although maybe not, he only wanted a brief biblio on the man so he could just do an overview of the basics and then move on to something interesting. Pavarti, Luna, Neville and Harry debated their options and discussed the topic of their history class all the way to herbology, and by the time they got there they had pretty well chosen their point of view they were going to take on their reports. As they made it into Greenhouse 1, they were all smiles and confident in their choices. All right everyone, today is the day we actually transplant the smallest mandrake plants into the next size pots. I want each of you to notice that there are a pair of earmuffs by each workstation. I want those firmly in place before you even attempt to do anything with these plants. While a mature mandrake's call can kill, a juvenile's call can make you dizzy and pass out, so don't risk it. Now here are the steps you are going to do. First, you are going to take the larger pot and fill it 2/3 way up with the fresh compost/fertilizer mix that is specially made for the mandragora. Then dig down in the center of the fresh compost/fertilizer and go down about 3 inches, creating a little hole for the mandrake to sit into. Then get another scoop of compost/fertilizer mix and have it ready to fill in around the top of the mandrake once you have it in place. Once you have it all prepared, raise your hand, and when everyone is ready we will proceed. It took just a few minutes and everyone was ready for the next step. All right, now, the next step, when I finish with these instructions you are going to put your ear muffs on and you are going to place your hand down low to the plant and then get a good grip and give it a firm but gentle pull. It should come out easily. If not, keep pulling until it finally lets loose. Then immediately place it into the new pot and pour the remaining compost/fertilizer around the mandrake and gently tap it into place. Do not remove your ear muffs until you see me do it. Understand? Everyone nodded and she put her ear muffs on and said, "Begin," and picked up her immature mandrake and followed her own instruction, watching as everyone else did the same. Thud. Zacharias Smith went down. "Bad ear muffing," was all Professor Sprout said, and she continued on to the next step in what she was doing, leaving the student where he was for now. In a matter of minutes, all the little mandrakes were replanted in much bigger pots and comfy cozy in their new homes. When she was sure everyone was finished, she removed her ear muffs, then everyone else did the same. Mr. Macmillan, Mr. Finch-Fletchley, if you two could escort Mr. Smith down to the Medi ward, I would appreciate it. She then created a stretcher and allowed them to float the unconscious student between them down to Madame Pomfrey, while the rest of the class learned some of the properties of mandrake and how it is used. Lunch was pretty boring really until Lavender Brown showed up for the first time that day, that is. She came in with red-rimmed eyes and an armload of letters and began handing them out, first to all the teachers, the headmistress included. Then she handed one out to Hermione Granger, Luna Lovegood, and Pavarti Patil. She finally handed one out to Neville Longbottom and lastly to Harry Black. Then she sniffed and went to sit by herself at the end of the table and began to eat. Everyone was hesitant to open the letter but did so. Inside they found what appeared to be a heartfelt apology for her actions and a promise to change her behavior in the future. If only they could trust what it says though. From experience they knew she didn't mean one word of it. She only wrote the letters because someone else made her, unfortunately. The problem was, what would it take for them to actually believe her written words? Care of Magical Creatures was the first class that Lavender Brown joined in that day. As usual, she sat in the back and alone. This time she actually seemed to be paying attention, which was unusual to say the least. Today I have a special treat for you all, and I need you all to be especially quiet so you don't frighten our guests of honor, all right? Can anyone tell me what a darkhorn is? Miss Brockenhurst. Xenophilius pointed to one of the Ravenclaws in the back with her hand raised. A darkhorn is a black unicorn, basically. It looks just like a regular white unicorn except it is black and has red eyes. Because of this, it was frequently called Satan's steed. Mandy explained. True. But there is one specific thing other than their color that is different about them that makes them unique. Does anyone know what it is? Professor Lovegood asked. Luna raised her hand when she didn't see anyone else had raised their hand, and her father pointed to her and nodded. They're carnivores. That's right. While a regular standard unicorn is a herbivore, a darkhorn is a carnivore, feeding mainly on small rodents. But they have been known to take down a wild boar in their day as well. They are vicious fighters when it comes to hunting, so they aren't afraid of the tusks of a boar at all. They are incredibly loyal to their chosen rider. Yes, I said chosen rider. They choose who they will allow to ride them and who they will allow to touch them. It is all instinctual, and they know instinctually who their rider should be and will accept no other to attempt to ride them. Anyone else that tries will meet death at the tip of their sharp horn. Today they are almost an endangered species due to being hunted for their valuable horn. It is very valuable in potions. Although the potions they are used in are all but forgotten ages ago, since they were made illegal over a millennia ago. Nowadays, in order to just have one of these beauties, you have to guarantee in writing that you will never kill it for its parts. And if it does die of natural purposes, you agree to donate all the parts to a designated medical facility. Or you won't be allowed to keep the animal at all. And breeding them is highly regulated. You have to be a licensed breeder, and have written permission from Ministry of Magic, and register each and every one of them. Now the average lifespan of a darkhorn is 40 to 50 years in the wild, but if the darkhorn has a rider, then their lifespan will match that of their riders, so they can live up to 200 years. Some say it is because they have someone to take care of them and feed them on a regular basis now, so less chance of starvation or sickness. Others say it is due to a sharing of magic. I personally believe it is a combination of both. With someone to take care of them, they will naturally live longer by about 50%. But by over triple, no, that can only be explained by the sharing of magic. And since this species is so highly magical, I think that has a lot to do with it. Now if you will excuse me, I have some guests to go retrieve. And remember, be calm and quiet, don't startle them. With that, Xenophilius went out to the other side of the stables to the corral and retrieved 6 beautiful black unicorns. From the looks of it, 2 were stallions, the rest were mares. The stallions were quite a bit larger than the mares and had long flowing manes and tails, where the mares' manes were slightly less flowing, although only slightly, and 2 of them had a silvery tint to them which was different from the rest of them. It looked as if they might be twins, odd in the equine world. The 6 beautiful darkhorns came up to the edge of the corral where the students were waiting and pranced around in a circle watching the students, looking them all over multiple times until they finally came to a stop. The 2 big stallions were standing next to each other and leaned closer together so that their horns touched, then both nodded their high proud head and whinnied. Then they walked toward the fence, as one toward Harry and Neville. Xenophilius held his breath as he watched this. Could it be? Maybe. Could be. Sure enough, the 2 stallions went up to Harry and Neville and began to nuzzle them with their muzzle and nibble on their hair. Harry couldn't help it. He had to laugh. And he reached up to pet the big beautiful darkhorn stallion. Boys, I don't think you realize what just happened. They chose you to be their rider. They want to know if you agree. Tell them if you accept or not, and then give them one of these nice juicy rats to seal the agreement. If you agree, that is. Xenophilius whispered, holding up a bucket of still warm rats. Is that what you want, boy? You want us as your riders? We would be so honored. We would love to be your riders. We accept. Harry patted the beautiful darkhorn on the muzzle, and then reached into the bucket and picked the fattest rat he could find and held it out for his new friend. I think Storm is a good name for you, don't you, my friend? The proud head nodded and whinnied and accepted the fat, juicy rat with much pleasure. Neville looked into the injury-red eyes of the stallion before him and focused at their depths. Well, my friend, is it true? You want me for your rider? A whinny and a nod of a proud head was his answer. Very well, then I think that Thunder should be your name, gorgeous. Nothing else would do you justice. What do you think? Again a head nod and an almost laughing whinny. Neville reached into the pail and picked the most pristine-looking gray fat rat he could find and gave it to his new friend, who seemed especially thrilled with his gift and munched down on the juicy fare. The other Darkhorns seemed to be waiting to see what happened between the children and the two stallions before they did anything, but then a rather fetching glistening black mare came up cautiously to Luna, and Xenophilius held his breath and waited. The mare sniffed Luna's hair and then nuzzled her cheek and pressed her muzzle into her neck and waited. "I know, Ventus, you are so beautiful. It will take a moment to get used to the connection, but it has always been there. Just allow it to touch your heart, my wind walker." She caressed the neck of the beautiful mare and petted her neck, gently brushing down her mane from her eyes. The mare warbled lowly but didn't move away and kept nuzzling in Luna's neck. Luna reached over and picked up two pristine white rats and held them out for Ventus to choose from. When she chose the one on the left, she put the refused one back in the bucket and gave the desired rat to her new partner. Xenophilius couldn't believe it. His daughter was a Darkhorn rider. His daughter. Hooray! Then it looked like it was the time that the twin Maras wanted to choose someone, but they kept running back and forth, almost like they couldn't choose. Then Harry whispered something to Pavarti, and she said, "You think?" He nodded and motioned her over to her own twin, who she went over to stand next to. Then the twin Maras quit pacing and joined them at the fence. The one that was maybe half a hand taller than the other chose Pavarti, and her twin chose Padma, each nuzzling their twin's hair, chewing it lovingly. Pavarti let a tear fall as she looked at the silver-streaked mane of the gorgeous Darkhorn. "You could only be Tony True. Full of thunder but exotic and unique too." Padma smiled at her sister and stated, "Well, if she is Tony True, then my beautiful, you could only be Fulgura, brilliant and quick as a flash of lightning." They both went to the bucket of rats and picked out two rats that looked exactly alike and gave the slightly bigger one to Tony True, who was thrilled with her gift, and Fulgura loved her selection as well. Each one was most thrilled with their chosen rider and let everyone in the stable know it. The final filly pawed the earth and looked over the children at the fence and looked them over again, as if she was looking for one specific person and couldn't find them. Harry looked around and he couldn't find the person he was looking for either. Then he spotted her under a tree not far away. "Hey Hermione, you're needed over here, please." "Huh, what?" Hermione was busy trying to draw a Darkhorn and had taken a seat by the big oak not far away to do it. But at Harry's urging, she came back over to see what he wanted, and he said to stand over by the fence and wait real quiet like. The next thing she knew, something was playing with her hair. She tried to brush it aside, but it kept playing with her hair. "Stop that, I am talking to Harry," she said. Then she realized what was going on and slowly turned around and looked at the laughing Darkhorn that had snuck up on her. She was beautiful. She had an air of intelligence about her. "Are you choosing me?" The mare whinnied, almost as if it was laughing at her as it nodded. Hermione put her hand over her mouth as she gasped. "Well, my word. What shall I call you? You are definitely a force of nature, but what to call you? I know Harry already chose Storm, so you will have to be Procella, which is Latin for storm. And personally I think quite beautiful, just like you." She then chose a silver-gray rat that was in the bucket and gave it to the brilliant Darkhorn, who happily accepted her gift. Each individual that had been accepted by a Darkhorn lined up beside their chosen ride, and each one of the Darkhorns knelt down in invitation for the children to get on their backs to ride them. Each child of course did so, with Xenophilius' help that is. With that, they all went prancing around the paddock and enjoying their ride, holding onto their mane, allowing their Darkhorn to choose their destination. The other students oohed and awed at the beautiful equine and their new riders. All except Lavender Brown, that is. Try as she might, she couldn't hide her jealousy, even as good an actor as she. All the know-it-alls and special students got their very own Darkhorn and no one else did. Why were they so special? Why did they deserve to get something so beautiful, so majestic, when no one else got one? Xenophilius began to give a nice long rendition of what the history of the Darkhorn was and where to find them, some of the most famous Darkhorn and rider combinations were, and basic little known facts about Darkhorns. As the others were writing down the information, he allowed the Darkhorns and riders to prance around and enjoy their time together. Then he called an end to class and showed them how to brush down their coats and manes. Then he showed them how to check their hooves for pebbles or sticks and clean their hooves. Then it was just a matter of brushing out their mane and tail to get any briars or bramble out of them. Finally, he showed them where they were to be housed and had them give them some fresh cuts of raw meat that had been prepared for the Darkhorn specially. By the time they had finished, Harry, Neville, Luna, Pavarti, Padma and Hermione knew more about Darkhorns than they ever thought they would know and were so proud of their new rides. Padma and Pavarti couldn't wait to write and tell their Mata and Papa about being chosen by twin Darkhorns. Their parents would have to make arrangements for them to be housed at their estate during the summer. They had a stable, it was just a matter of getting it spruced up and ready for their little beauties. Hermione didn't know what she was going to do. Her parents didn't have a stables, but Harry said she could always stable Procella at their place and come visit whenever she wished, so she was great with that idea. Luna, of course, had a stable at her place. Her father being who he was always had something unique and unusual housed in it. Right now it was empty due to the fact that they were not there, but they could always take the Darkhorn home during the summer with them. Harry couldn't wait to tell Sirius and Remus about his Darkhorn, and being a new rider, and how both Neville and Luna were also chosen, and that even Pavarti and her twin Padma were chosen by a pair of twin Darkhorn. Or that Hermione had also been chosen by a real prancy Darkhorn she named Procella, and his offer to house Procella in their stables with Thunder and Storm. It seemed weird once he got to thinking about it how the stallions were named Thunder and Storm and the Maras were named the Latin names meaning Thunder Tonitru, Lightning Fulgura, Wind Ventus, and Storm Procella. When none of them had even talked about what to name their Darkhorn, it just felt right somehow. His daughter was a Darkhorn rider. What next, dragons? Xenophilius thought. Chapter 8. It was Halloween night when it happened. The day had been a normal Saturday for everyone. They spent the morning playing music and dancing. Then they had spent the vast majority of their afternoon with the Darkhorns, as had become their habit ever since they had been chosen by those magnificent beasts. They rode them for a while, groomed them and fed them and pampered them as much as humanly possible. Pavarti and Padma had even gotten into the habit of braiding little beads into Tonitru and Fulgura's mane and tail, so they looked even more beautiful than before with the moonlight sparkling off the crystals in their mane. Harry had asked Storm if he had wanted braids, and his Darkhorn gave him a look that said, "Are you nuts?" So that was a no on the braids. Ha ha ha. Although Sirius and Frank did go and buy Storm and Thunder matching bridle and harness which they seemed to very much approve of, and they were quite attractive on them. They were black leather with silver accents that sparkled and shimmered. Thunder and Storm seemed to almost strut when they had their bridles on, especially in front of the Maras, as if to show off their new sparkly bangles to the ladies. On their way down the corridor right above the Great Hall on their way to the Halloween dinner they saw it, a message in what looked like injury. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware," was written across the wall in the hallway, right next to the girls' bathroom on the second floor. Then Luna shrieked and pointed. It was Mrs. Norris. She was hanging by her tail from a wall sconce, limp and stiff like she was dead. Harry put his arm across and stopped anyone from getting closer, then told Neville to go get a professor. Neville ran off and headed back towards the closest occupied classroom and found Sirius still cleaning up from a class. "Sir, you have to come. Somebody wrote something in what looks like injury on the wall, and I think Mrs. Norris is dead," Neville said in a rush as he tried to catch his breath. "What? Where?" Professor Black asked quickly, shocked at what Neville had said. "Down the hall, in front of the girls' bathroom on the second floor, above the dining hall," he gasped out. Professor Black took off, followed closely by Neville, and the two raced towards the second-story bathroom. Quite a crowd had gathered by the time they had reached it, although Harry seemed to have things well under control with not letting anyone get too close to either the wall or Mrs. Norris for that matter. Poor Luna was crying for Mrs. Norris, and Pavarti wasn't that far from it. She was trying to comfort Luna as best she could, but she wasn't doing that great a job at it. Professor Black took in the scene as he approached and first went over to the writing on the wall. With his canine senses from his animagus, he could tell it was definitely injury, chicken injury to be exact. That was when he decided to contact the rest of the professors and the headmistress, so he sent off Patronus messages to Frank, Remus, Alice, Xenophilius, Persephone, Phileas, and Pomona, as well as Minerva, then went over to the cat that was just hanging there limp by its tail. He didn't want to touch it until everyone saw it. That was when he noticed all the water on the floor. "What's all this water doing here?" he asked out loud. "This is near Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Whenever she gets upset she floods the bathroom. To say the least, it happens a lot," said Pavarti. It only took a matter of minutes for the first professor to get there. It was Professor Lupin, as he rushed up the stairs. Remus didn't even have to get close to the writing on the wall to know it was real injury. The whole hallway reeked of it. although it didn't smell of death, as if the cat wasn't dead, although it looked like it. The next to show up was Alice and then Persephone and the headmistress. Alice and Persephone immediately began to shoo the students away and clear the hallway. Although it was a rough crowd since everyone wished to know what was going on, and wanted to see the writing and Mrs. Norris' body, it was kind of morbid really. Xenophilius took Mrs. Norris down from the wall sconce, and then the professors all moved into an unused classroom right down the hall to check and see if they could figure out what had happened to her. Professor Lovegood first stated that she wasn't dead, but instead she was petrified somehow. I don't know how, but she is definitely still alive, but petrified. She is still warm and everything. Her heart is still beating, just really, really slow. We need to get her to Madame Pomfrey to tell anything else, or maybe Hagrid. I don't know of any spell that can do this. Do any of you? Xenophilius looked over at the rest of the professors and the headmistress, who all shook their head. Just then Mr. Filch burst into the room. Where is she? Who did this? I want to see some punishment. I demand to see some punishment. He was screaming as he spotted his cat laying there and rushed to her side. Argus, she is not dead, only petrified. The headmistress tried. I demand to see some punishment. Was it that Potter boy? Is that who it was? His father was nothing but trouble, and the headmaster said he was crazy and a threat to all the wizarding world, and yet you put Dumbledore in prison and lord that brat over everyone else here like he is the second coming of Merlin or something. I demand that he be punished. I want him whipped for this. He and his whole crew of degenerates. 'Cause nothing but trouble. Mr. Filch. The headmistress practically shouted to be heard over the man's rantings. First, Mrs. Norris is not dead, just petrified. As soon as Pomona has the mandrakes ready, Persephone will be able to make the mandrake drought and unpetrify her, and she will be just fine. Second, Mr. Potterblack is no degenerate. He is the top of his class, and so are all the young people he spends his time with. He has done absolutely nothing to earn your ire as such. Touch one hair on any of their heads and you will be out of a job and a home faster than you can say Merlin. Do I make myself clear? Glaring her worst at the maintenance man, whom she never did understand why Dumbledore kept him around, other than to be a spy against the children for him. But they did it. You have no proof of that, and to say that a first year could petrify someone, even a cat, is like saying you have the ability to walk on water. It just isn't possible. Also, we did not get Dumbledore put in prison. His own actions finally caught up with him, and that got Dumbledore put in prison. That would have done so sooner or later. He had been stealing for over 7 years, he just couldn't hide it any longer. Sirius stated, almost growling at the man, with his eyes glaring holes through the man's head. He was going to have to keep a closer eye on this man. If this is the way he was thinking about their kids, he might be a danger to them. Let's take Mrs. Norris down to Madame Pomfrey and see what she has to say about her. Xenophilius picked up the cat gently and escorted the cat and Filch down to the Medi ward, while the others went outside where their kids were still waiting apparently. We are going to have to clean this off before the other first years get around and see this. Injury on the walls is not a fresh look for the season, Sirius stated. Shut up, Padfoot, Remus stated nonchalantly. Can we put up a notice me not ward until it is cleaned up? Harry didn't know if the magic would interfere with their investigation or not, but he thought the suggestion might be something to work with. I don't think that would be a problem, and there is some kind of magic on this. I don't know what it is for, but I would bet it is to keep it from being removed. Okay. One notice me not ward coming up, Frank said. And with that he aimed his wand at the wall. Then the wall suddenly looked like any vacant piece of wall. Now, unless you are within that 6 inches, you won't see a thing. It's not actually touching the wall, so whatever magic that is within it won't interfere with the ward. Now let's go see what Madame Pomfrey says about Mrs. Norris, the headmistress said. They all headed to the Medi ward after telling the kids to head down to the dining hall and enjoy their Halloween dinner, which they did. However, the Chamber of Secrets seemed to be the focus of conversation down in the dining hall. As soon as Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti reached the dining hall, they realized that the gossip line was in overdrive and everyone in the dining hall had apparently heard about what had happened upstairs. Because that was all they were talking about. Even though some people, mainly the older students, had heard of the Chamber of Secrets, no one seemed to know where it was or much about it really. Only that it was Slytherin's secret chamber and that he had hidden it somewhere in Hogwarts. Although Hogwarts had been searched many times, no one had been able to find it. One of the Slytherin upper year boys said something about how Salazar was supposed to have hidden a great monster in the chamber that was sent to purify the school of all those that he thought were unworthy of being in Hogwarts. Then Malfoy came over to Harry's table and stated, "You hear that half-injury? That means you and your band of misfits will be next." Harry stood up and presented his right hand to Malfoy, showing off a ring on his index finger. "That would be Lord Potter of the ancient and noble House of Potter to you, or you could state Heir Presumptive Black of the ancient and noble House of Black as well if you wish, Heir Presumptive Malfoy of the minor House of Malfoy. And if you wish to be exact, it would be Heir Presumptive Longbottom of the noble and ancient House of Longbottom, Heir Presumptive Lovegood of the noble and ancient House of Lovegood, and Heir Presumptive Patil of the ancient House of Patil. All four of us outrank you, so if you wish to hand out warnings, perhaps you should look in the mirror first before you do that. And I would be on the lookout for that monster in your closet and under your bed if I were you. It just might be hunting you." Harry pulled his hand with the Potter House ring on it back and sat down at the table again, and attempted to ignore Malfoy, who had turned red in the face and stomped off, thankfully. "A monster in the Chamber of Secrets. How mysterious. I wonder if the professors know anything about it." Luna looked over to Harry and questioned. Harry shrugged. "Neither Sirius nor Remus have ever mentioned anything about it." And he looked over to Neville. Neville shook his head. "My folks have never said anything about it either, that I can remember, that is. No clue here. I haven't even read anything about it," Pavarti stated. Fred and George huddled close to them and said, "We heard our parents talking about it one night," George said. "A while back. Something about the chamber was opened 50 years ago," Fred stated. "And this being the anniversary year, they were afraid that Harry Potter was going to start school," George stated. "The same year they were afraid something would happen," Fred continued. "Apparently, 50 years ago this year, a student let loose the monster in the chamber," George said. "It petrified a bunch of students until it finally killed one," Fred said. "Then everything went silent until this started happening," George finished. 50 years ago, you said? That would have been about the time that Myrtle Elizabeth Warren was killed. I wonder if she was the student that they were talking about."
Luna pondered.
"Who's that?" Pavarti asked. "You know her better as Moaning Myrtle. She haunts that second-floor bathroom. She is really fascinating to talk to if you can get her to actually talk and not, well, moan about things, that is," Luna stated. "We could go talk to her and see what she knows about the chamber and the legend," Neville suggested. Harry and Luna nodded, although Pavarti had some reservations about going and talking to the Ravenclaw ghost, since she had been forced to use that bathroom before, and to say the least it hadn't been a pleasant experience. She ended up half covered in water when Myrtle dove into one of the toilets and sprayed water all over the bathroom because she didn't say hello to her when she came into the bathroom. So the four made a decision to go talk to Myrtle after dinner and went ahead and ate their meal in relative silence, thinking about what kind of a monster could petrify a cat, petrify students, and kill a young witch. Harry also made up his mind to look up Daily Prophet of 50 years ago and see if there was any information on Myrtle's death in it. "Myrtle, can you come out? I have some friends that would love to meet you," Luna began. They had gone to the second-story bathroom just as they planned right after dinner and found it shy one ghost. Apparently she had chosen right then to hide away, so they decided to try again later and headed over to the library to see if they could find anything on the chamber there. Unfortunately, it looked like half the student body was also doing the same exact thing, so they decided to check the back issues of the Prophet for a story on Myrtle and found nothing, not even an obituary. Nothing on her death, nothing about the attacks on Hogwarts, nothing about anyone getting accused or caught. Nothing. Apparently Dumbledore had it all swept under the rug quite nicely 50 years ago, and Myrtle, being a Muggle-born and all, didn't warrant a write-up in the paper either. Eventually they decided just to do their research for their homework. Everyone wanted to start on their history papers anyway, so they hung around the library for a couple of hours until it was getting close to curfew and then headed back to Gryffindor Tower and went to bed. Transfiguration class was actually something really useful this time, Harry thought. When Sirius told them what their in class would be, turning a stick into a quill. There have been many times I have been caught without a quill and needed one. Well, this transfiguration definitely helps in such a situation. It is called Talepenna. It means stick into quill. I am going to hand out a couple of sticks of different sizes so you can explore the differences, and then I want you to turn them into a quill using Talepenna. Now it can be a plain white turkey quill, or a flashy peacock feather, or hella purple sparkly feather with gold border. It is whatever comes to your mind. The limitations are only your imagination, remember that. It doesn't even have to be real bird-like colors. Neon green with glitter is fine, if that is what floats your boat. Or black with little moving stars on it. Or maybe green with silver stripe. Let your imagination guide you to your destination on this one. Professor Black stated as he handed out the little sticks to everyone. He had enough sticks to give everyone 3, so he did. All right, now that incantation was Telepenna, say it with me please. Telepenna, once again Telepenna. Okay, now again simple point and transfigure no wand movement, so you may begin at any time. Harry thought about it for a moment, then grinned and closed his eyes to focus. When he opened his eyes, he aimed it at his first still and called out, Telepenna! And then before him was a beautiful snowy white owl feather with silver edging and a silver nib attached to it. To his left he heard, Telepenna, and Pavarti looked down and had created a rather gorgeous bright red flaming quill with streaks of orange in it. It looked almost like living fire. Hers also had a nib on it, but hers was polished gold. Telepenna! To Harry's left Neville called out, and before him sat an exquisite quill. It was white at the base, then bled into black. The black had the crest of Hogwarts painted on it in intricate detail, and his quill had no nib on it, oddly enough. Luna sat there with her eyes closed for a moment longer, and then opened them. Telepenna, she called out, and before her was a soft blue feather about the size of a regular turkey feather with a fairy painted on it. The quill appeared to have a fairy dust border and silver nib. Truly was one of her best pieces to date, Harry thought. Theodore Nott was the next person to call out Telepenna, and he managed to get a brilliant pheasant feather. It was detailed and vibrant, one of his best works so far. Brilliant, Mr. Nott, now you're catching on. Use your imagination and you can get anything you have ever dreamed of. Look at this, class, see the detailed work on this piece. He even managed to get the size almost perfect. 10 points to Slytherin. Tracy Davis had been thinking about she could do, and she decided after a minute to 2, and she called out, Telepenna! And before her was a bright green feather with silver webbing all across it like a spider web. It even had a small silver spider sitting off to one side of the web. Professor Black saw this and heaped praise upon this one. Now here is one that took imagination by the bushel. This feather has silver spider webbing on it, and in this corner here is a little silver spider. Excellent work. Excellent. 10 points to Slytherin. Then Professor Black went over to the Gryffindor side and saw the ones that Luna, Neville, Harry, and Pavarti had done. First was Luna. He gasped as the detail of the painting and held it up. This one is magnificent. You notice how Luna took the feather and used it for a canvas and painted a fairy on the feather. Extremely delicate work, but it can be done. Nothing is impossible with your imagination. Then Luna got an idea for another one, and she closed her eyes and thought for a minute, and then opened her eyes and looked down at her stick and pointed her wand and said, Telepenna! And before her was a brilliant white feather with half a dozen black cat paw prints zigzagging their way up and down across the feather. Harry couldn't help but laugh at that, and began to get an idea, and then closed his eyes, and when he opened then he pointed his wand and called out, Telepenna! This time the stick turned into a gorgeous white feather again, but this time it had a big black cat's paw print in the middle of it, and was gilded in silver with a silver nib. Pavarti caught onto the trend and closed her eyes, then opened them and, Telepenna! When she looked at her stick, it had become a taupe-colored feather with her Mata Siamese cat fade on it with gold gilding and a gold nib. Then finally Neville's turn came around, and he closed his eyes and he called out, Telepenna! And before him was a glorious brilliant white turkey feather with a snow leopard painted on it looking ready to pounce. The feather had silver gilding and a silver nib to it, and it sparkled and glistened in the light. Sirius had watched the four make their new creations and couldn't help but laugh when they finished, and he held up Luna's first. It appears we have some comedians in the class, folks. This is Miss Lovegood's feather. As you can see, she has paw prints, all kitty paw prints all over it. And here is Mr. Longbottom's with a snow leopard. Here is Mr. Black's work with a cat's paw print in the middle of it, then gilded in silver. And finally we have Miss Patil's with a Siamese cat on it gilded in gold. These are all hilarious and get 10 points each. I love them. The four were all smiling when they took their feathers back. They each created a little box to keep their 2 feathers in, one for each box, of course. The rest of the class thought the feathers were great and began to get a little more creative, even Malfoy, but he stuck to something more traditional. He created his family's crest on one of his and a white peacock on another one. Class 1 would love to show you what Mr. Malfoy has done today. Absolutely brilliant job. First he did his family crest on this one, and then he did a white peacock on a taupe-colored feather. 2 amazing feathers, Mr. Malfoy. 10 points each for Slytherin. Let's see what you can do with the last. Oh, and I bet your father would be proud to have either or both of those brilliant creations, young man. The idea of what to do with the feathers grew as the class went on, and each person tried to outdo the person before them, but they all had fun doing so. Again, a brilliant idea for a class if Sirius had to say so for himself. Sirius thought as he was cleaning up after the students had left. He grinned as he thought of the last one that Luna had made that looked like a cookie, with a bite out of it. He had no idea where that girl gets her imagination from, but he hoped it never changed. Charms class was just as interesting that day. Well, at least to Harry it was. They learned the silencing spell. Alright class, we are going to learn something today that is extremely useful, and I had a student in your year ask me about it just this morning, so I know it is something that you might need at some point. It is a silencing ward. This is not to be confused with a silencing spell though. A silencing spell just silences the individual. A silencing ward keeps out all noise from entering or escaping a certain area. I must remind you now that using a silencing spell or ward for nefarious purposes is against the law, and will double if not triple the original punishment you would have gotten if you were caught. Professor Flitwick began. The reason someone asked about it is because they were housed with 2 very noisy roommates, and when they wanted to sleep they couldn't, so I taught them this charm, and now all they have to do is get into their bed, pull the curtains and cast the charm in their area, and no outside sound can come through. It is also a given that no inside sound can make it outside as well. So if you snore or you want to spend some time staying up late talking with your friend but don't want to disturb the rest of the people in your dorm, you can use this spell to keep the noise from getting out, and everyone will be happier for it. Now the spell is Silentium Tella. Why don't you say it with me? Silentium Tella, again Silentium Tella, and finally Silentium Tella. Excellent. Now the wand movement is a broad circular motion. The larger the area, the larger the motion. But don't go wild on your circles, or you will silence a whole room without meaning to. Now to release the spell, a simple, finite incantatum can end the charm. Also, with any standard charm it does have its limits. So there is a limit of how much sound it can hold back or not allow in. So the scream of a mandrake or a banshee are definitely out of its spectrum of possibility. He continued. Then he started around the room and helped each student with their incantation and wand movements until they could all cast it, even Lavender Brown. Something that Harry had thought was funny was that Dean and Seamus had invited Hermione to sit between them again, this time on their own. She had blushed but happily sat down and started taking notes, and then began helping them with the incantations, and by the time Flitwick got to them they already had it down pat, and the only thing he had to help with was the size of circle to use for the area they wished to cover.